deeper hurt for people to realize is that they're wrong, or they think incorrectly, or come to conclusions incorrectly. I think they need a replacement of the rhetoric so they don't have to address how the hell they've been duped like this, what kind of world they're living in.
That's what I've come across whenever in my talks with people is, well, what is it then? You don't know either. You don't know either. And my brother's real big on the Narnia. When I tell him, hey, you went to Narnia with it, he'll say, but you haven't been to Narnia, right? Like he'll say, like, oh, so you don't know the container. You don't have proof of the container. I said, we have proof of containment. He goes, but you haven't seen it. So it could be out there, right? The unicorn farts could be out there because you can't disprove the unicorn fart. You know, he still thinks the unicorn farts out there. He goes, so you don't know. And he'll stick to that, saying, you don't know.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long stretch of water. This water is straight and level and does not flow.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You find the truth from things of old.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long straight stretch of water. At each end of this straight stretch of water is a bridge. Point A, so you've got 2 bridges. Point B, this water is straight and level and does not flow. At each end of this water is a bridge. Point A, point B. At each bridge, there is a plumb bob hanging down to the water.
We are on the road,
even altitude,
suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
Now, on these vertical strings, can you imagine an even altitude? A point at an equal height above the surface of the water below.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
An even altitude.
You find the truth from things of old.
And on these vertical strings, can you imagine 2 points? So let me give you a hypothetical. Can you imagine point A, an even altitude, at these points and point B? And on these vertical strings, we can establish a perpendicular and even altitude and call one point A and the other point B. 2 points. Point A, point B, even altitude.
We are on the road,
2 points.
suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Point A,
You will find peace within.
point B.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
The point at an equal height above the surface of the water below. Point A, point B. Point A, even altitude. Point B.
There's no end game in mind.
Is the shortest distance between those 2 points?
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
We know the shortest distance
There's no end game in mind.
between 2 points is a straight
It's
line.
only the truth that we seek to find.
Now, here's the question I'm asking myself. How can the distance between these 2 points be anything other than horizontal?
Everyone must see it for
Horizontal.
themselves. The truth
2
is there
points.
for you to find.
And then ask yourself, and the water. Oh, fuck that up.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. We're going to start off with some housekeeping of sorts.
So there's been lots of disdain amongst various different members of the public, hence me disclaiming this right at the beginning of a live stream in regards to various aspects of moderation of flat earth debate, and indeed behaviour of both myself and some of the panel members, one of which is with us now. Arwin and I are going to be having a conversation later today. Fun. But in the meantime, what I need... We'll be having... I've already contacted you about this, Arwin. No surprises here. Anyway.
But you didn't respond to any of that. I actually wrote something down.
Okay, in any event, Arwin, live show. So, I'm appealing to the moderators, as there's going to be a change in terms of how the moderation is done on Flat Earth Debate. So, last time I was appealing to people to not infight within the moderation team. Now, I don't know if that's ceased completely or not. I'm going to have to do a bit of digging to find this out, because I'm going to take this very seriously moving forward. It shouldn't expected. There's a change of attitude in terms of how we're going to be presenting the Flat Earth information, especially here on Flat Earth Debate moving forward, with the hope that it will permeate through the rest of the community. However, there is some metaphorical housekeeping of our own that we need to do in terms of past behaviour, some of which I have tried to address in myself, some of which will have to be addressed in the attitude of the panel members. The reason I'm doing this publicly now, rather than preemptively, is because there is something that I'm sure I will get a positive response from the audience, which is to say that Baldwin must die. In line with your claims in your own stream, Arwin, about death for your audience members, Baldwin needs to die. If we're going to move forward on the front foot, we can't have Baldwin anymore. The objectionable rumpus-like or rumpus-esque objections to illustrate by way of devil's advocate position that you claim to take, I'm sure many aspects of Baldwin are actually Arwin, we don't need that anymore. We're moving forward on the front foot, and we don't need a devil's advocate to put forth a position that we don't need to constantly readdress when we're walking away from a cult.
Is this the farewell Baldwin episode?
Hey, well, in that case, there's nothing more that I have to do here then, because that's like kind of my thing, you know? So I guess it's goodbye then, Nathan.
If that's how you want to be, but ultimately speaking, the toxicity that I've assessed from...
Well, that's not how I want to be. It's how it is. You literally just made the statement, so...
Yeah, well, this is the facts of the matter, Arwin. Number one, from a YouTube perspective, I can only take my audience into consideration when that is primarily what I'm here for. And as much as you and I have a friendship that is a long-lasting friendship, I can't ignore the disdain from people who are being hurt by your actions.
It's not you, it's me, Arwin.
Well, I mean, no, it's not, it's Arwin.
So it's a goodbye then, eh?
This isn't a goodbye, it's a request to kill off a character called Baldwin, who creates poison and toxicity within the show. And in light of us wanting to move forward on the front foot, there are things that will have to be cut off in order to do that. Now, I'm not suggesting that I cut you off. I've been very supportive of you. However, I'm not going to lie, there's been endless complaints about you. Like daily, multiple daily complaints about you.
So do I. Yeah, it's called spamming troll assholes. I literally get 10 spam mails a day about everything that I do wrong, Nathan.
I'll vote Neil off the island.
Really?
I'll vote Neil off the island first.
It was in the middle of a sentence. You don't have to get a response in the middle of my sentence when I'm not done yet, Nathan.
Go ahead, Darwin.
It's called trolls. They hate me. They're trying to create a rift between us for years, and they're finding new tactics to do it. And they're playing right into you right now, and you're giving in.
Maybe. I mean, occasionally trolls will get the better of me. I've had to recently go into Rachie50's comments and offer an apology and ask for forgiveness with regards to me being quite literally triggered by her lies about things I haven't said. Very annoying. Well, as an overreaction, whoever keeps interrupting, just say, do you want to get something in? Who is that? Jumping over me and Arwin. Come on, who was that? No one wants to admit to it now.
It's Gene.
No, I ain't said nothing. I'm on mute.
No, you then just be quiet, Gene.
Look, right, this is what we do here on Flat Earth Debate. It's not typically the case that I'll do this on a live stream. Sometimes it does have such significant importance that I do want to address it on a live stream. For whatever reason, Arwin, those trolls have got the better of you. Now, I will admit that trolls, in this case Rachie50's, who's become a lying glurf, Did get the better of me to the point where I had to go back to her and apologise and say, please forgive me. There was no need to bring your offspring into this discussion. Excuse me. And there wasn't. She got the better of me. She triggered me. It was successful. By making up stuff I hadn't said, really pissed me off to the point where I wanted to give her both barrels. That's my fault. I have to take ownership of that. Does it make me cringe when I see my own words? But yeah, it does, yeah. Am I preaching what I do? No, I'm not, no. I'm a hypocrite. I have to admit to these things. Take it on the cheek, take it on the chin, whatever you want to call it, and move on. With, obviously, an apology to Rachel, which I've offered her. Now, some people have tried to... I just wanted to bring this to... Falsely, a couple of the complaints have tried to draw a parallel between my behaviour and claim it's on the basis of influence from Arwen. How dare they? I am me. Arwen is Arwen. We may be friends. It doesn't mean that what Arwen's doing on his channel, which is, by the sounds of things, suffering a nervous breakdown when I've gone and had a look today, Arwen. I mean, what's going on?
What do you mean you've gone out and take a look today? What are you talking
You
about?
said you wanted to
great
put a pin in things. I was trying to follow up.
Go ahead, Eli. That's Arwen wants to respond.
Yeah, what are you
Go
talking
ahead,
about? My show was great today.
I've gone back through a few shows, is what I'm saying, Arwen. And
another show where I wasn't feeling right. Wow. Yeah, that happens sometimes. You know that. It's happening for years. I can't stop that from happening.
Well, you be getting the best of by these people? I can't phrasing it any other way, Arwen.
When I feel like shit, yeah, that's right.
First of
they
all,
get the best of me. And then I restore myself and then I move on and have great shows for months and months on end.
Your attitude towards this, because I want to move on. I want to move on the front forward, and while we will deal with this at length, Arwen, because number one, out of concern for you, I know from the reaction people are getting and inferring that I'm being influenced by your poor behaviour when they've got an example of my poor behaviour, which isn't the case. I'm saying your behaviour has become so bad that people literally want to claim that it's leaking into me. I'm responsible for my own bad behaviour. That's the first thing. I want to get that out of the way. There is no link between Arwen's crappy behaviour and my crappy behaviour. And my crappy behaviour, while I'm not trying to justify it by saying has been a lot worse, it has, and I'm trying to clean shop. That's what this is now. Hence, I've put it right at the top of the show. Coincidentally, I had intended to talk to Arwen this morning. I just ended up taking one of my kids to a home education class miles and miles away, which took an hour there, an hour back, and I ran out of time before having a chance to speak to him beforehand. Although I did make sure as soon as I was ready to do this with him, I sent him a message, which he has had. I haven't had a chance to see your replies. I'm sorry, Arwen. This is keeping house clean. We're going to move forward with a squeaky clean impression of we want to move forward on the front foot. We've got a clean house in our wake, unfortunately. This is that. What is the front foot? Let's get that through to the audience, because if I'm dealing with house first, rather than what is the primary moving forward, well, let's move forward with that. Earth is measured flat. I've just been listening to Witsit to a debate a day ago, where his opener to say the end of this conversation is held within the juxtaposition between bloody ether and Einsteinian/Newtonian forces of gravity. That's the end of the debate if you bring up that crazy crackpot argument? No, it bloody isn't. What's the end of the debate? Earth is measured flat. Now, Witsit's last encounter here was Witsit having it put to him that the horizon is absolutely unequivocally used to measure Earth flat. Now, he argued against that point, feeling it wasn't quite good enough. With his lack of comprehension, describing extending planes to the horizon, as opposed to measuring Earth flat with it. Now, moving forward, we know Earth is measured flat. That is the end of the discussion, because Earth is measured flat to claim Earth is a sphere. If, although I'm suggesting you don't do this, you have to juxtapose it with our opponent's religious belief you have walked away from. We don't need to. We don't need to hold up gravity juxtapositions or flat Earth anti-non-curve juxtapositions. Just say it's flat. Just prove it's measured flat. Just tell them it's measured flat, because it is. That's our opener. That's how I want to move forward. And if we've got people who are still pointing out that they have a certain level of disdain from me or the panel, I want to hear it. I hope those of you who have got in touch with me and said, very graciously, I've had to thank everybody who's done this. I don't like the way this is being done, or this behaviour from you or ex-panel member. In each and every instance, I first and foremost thank them, because most people don't do that. They just walk away and won't tell you why. You know why? You might have a chance of actually doing something about it, but that takes a lot of effort on the part of the person that just wants to walk away. Now, I don't want audience members, especially when I've got my YouTube hat on, I don't want audience members to be walking away. I want to grow this audience because the message we have is important. It goes way beyond our personal differences. And if they're getting in the way of that message, we need to deal with that immediately. Right? I was going to just open up with what I'm going to do in terms of the mods, but this has immediately branched out into something bigger than that with Arwin. Fine. It does need to be dealt with. In terms of the moderation of Flat Earth debate, we can't have people with spanners debating. It is just that simple. If you're going to have a spanner, you can't be in a position where you can argue the toss with someone else who's in the chat. Now, that isn't to say that you can't make good points if you have got a spanner. If you're going to get into the wrangle-dangle back and forth for 25 straight minutes with a Glober, only to then time them out and remove all their comments because they can't stop rinsing and repeating for the sake of argument, right? And you need to be a debater / moderator, which is to say certain functionality of your mod status will be removed. That is to say that the ability to time out will be removed, but your ability to share links and certain panel admin functions will retain. So therefore, people who do want to get into the wrangle-dangle back and forth can do that. But the people who don't actually chat that much, but can do a good job of moderating, then they can moderate. Go ahead.
So to make it clear, because I kind of, being in these conversations so long, uh, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but I kind of feel like the argument would become, well, no, actually, someone, which was me, the was it Friday or Thursday when we had the show when we were in Earth Awakenings, somebody asked, well, what is the contention with the argument about elevation angles, or was it about the horizon being whatever it was. The bottom line is, whatever rebuttal anyone anywhere has to say critiquing Nathan or anything else, remember that his main point is we just want to lead on the foot of it's measured flat. That's all we want to do. If other people, I, and we would criticize people who would want to do otherwise, because just give us a good argument as to why you should be talking about anything else from jump. That's it.
It is that simple. Good summary.
Secondly, lastly, thing about losing it to these people and getting out of going into bad energy. The thing about that is we could actually capitalize off of that, because instead of letting it be a waste and letting them spin our behavior to continue with their lies and distractions, we should just be doing what we've been doing for the last 6-7 months with these videos. Like someone claims that our position is X, and instead of getting all triggered, we just go, isn't that funny that they said that this is my position, but here's my position right here? And then you play whatever video they were critiquing, and you just expose them for being liars, and you move on. You don't really have to do much but get a nice soundbite from someone
Absolutely.
who's
This is real progress. I love it, Eli. The other thing is, Eli, a couple of people, they're not critiquing you directly in this, but their question is in some of the back office Skype chat rooms and such like. I'm not going to include Discord in that because I'm not a big participant. I'm just got to be honest. But they're being asked for various different bits of input. They're not seeing input from us, back offices. And some of the critique was to say, if you want us to give you input, if you're going to lead us you've got to also sort of start the ball rolling and come up with suggestions. So with that in mind, because that was something that was recently discussed with somebody critiquing the show, I actually feel the reason these critiques are coming, the reason people are moaning, is because there's been positive resurgence for flat Earth debate. Now, that might sound weird. Hold on, why are people moaning if you're saying there's been a positive resurgence? For the reasons I gave earlier, if people just want to walk away, they'll just walk away. Whereas people aren't doing that. They're going, I want to walk away, but for the fact that you do this, I probably would walk away. And I am going to. And I've gone, okay. So if I corrected that, you'd be happy. Yeah. Okay. I'll endeavour to correct it. I might not win, but you'll see that I am proactively, number one, listening. Number two, taking what you say seriously. And number three, actively doing something about it. Can't promise results. I'm not God, right? But by the same token, I can endeavour to change things. Now, if they're crap from the past that needs tidying up, no worries, I can do that. Especially when I see that there's a primary concern that we can move forward with. And Eli summarised that in his first point perfectly as well. This isn't that complicated. My wife, after listening to a few shows over the last week, has gone, basically, what this boils down to is you telling flat earthers to tell people Earth's flat then. I'm like, yeah, basically, it isn't really that complicated. Now, you might think, well, isn't that what we're all doing anyway? No, we're not. In the case of what we were listening to in the pre-show, I don't know if we'll go through this on the live show. This is too good a discussion to interrupt with a video critique of Witsit when he's just literally given me some allegiance, admittedly with some pushback, which I've just published, and also highlighted how he'd had a change of heart halfway through, saying you can't just look at the horizon and no Earth's flat, end quote, Witsit. So Witsit from me. Next time you look at the horizon, you'll say we're measuring Earth flat with it. Witsit, yeah, it's a good argument, this, yeah. Yeah, good. So we've educated Witsit that the horizon is used to measure Earth flat. And he understands that. But the whole point of me getting him to understand it wasn't to have the debate about whether or not the horizon actually is being used by both parties to establish a horizontal plane of reference. It is. It's a fact. What I wanted to get across to Witsit is we don't start the debate as is done literally yesterday on Modern Day Debate by saying, let's juxtapose Einsteinian / pseudo-Riemannian gravity / Newton / Cavendish gravity with ether. Because that'll end the argument. That's literally what he started this discussion with. I will juxtapose my gravity with their gravity because that's going to end this debate. No, it won't. Measuring Earth flat ends the debate. There is no ifs, buts, or maybes about that. It's a fact that we measure it flat, and a fact that measuring it flat ends the argument. That should be our opener. That was my point. It didn't obviously sink in when he came here, because all he wanted to do was argue about whether or not the horizon proves Earth's flat, which it does.
So let's talk tactics. So okay, like obviously our position is to move forward with the opener that it's measured flat. Let's say someone tries to reposition and get us to talk about, for example, gravity. Now, if anyone's heard QE's live over the weekend and you listen just to his opener in that video, the people who are the proponents of gravity are actually contradicting themselves. So instead of me fighting you, I can just show people you contradicting yourself and move on with my premise that the Earth is measured flat.
Yes, number one, let's just agree with you, but you've just put this on the opposite end of the extreme. So my train of thought for doing this, moving forward on the front foot, saying Earth's flat as an opener, is because of my journey through this subject. What has my journey consisted of? Learning more and more and more about how the sphere Earth doesn't work. So, by comparison, I'm a Scientologist who's left the Scientology cult, been excommunicated, and then the way forward is to learn more about Scientology so that I can debate with people in the cult who are still in there who definitely don't want to relinquish their faith in Scientology. But if I was to come up against them, I'd definitely be needing a good knowledge of Scientology to do so. Okay, now with that in mind, that is to say that you aren't necessarily the kind of person that comes to a discussion like this and wants to go into debate about it. Likewise, when I've gone and listened to debates about feminism, I am not going to enter into a debate about feminism because I'll probably not do very well, nor do I have any stakes in it or care. Beyond a knowledge that I am not going to try and portray here when comparing it to a flat earth. What I do know when it comes to arguing about flat earth, based on a different path that I did not take, someone current comes to this discussion and finds themselves confronted with, it's the discussion about earth being measured flat, first and foremost. Don't get me wrong, when I first got here and realised Earth's flat and started to believe in the concepts of flat Earth based on how heliocentrism didn't work, I was never armed with a silver bullet of how Earth's measured flat. Now we've got that silver bullet. I don't need necessarily, unless I want to debate it, as in the example that was just given, know all about heliocentrism. Don't need that. But it's far more effective for me going forward if I know Earth's measured flat immediately when I get to this subject. What's all this flat Earth stuff about? Let's have a look. Well, these are all anti-flat Earth videos, says nobody who's non-appreciative of the propaganda they get forced on when they search this subject. But let's say they eventually, 200 pages down, find me. They open up the page, and the first thing that we're talking about is how Earth is measured flat. And instances of how it's measured flat. And then a fundy comes in and says, yeah, but it's only because it's so big. They go, what? So it's so big you measure it flat. So we measure it flat. Yeah? Now, don't get me wrong. Most people who come away from that discussion won't be armed to the teeth with globe debunking should a fundy on the globe. And Witz's argument, well, that's everybody. No, it isn't. People don't give a toss until it comes up, and then they start looking into it. Cursory glance at the subject. Well, if they have that, they need to come here and find out Earth's flat if they come here.
Am I crazy for saying that actually Eric DeBay was on the right track? Because he got everyone questioning the globe by showing people aspects of reality we've never thought about. Which is basically what we're doing, except without all of the there's an ice ring and there's this and that and the third. We're just like, oh, look at how all of these mariners use sextants and elevation angles and things like that. And it begins an argument from the opposition where they want to pull us back into their rhetoric and argue from within it when we're just exposing how things actually are. I think Eric DeBay was kind of trying to think that's where he was at, because he came into the land of the earth is flat. Most people today come into the land of here's why it's not flat.
I don't know. Eric DeBay's a bit of an enigma to me. I've come full circle with him in terms of my attitude, but he's part of the path that I'm trying to repave, if you will. It's not to say I want to criticise anything that's been done in the past. The path is what it is, and it is the past. Now, in our immediate future, us as a group may have some collective housekeeping to do amongst ourselves in terms of our attitudes, our opinions, our behaviour. But the message moving forward is the change, isn't it? How Earth is not a sphere is how you must approach this 10 years ago. How we did approach this 10 years ago, because we're all stuck in a paradigm 10 years ago. To have your cognition shifted in a way that lets you open yourself up to new questions of paradigms is what we got to find ourselves here. And where is here? Knowing Earth's measured flat. Now, I'm saying that I just think it would be more effective if positive, or if you're a glober, contrapositive to your assertion that Earth's a sphere, started off with pointing out it's measured flat. That's pretty effective. Is there anything else we wanted to cover other than when did NASA turn gay and transgender? Because that might end up getting me a copyright strike or something.
And Muslim.
Guidelines. Mr. Cheswick, who's right on the edge of controversy and often over it. So, no offence, Mr. Cheswick. I'm going to share your video because I like you, and I hope you do well in this subject. And you often have me chuckling in spite of some of the things you do being a little bit vulgar. But there we go. You amuse me greatly, and I'm going to share your video, but I'm not going to play it. Because I just don't want to risk it. But there's a link going by to Mr. Cheswick's video. When did NASA turn gay and transgender? I didn't know that they had. I don't suggest that they are, but I'm sure the video is very funny. Thank you, Mr. Cheswick. And thank you, Divergent Droid, for sharing it. Anything else that we'd rather cover? No offence to Witsit, right? I don't necessarily want to get on his coattails. And I said this in the pre-show. It's been a couple of... Go on, whoever. When someone's opened their mic, just go with it. 1 in G+, you know who you are. I'll try that again. I don't want to get on his coattails. I'm not going to be unreasonable and say, look, Witsit, 3 days ago I told you we need to lead with flat earth on the front foot and tell him it's measurement. Short of giving the guy a script and expecting him to adhere to it, I can't expect him to immediately alter his entire attitude towards debating this subject. However, what I can do is listen to what he's done subsequent to our conversation and say, right, the reason for contention between me and Witsit in what turned out to be a debate about the horizon wasn't my aim. My aim was to say the juxtaposition between globe Earth and flat Earth isn't necessary 10 years into the subject when we know it's measured flat. Ergo, our leading position should be taken as follows. Earth is measured flat. That's your opener. Because if people hear that from a flat earther, it's very, very powerful. Now, what Witsit did in this discussion, and I've discussed it in the pre-show, you can go back and listen if you're a member, or it'll come out in a few days on my second channel if you're not a member. But the critique is just, as I've just described, all I'm trying to get across to him isn't any particular debating points about ether or the horizon or anything else that we could argue all day about as flat earthers. And that's wonderful, because then internal discussion about flat earth, that's the best kind of discussion there is. You know, keeping us all sharp rather than arguing about the bloody globe all day. 10 years after we've walked away from it. That critique can only be made more pertinent to Witsit if he hears me saying, I don't want to argue with you, Witsit. I don't want to have a disagreement because we're both alphas. Who cares? When the argument is far more strong than both of our personalities. Our personalities lead us to argue. Fine. That's just how we will accept it. I have nothing against Witsit personally, and I'm sure the same is true in response. Which is to say, if I was to meet Witsit tomorrow, we'd be shaking hands and hugging and having a beer together, undoubtedly. My point being that doesn't stop the fact that over the bar we'd end up having a row about ether and then doing the same thing the following night, if you know what I mean. My point being there's no love loss between us. Right, that's how it should be. And a few people have mistook that for us, quote unquote, working together when I had to educate Witsit about the horizon being used to measure Earth flat, which he disagreed with. Fine, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make him lesser of a man or less of a good debater or anything like that. It isn't my point. You know, I don't want to win an argument about the horizon proving Earth flat. I know already it is used to measure Earth flat. I don't, you know, one-upping Witsit on him and his knowledge isn't relevant. Leading with Earth being measured flat when Witsit's current description is they being the globe heads, treat Earth as flat. Then they go on to just say it's a sphere. Well, no, they don't treat Earth as flat. We don't need to mention they. We measure Earth flat.
What do you want?
Who's off mute? Go ahead, whoever it is. Eli, go ahead. Or is it Bev? One of you wants to get something. You're both off mute. Which one is it?
It's not me.
Nobody
I'm on mute at this end.
I didn't think it was you, Bev. I think it's Eli. I think he's hot micing. Eli, can you hear us?
No? Oh, I'm off the phone.
Yeah, you are, yeah. Hello, Bev, by the way. I only noticed you because I'm looking up to see who's interrupting me. Hello.
I think it's interesting, but I don't want to interrupt your
I'm done.
Are you?
You're not. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well then, I've been discussing this thing with people. Obviously, at first I thought you coming up with the hashtag Earth is measured flat was ridiculous, but then after a bit of thinking about it, I think it's genius.
And
Well, have you ever heard of a modus ponens?
And it's Christmas again. That's what.
modus ponens.
What's up, my
If A,
friend?
then B, A, therefore B. Yeah, what about it?
No, a modus ponens is a way to. Somebody told me it's a way to validate affirming the consequent.
The consequence of fallacy.
Yeah, I know, but a modus ponens is a way to validate it. I was told this morning, right? Now, this is the way I think that you're measuring the earth flat is genius. Because you just mean a straight line, right?
I just want to know what fallacy. You said modus ponens.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he means modus ponens.
I know he means
No, I don't.
modus
No.
By the way, I was listening
I
to
do
you
not.
today, Bev. Good job.
Stop.
with what
I
you
do
said.
not mean
we don't
a
know
modus
this fallacy.
ponens.
Don't disagree with him. Hello. Don't disagree with him if you don't know that what he said. I heard what he said. It wasn't modus ponens. That's not what he said. That doesn't mean that he's wrong. He might be talking about something else. If I'm ignorant of this fallacy, then we may get educated by Bev here. Let's have some humility. I didn't mishear him, and I don't think you did mean modus ponens, which I defined, and you said wrong.
Yeah.
Now I'm listening to you, Bev. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I was listening to him this morning. Hold on. I was listening to him this morning on 24/7. Now give him an opening.
Just did. You stopped it. Go ahead, Bev.
Okay.
Sorry.
A modus ponens. There was a video done by a guy called Bob the Science Guy called Flat Earth Logic. Right? I think it's pretty hard to find right now, but some people might still have it, right? And there's some clips of it. I can give you them. Can you see in the main text chat on Discord? Or can you get somebody to send you that through to wherever you can actually see it? Because I've got some clips that you know will help make this a little bit clearer, right? So first off, you need a false dichotomy. So let's put that out the way, right? We've got a false dichotomy. Then you get Bob, the science guy, to make this modus ponens, right? Now the modus ponens, as stated in the it's in the main text chat. So hopefully somebody can get to see it. But I mean, I'll read it out. And then I'll get you the clip of Bob showing it, right? So it says, if and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, then the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance, Q. And then he says, the shortest distance between any 2 points on the Earth is a great circle distance, obviously, affirming Q. So this is an argument that Bob the Science Guy uses quite a lot, and he names it. It's a modus ponens. It's an example.
No, it's not. It's affirming the consequent.
No,
it's affirming the consequent from a logical fallacy.
Because you're thinking it's a modus ponens, but it isn't. This is a modus ponens that Bob's made. And like somebody said to me today...
Okay, what's the logical... No worries. What's the logical form of modus ponens?
Affirming Q.
Affirming the consequent?
Yeah.
Want to just give me the logical form?
Yeah, it's affirming Q.
What's the logical form in full?
Like there you can see it. It's the argument. That's exactly the argument that Bob made.
Do you want to lay it out in the logical form then?
Well, you can't do that because then you'll hear a modus ponens, but this isn't a modus ponens.
Bev, to give you one last chance, third time's a charm. You say this is a fallacy called modus ponens. Hey, please lay out logical consistency of modus ponens, please. Third time's a charm.
You get Bob to do it. It's Bob's
you're
argument.
Here. Sorry, Bob.
Yes.
Is your name Bob? Sorry, is your name Bob?
No, this is Bob.
Why would
the
it be asking
science
Bob? You're
guy's
the one who's
argument.
put this to me. Oh, it's my bad. Ev's failed and he's asked to make this example with a logical consistency.
No.
Now he's blaming Bob.
No.
Excuse me, I'm in the middle of taking apart your nonsense.
Yeah,
Bev.
but if you let
you
me
mind
finish,
shutting up now.
Nathan.
You can't. I have let you finish.
Well,
I
I've
asked
not,
you
because
to
no, because
provide
that's not the
form and
finish
you
of the
didn't.
argument, is it?
I can't follow the argument unless I know the form.
Oh. Well, Bob says that you can
Don't care what
falsify
Bob
this.
said. I'm talking to you.
With the
Stop
modus
talking to Bob.
tollens.
Bob's not here. This is outrageous. I've got to mute you unless you stop talking about Bob. He's not here. You are. You need to take ownership, you coward. You made this crappy argument, and you can't even give me the logical form for it, can you, Bev?
It can be falsified with the modus tollens.
Don't tell me what can be falsified. I'm going to have to mute you unless you acknowledge that you're here making this, not Bob. And when I asked what's the form of your logic you claim, you don't know and blame Bob for it, you coward. Take ownership of your failure.
Wow. Is this you going forward, Nathan?
You don't know the logical consistency of this argument you, not Bob, are putting to me then. You just don't know your own logical form you're claiming proves something. Complete bonehead.
Yeah, this is
No,
Bob's
you
modus
don't.
tollens.
That was rhetorical, Bev. Don't
can
you know
be.
when something's being pointed out to you rhetorically? You'll need to babble through me. You don't know that your own form, it hasn't even been presented. You think you're going to go on with the example? Now I'll need to follow the logical consistency you haven't given me yet, you stupid idiot.
It can be falsified with
Anything
the modus
else, Bev?
tollens.
Any other
By showing
non-complete, non-logically
a straight
presented
line. You could measure a straight line
Right,
as
Bev.
being the shortest distance.
Bev, can you give me the logical form for this, please? Give me the logical form so I can follow it, like if A, then B, not A, then not B, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Give me that.
If you look in the main text chat, I don't know if anybody can help you. It's actually wrote out.
No, you already knew I couldn't.
It's
Can
wrote
you
out.
give it me? We're talking. We're having a conversation. You just tell me verbally when I've asked 5 times. This is the 5th time. Give me the logical form.
Modus
logical
tollens.
form.
Confirm Q.
Can't, Bev.
Affirming
You don't need to keep wittering.
P.
Bev. 113 people who know after the 6th attempt of asking for a logical consistency that you haven't offered in its logical form because you don't know it, that you have failed miserably. You want to just give up now, Bev, or have some humility, be a man and admit you don't know this logical form and can't present it as an argument with logical consistency because you don't know the logical form. 6 times. What a complete coward. Take some ownership of your failure, Bev.
It's in the meme.
Be a man.
In the main text chat, Nathan.
Oh, brilliant. Read it out.
It
Brilliant.
says,
Read out the logical form
Bob
part
the
of it for me.
Science Guys, modus tollens. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, then the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance. Modus tollens. Confirm Q, affirming P. The shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle, affirming Q.
Heard it the first time.
Therefore, Earth is a sphere, affirming P. Bob goes over it. He also then says he challenges flat earthers, Nathan.
Bev, I heard.
To give a modus tollens for that.
Thank you, Bev. Thank you, Bev. Thank you. Yeah, I heard the first time. When you said it the first time, I said that's an affirming. You're done, Bev. You blabber your way through the response a few times. Go on, get it all out, son.
He then offers flat earthers a chance to do a modus tollens to his modus tollens by measuring a shortest distance between any 2 points as being a straight line. You can then falsify. You can then falsify Bob's argument by measuring the Earth flat, i.e., a straight line.
You're done now.
Yeah.
Is there any more?
Do you want to hear Bob saying his argument that you can rebut?
Yeah, I can. I did. I'll do it again, hopefully without interruption. It's not a modus tollens. It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Yeah, which is what I got told this morning. The modus tollens, because Bob says it, is a way of validating and affirming the consequent.
Oh, you don't validate a fallacy. It's a fallacy.
I know that.
You're obviously very stupid.
Yeah.
I haven't finished talking, Bev. I asked if you were done, then I waited for a pause. Now I'm talking. You don't need to interrupt. Thank you. No, you're just very stupid, Bev. What someone has told you is that you can affirm the consequent and then validate that fallacy. That's what you've just told us. That is utterly absurd, totally
what I'm
ludicrous,
telling
and
you,
incorrect.
Nathan, what I'm
And
telling
I'm
you
still
is
in the
you
middle of
can-
telling you how
you
stupid
can
you are, Bev. You
apply
don't have
a
to interrupt
modus
me just because you're
tollens
not
to
a man
falsify it.
and accept that the logical form you offered is a logical inconsistency, aka fallacy.
Bob
It doesn't have
tells
logical
you
form.
how to
It's a logical
falsify
fallacy.
it.
Same fallacy I've pointed out to you twice. All you've got to do is what? Chant through me?
Bob
That's gonna
offers
somehow
up
win
a
something?
fallacy, but then he tells
Right.
you how to falsify
It's a fallacy.
it.
He offers up a fallacy. Yeah, I'm done. I've heard this, Bev. You don't need to chant through me that he's offered up a fallacy. He did offer up a fallacy. He's renamed it modus ponens, and you've swallowed that you can affirm the consequent and then validate that which you have offered up
You
with
could
fallacy.
offer up a modus tollens to falsify it.
No, it's an affirming the consequent form, a logical fallacy.
Yes, but
It's not a modus ponens, something that's been invented by a bonehead and you've fallen victim
modus
to.
tollens
Then when asked to present the
this
actual logical
statement.
form, you couldn't. You presented his argument
Strange you
3
can't see it,
times,
Nathan.
which I've pointed out now for the 3rd time is an affirming the consequent and not some made-up logical consistency that validates an illogical argument. It doesn't work like that, Bev. You just don't understand logic.
I think what Ben's talking about is the affirming of the consequent when it fails, it becomes a modus tollens.
No, you can offer him a modus tollens by saying, but the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Look, here, I'm measuring it. It's a meter. That's a straight line, Bob.
This is fascinating stuff, you know. Meanwhile, I mean, I know you started this off by complimenting my positioning with regards to moving forward on the front foot. We do actually measure Earth flat, though, Bev.
Can measure
None
a
of this is
meter
really
and
consequential.
disprove
You're
Bob.
affirming the consequent offered up with a claim that it's a different type of logical
dichotomy.
consistency.
Yeah, apply
Doesn't
a
alter
false
the fact that
dichotomy
Earth
to
is
it.
in
It's
reality
flat.
measured flat.
Yeah.
By you, by me, by
You
everybody.
disprove Bob.
That's how Earth is actually dealt with.
By measuring a
Bev,
straight
you're going to
line.
have to try and contain yourself while I'm talking. I don't think you appreciate that while I'm talking, there's a gate in place and you don't get to rumpus through me while I'm in the middle of my sentence. I have to wait for a gap, otherwise the gate won't open. You're just causing nobody in Discord to hear what I'm saying. Thank you. The interruptions would be pleased if you didn't do them constantly. This is your opportunity to talk, Bev.
Okay, well, I've been talking to the guys over at 24/7 on the politics channel this morning for a few hours. And none of the flat earthers seem to want to take this on either. The shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line.
Sorry, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. The argument's void. Do you think that by ignoring my 5 renditions of this being an affirming the consequent fallacy, somehow we need to answer the fallacy? No. If begging the question fallacy, then non sequitur. Non sequitur, therefore begging the question fallacy. No.
No, you
not
can...
understand this.
Do you not know what a modus
I'm still
tollens
talking,
is?
Bev. I'm still talking, Bev.
Bob does offer it up.
Yeah? Middle of my sentence, yeah, you're not going to be interrupting.
It'd be a hard job.
No, Bev, you need to go away and learn how fallacies work because you're just clearly ignorant of them. You've fallen victim to one.
Get
You've just
somebody
been told
to give
that
you
a
the
fallacy
clip that's in the
works.
chat.
Therefore, we need to answer the fallacy. You're here to what? Pedal that I need to answer is if begging the question sphere, then straight line, non sequitur, straight line, therefore sphere. I don't have to do that, my friend. I just point out it's a fallacy. It makes the argument void because it's a fallacy. I'm not going to rename it because I'm a Dumbo.
It's a false dichotomy modus tollens that's needed. And
needed for what? Moving Earth's flat? No, we just need a measurement.
Yeah, for
to prove
helping
Earth's
you
flat.
to measure the Earth as being flat.
Eli, again. Please go on mute. You're ruining my audio. Eli, mute, please. We just need to prove Earth's measured flat, and we can. Everybody does. That's how Earth's measured. All the maps and models and grid systems that we use to navigate it, they're all measured flat. The systems that are in place to navigate it are flat. Measured flat. That's what I'd go with. None of this boring non sequitur
you don't want
about fallacies and whether or not we should answer to them. Or constant interruptions from Bev whenever he gets triggered about how stupid he is. You know, those constant interruptions will still come from Bev.
No, I'm just trying to sell a false dichotomy modus tollens.
Fascinating. I'm just trying to sell the fact we measure it flat because it's a fact.
Yeah, I'm trying to sell it to you as a way for you to validate your measuring it flat. It's just measuring it straight.
don't need to measure. You don't need to validate a measurement. It's a measurement.
Mm-hmm.
Don't measure something 3 inches long and then say, how am I going to validate this measurement? I measured it. It's 3 inches. I measured it. Well, God, are you going to validate that measurement? I don't need to. It's a measurement of Earth flat.
No, you have to do it as straight line.
Yes. Flat, straight, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Bob says it's a great circle distance. You just have to measure it as straight.
That's right. With a fallacy that we've gone through 6 times. Yeah, we know he does. You told us 6 times. Anything else? Ever, or is it just this thing 7 more times?
The straight lines, the modus tollens.
This is going to come 7 more times, isn't it, Bev? This is going to come a lot more times, even though I've pointed out it's fallacy. Yeah? Go away and learn fallacies. Anything else? Talking while I'm talking.
Is Bev implying that rise over run is fallacious?
Maybe ask him.
A vertical distance measurement and a horizontal distance measurement, both being straight line. Shortest distance between those 2 points would be a straight line, right?
Excellent. So you know we prove Earth flat too then. Excellent.
Yeah, I've been telling Bob it's a modus tollens.
Why you keep going on about Bob? Bob's not here. We're not talking to Bob. We're talking to you. We're talking about rise over run. We're talking about horizontal. We're talking about Earth. We're talking about measuring Earth. We're talking about Earth being measured flat. And while I say that we're talking about Earth measured flat, I notice a line open and a little interruption there, Bev. Is this painful?
With the false dichotomy, modus tollens, you can literally measure the Earth as flat,
well, I point out
as being a straight line.
Flat. That's how Earth is dealt with.
This works for vertical measurements too, this one.
Vertical and horizontal, like we measured the Earth, right?
Straight lines, yeah. Shortest distance between 2 points.
Because Earth's measured flat. Oh, yeah, we know Earth's measured flat, Bev. We know already. Thanks.
Now you know.
Now you know.
Only with the false dichotomy modus tollens and Bob's argument.
No, not with an affirming the consequent, Bev. No, with a measurement, Bev.
Yeah, but a vertical measurement would prove that
a
it's not
horizontal
flat.
measurement of the horizontal plane that we reference.
The straight line.
That's a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, but the vertical
why you're talking
measurement.
about vertical when we're talking about how Earth is flat and we measure it flat. Maybe the interruptions to me pointing out that you taking us to the vertical. What with respect to the horizontal, that's also horizontal. That's how we measure Earth. Not needing to validate that measurement because it's a measurement. We're measuring it flat. Earth, that is.
On
measured
the vertical
flat, as you
datum,
well know.
Nathan.
Don't you, Bev? You also appreciate how Earth's measured flat, but you like to tell people that
measured on the
measurement's actually a false dichotomy offered by Bob. I'm afraid not, Bev. This is a very, very weak position you're taking.
It's measured on the vertical datum, Nathan.
That flat Earth that we're travelling up to when we walk across the ground is measured on a vertical datum.
It's not flat, but if you use a false dichotomy modus tollens, you can get away with it.
It is that horizontal plane of reference which we are walking on. That would be the flat Earth that we dwell atop.
Atop?
Does he think run is measured on the vertical datum?
No, rise. The rise is measured on the vertical datum.
Is measured
Bev only likes to have a conversation when he's talking through the middle of your claim. He doesn't like to hear the claim. I mean, he thinks that we need to hear the fallacy 6 times.
He was asking me if I thought something,
through the rebuttal
and I
like he's doing
him.
now. He thinks that that's a successful debating tactic, to just talk through anything that's put to him.
Definitely wrong.
And then repeat that which he's talked through, because he hasn't listened to any responses, 5 times. While you're putting him the fact that it's rise over run, he's going to just concentrate on the rise bit, because Earth's measured flat with the run bit. Right, Bev?
Earth is measured on the vertical datum. I've done it myself. Elevation changes.
With respect to a horizontal plane of reference?
With respect to a mean established on the vertical datum.
Horizontal plane of reference, that would be, right?
No, it's just a vertical datum. It's a point on a vertical datum, Nathan. A mean.
Sea level, not a horizontal plane of reference, according to you.
It goes up and down on the vertical datum, Nathan.
He doesn't
That's
need to be
how
saying
it's
no.
measured. It's measured on the vertical datum. And
I know,
they
if we
get a
just ignore the
mean
horizontal plane of reference
on
completely,
the
we can only
vertical
focus on
datum.
that which is with respect to the horizontal plane of reference, and that's the vertical. Yeah, we know. But the two are intrinsically linked, Bev. Oh, no response? Yeah, the two are intrinsically linked, horizontal and the vertical, and that's how we're measuring Earth.
Yeah, you measure elevation changes on the vertical datum. That makes it
respect to
not
what?
flat, Nathan.
Not flat with respect to what?
With respect to something that is flat.
And what's that? So you can say how flat Earth isn't because you can reference how flat the horizontal plane
Because
of
you can
reference
measure
is.
it, not
with
flat.
respect, my bad.
Dead
In the
easy.
middle of my rebuttal, Bev needs to go through the same claim again, so he doesn't hear the rebuttal. This tactic work on your own show in your own echo chamber, there, Bev. Where someone puts a rebuttal to you, and you just repeat the claim straight through the top of the rebuttal. Earth's measured flat, Bev. That horizontal plane of reference. Now you can describe all day how you've got datum, right? But on the horizontal, that's the Earth we're actually talking about. Now you're going to only refer to the heights with respect to that horizontal. So the average horizontal at 0 is how you'll describe how much it deviates from that plane of reference at 0. How high or low the Earth is compared to an overall average at 0. So overall average at 0 is how high or low Earth is measured with respect to how flat it is overall at 0. 0's the same everywhere. Oh, no response. Yep, that's right. 0's everywhere.
It's
Earth's
a
flat
point
everywhere. And we can reference how
on a
high or low
vertical
various bits of
datum.
Earth are with respect to that 0 point.
A point.
You're going to reference everywhere. What's that? You say it's a mean average taken from the sea level? Yeah, a mean average of how flat it is everywhere, all over Earth when we measure Earth flat. That's
no,
right.
No, it's just a mean of how where the tide goes up and down.
What's that called?
It's called the sea level. The sea level goes up and down.
Sea level, yeah, that's right. We measure with respect to the sea level,
datum.
level being level, having no part higher or lower than the other. That's right. So, as an average, when we reference how high or low when you object with the vertical datum things are, with respect to level, having no part higher or lower than the other, and that is respect to everywhere on Earth. All of it. How high or low
No,
with
it's just
respect
a 1 point in Newland
that is
in
not
the UK.
deviating up or down. At 0, or everywhere, always on Earth. Earth is measured flat.
It's just 1 point at Newland, down south.
1 point, sea level, 1 point, is it, Dumbo?
Mean.
Sea level, that's just 1 point.
The mean
That was me
is
thinking
a
that sea meant quite a lot of stuff.
Nathan.
The average of 1 point, you feel, do you complete clown? No, Bev. Sea level's not a single point. We had one of your numpties in the other day who said the same stupid garbage. No, Bev.
The mean
sea level
is a point
definitely
on the
doesn't mean a
vertical
single
datum.
point with respect to your vertical datum. It's sea level. Are you stupid?
Is this you going
Are
forward,
you
Nathan?
stupid is the question. Do you think sea level's a single point?
Sea level goes up and down, Nathan. It's
Right,
measured at 1
point. Sea level, single point goes up and down.
Newland.
One single point, one dot in the known existence goes up and down, right, Dumbo? No, Dumbo, it's rhetorical. No answer needed from Bev the Dumbo when we measure how level. That's how much the sea. It's not 1 point, Dumbo. And how level it is. That's having no part higher or lower than the other. And how we can respect your objections with heights of things with respect to sea level. Across the whole world. The whole world's going to be referenced in terms of your heights that you use to object to flat Earth. With how
No, just
much
each
it's
one
high
has
or
their
low
own
with respect
reference
to level.
datum, Nathan.
And level is having no part higher or lower than the other. Earth is measured flat. They speak.
When is sea level up and down?
Not
I thought
you.
It was plumb.
Sea level goes up and down. As the mean is the average taken at a point, 1 point, and it's different.
How do you get an average? How do you get an average? How do you get an average for 1 point?
It goes up and down. You take readings.
How do you get
every
an average?
15 minutes, 365 days a year for, I think, 6 or 7 years. And then they take an average of all of those readings to establish
all of those readings. Sorry, are all of those, when you
point.
say all of those, when you say all of those readings, are they all of those single point?
All of those readings, yes. Every 15 minutes.
All of those single point singular, or sorry, readings or single point. I'm a bit confused.
Readings, Nathan. Every 15 minutes.
Single point, you say. A single point?
Okay, go on. Can you see?
Sorry, so I'm just a bit confused with the plural and singular thing. Single point being your argument, it's a single point on a vertical
The
datum.
mean is,
my
yes.
argument being sea level is not one single point.
The mean is a point.
Level as a description being having no part higher or lower than the other, which means multiple points being described when you say the word level. For C, level. Level can't be described as a single point because you're describing how lots of points are not higher or lower than the other, ergo not a single point that's going up and down. Lots of points, C, and it's level, Bev. You're saying the average of all of it and how all of it having no part higher or lower than the other across multiple points goes up and down. It does. Then we take the average to see how the average of the sea level gives us a respectful flat Earth reference on average, because we're using the sea level. Level meaning no part higher or lower than the other, inferring that it's not a single point. I think I've pretty consistently ripped your own arsehole through your throat here, Bev. Anything else?
Can I read you the thing about the UK fundamental benchmark?
No, I'd prefer you just acknowledge that having no part higher or lower than the other would infer not single point. Do you understand yet or no?
You might learn a bit about the
Sorry, you're just going to add
level.
on me telling me what I might learn about when I've just rebutted your single point argument when we're talking about sea level. Level means having no part higher or lower than the other. That means parts of it, that's not a single point, Bev. I'd like an acknowledgement of how wrong you are, how stupid you are, and how your argument that's been annihilated by multiple of your dumb followers who come here is that sea level's a single point. Because you describe it with respect to a vertical datum. But in reality, sea level as a description of level, having no part higher or lower than the other, immediately annihilating your single point height, Bev.
Can I read this then?
You could acknowledge that sea level's not a single point,
of
because to have a level means you've got no part of it, that's not a single point, higher or lower than the other. If it's a single point, you're not going to describe a single point as anything with respect to how other parts of it aren't higher or lower than it, because a single point can't be described as level, singular. You are wrong. I'd like you to acknowledge that rather than being the same coward you were earlier when you couldn't give us the logical form you didn't know because you're stupid. Could acknowledge that a single point, as per your argument, isn't going to give you a description of sea level, and level is no part higher or lower than the other, not conducive with a single point as your argument stands on a vertical datum. That's 4 times I've reiterated it. Let's see if the coward tries to move on to a different subject or acknowledges that his single point argument has been annihilated. Let's see how he does. Go ahead, Bev, you may speak.
The Tidal Observatory was established to determine the mean sea level that is the starting point for levelling in the UK. This brass bolt is the benchmark for the whole of the United Kingdom. That is, all heights are referenced to this point. The height of the benchmark was established over a 6-year period from 1915 to 1921, when visual observations of the water level on a tide staff were made every 15 minutes, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. From the data collected over this period, mean sea level was found, and this vertical level transferred to the head of the bolt.
Sea level. Oh, Bev's constantly barking through me taking apart his garbage.
You gave me a chance to speak, Nathan, and then talked all over me, I believe.
Yeah, you've taken a proof of Earth being flat to infer that what? Sea level is a single point.
I was just telling you about the mean sea level and how it was established.
They give you a single point to work with after they've taken all of the averages. That's what they've done.
Uh-huh.
If there's more than 1 point, then there's not 1 point. You're comparing that 1 point to everything else. So Never 1 point, 2 points then.
Yeah, the end
2
result
points
of
makes
taking
you
averages is a single point that they can reference as a 0 on a vertical
this
datum.
brass bolt
Yeah,
is the
meaning that all
benchmark
of
for the whole of the
UK
United
in this
Kingdom.
example
That
is
is,
being referenced to a single
all
point on a
heights are
vertical
referenced
datum.
to
That means the whole
that
of the UK
point.
is flat by
Pointed
reference.
to that point.
And you can describe on that reference how high or low it is compared to that single point.
On the vertical
So
datum,
Earth's
yeah.
being measured and referenced as flat.
Not flat.
Tell us how high or low stuff is.
It's on the vertical
That's what's actually
datum.
happening.
That's not flat.
Bev's just chanted through every single word I just said.
Right. The point is that
Talking to Bev, Arwin, second time. Bev's just chanted through everything I responded into. Earth's being measured flat then.
No, Earth is not measured flat, Nathan. Unless you have a false dichotomy modus tollens that Bob set up for you. I take it.
Right. False dichotomy fallacies aren't the response to this. You're saying that as a base of an average, you can reference how high or low the whole of the UK is with respect to a single point. That means how high or low things are in the UK is referenced to one single horizontal plane of reference after those averages have been taken.
Yeah,
That means the UK is being measured flat.
You literally measure a change on the vertical datum, Nathan. That's literally not flat.
No, the change in vertical datum for the elevation and topology is with respect to a single point. It's the whole of the land. So for the whole of the land in the UK, you'll say how high or low it is with respect to a single point.
But it's literally
Therefore,
measured.
How high or low? There's the interruption again, Bev.
Yeah.
Open the line, find out what the interruption is.
It's literally measured.
Oh, you're just going to carry on with the interruption, not acknowledge that you're a total idiot interrupting
I'm just
me
pointing
and
out
moaning
that
about
it's
how
literally
you're being
measured.
talked to, right?
It's not
Just
flat.
project straight through the fact that you're
okay.
talking
It's
straight
all right.
through the middle of every rebuttal and have done with every single one. Maybe project that I'm doing that to you. Go ahead, Bev. Project that I'm doing that to you. You've just done it to me again. Go on. Project. Howard. It's only when I'm talking that you'd prefer to be talking, right, Bev? Only when I'm talking. Yeah, so all of the UK, how high or low you are is with respect to a horizontal plane. One single point that says across the whole of the UK, you can say how high or low it is compared to that point. That proves Earth is flat.
I don't think so. I don't think that proves anything. Because I've literally measured it as not flat, so I don't think that proves it at all.
Sorry, what was it with respect to? How did you get a comparative point to start from to say how not flat it was?
From each point, isn't it?
What would that be? What would that point be?
A point. You establish a new datum.
What are you starting from? Are you dumb? Do you not understand the question?
The datum, Nathan.
Say how not flat it is. What are you referencing in the first instance?
You reference one datum to another datum, and you can tell the positions in reference to each other.
I see. And those datums are with respect to an average of how level, having no part higher or lower than. There's Bev's interruption again, middle of my statement. Maybe tell me that this is how I behave on my echo chamber, like you obviously behave in yours. You're in the middle of chanting through me there, Bev. My bad. Go ahead, chant through me. It's only when I talk that you like to talk, right? Go ahead.
A datum's just a point, Nathan.
And that single point will give us a reference for how the whole of the UK can be described from that single point of how high or low it is. So further along, we're still going to have the same 0 point. And we're going to describe at the top of the country how you are higher or lower than that single point, proving Earth is flat for the entire length of the UK. Because it can all be referenced back to a single point. So when you say how high or low Earth is, on those topographical points that you measure, you can compare them to a single point that's true for the whole of the UK, proving Earth is measured flat, averaged flat, and has a single point of reference for how high or low things are with respect to that single point. That's a flat Earth proof.
Don't think so. I don't think so. I think
Well,
it's
if
it's
Earth
a
was a
hard
sphere
sell.
and curving away from us, we'd have different points of reference because they'd be at different heights. When you say level, as in sea level, that means having no part higher or lower than the other. Well, if all of the datum points that you can reference up and down the country are all at 0 and the same,
They're not
then
all
that's
at 0,
factually
though.
flat.
They just
Excuse
reference
me, is that
them to each
interruption
other.
while I'm in the middle of making the end of my claim again, Bev? You need your echo chamber, you need all of your numpties around you so they can come here and parrot how sea level's a single point.
But they're
How
not
angles
all the
you
same,
can do F all
Nathan.
with. Let's just change the subject. You asserted you can do F all with an angle.
Yes.
That's what you
Oh,
said.
wow. Get into the
Well,
angle.
you can assert where you are with respect to your position by using Polaris with an angle, can't you?
An angle.
You're mumbling. Just yes or no.
No, you can't. Not with an angle.
Sorry.
Keep digging that hole.
Arwin, your assertion. You can't do anything with an angle, but simultaneously you can figure out your position, your latitude, with an angle. Right?
Here's your chance to shine, Arwin.
Bev, try thinking, is an idiot. He has told his audience, quote, you can do, paraphrasing, F all with an angle. Bev has also stated, you know your latitude because of an angle.
Yeah, you can measure an angle to a light in the sky.
So you can do things with an angle, making you
Just measure an
certifiably
angle.
stupid.
Yeah.
So we're doing things with an angle then.
No, you're
you
just
said you can do
measuring
F
an
all with
angle.
it. That makes you stupid. You're deceiving your
Measuring
audience
an
and
angle
making
is not
them
doing
stupid
something with it. It's just
with
measuring
this kind
an
of
angle.
stupid nonsense. Telling them to parrot off you can do F all with an angle, to then clarify that an angle will give you your latitude, you making your audience more stupid by contradictions that you make. Do you understand?
Moving forward for 2024.
Not moving forward. You're stupid and your audience is being made stupid by said contradiction. Contradictions that you try to attack me with. Yes, you
I'm
can
not
do
trying to
things with an
attack
angle.
you.
You know you
It
can.
was said to
but you like to
Rubik.
lie to your audience, try and attack us when we
It's opposite
assert that
side
an
angle.
elevation angle will prove Earth is measured flat.
When Ranty
It's
put a
proving
ruler
Earth
on a
measured
picture.
flat. That's what an elevation angle is and does. Proves Earth's measured flat because you measure flat Earth when you make that measurement of that angle. It's the same angle that you'd get to get your latitude. An angle you said you could do F4 with, making you idiotic. Ev.
Every time you say you can do F4 with an angle, it is quite similar as like Simon Dan from his perspective saying you and your reference frames are ruined, except you're saying it from a flat earther perspective. It's so stupid. It's unbelievable that you keep doing it. That you double down on it is unfathomably
You said it to me.
idiotic.
You said it to me, Bev.
Yeah, after.
And then what I
but
did,
you
like
got
I'm doing now,
offended
is
because we said it
humiliated you,
to
so that all of your
Rubik.
audience and mine know how stupid you are because you say stupid things. You said that to me.
We'd already said it to Ruhif, right? Just pointing out that
Fascinating.
you were
Maybe we
making
could
the
blame
same
Bob
mistake
or blame
that Ruhif
Ruhif
did.
because you're an abject coward who cannot take ownership of your own mistakes. You're a pathetic man. You're a coward. Have some humility.
Yes, the Earth is measured not flat, Nathan Oakley.
Sorry, making your reassertion of an argument that you've already failed.
It's not
to
an
prove
argument.
here
That's
by
a
blaming
statement.
Bob
of
and now
fact.
blaming
I've actually
Ruhif.
measured it not
You are
flat myself.
a coward. When you are proven wrong, proving now when you say, quote, you can do F all with an angle, and quote, you know your latitude with an angle, you have no humility. You cannot take ownership of your mistakes. You are not a man. You are a coward.
You can measure an angle to a light in the sky and call it latitude.
Sorry, you can measure your angle to a light in the sky doing something with an angle then. So you're wrong when you say
No,
you can
that's
do
just
F all.
naming an angle, isn't it?
No, latitude is doing something.
It's not.
It's not.
No,
It's not fundamental basis of navigation or anything. Nah. F all is what latitude is. You are fundamentally stupid.
Latitude
Bev,
and longitude are perpendicular,
and you're
aren't they,
chanting through me
Nathan?
while I point that out is also demonstration of your cowardice. You are a coward. Have no humility. Wrong.
Oh, latitude and
Plenty you can do
longitude
with that.
perpendicular.
There's his cowardice chanting again.
Nathan.
Coward. Excuse me. I'm pointing out that you are a coward and wrong. And all you are doing is chanting through that, Bev. Coward.
Know how he measures things to be not flat, how that even works. He just keeps saying it. I don't even know what that is.
datum. You can literally measure.
He's got a vertical datum
on
which
the
proves
vertical
absolutely
datum.
everywhere across the whole of the UK, which means that everywhere across the whole of the UK can be referenced to how flat it is and how high or low with respect to how flat it is.
Literally measured.
Therefore, it's not flat.
Flat.
We've got topographical changes. But that 0 point that you're describing, how high or low it is with respect to, proves Earth is flat. Your argument's crap.
It's not.
Oh, it doesn't.
It's not really an argument.
Doesn't.
It's like a statement.
Your argument's
you
crap.
literally measure the
Come
Earth
in position
as
a
being
modus
not
Poland
flat.
on behalf of someone that you'll relinquish your failure to when you fail. And now you're arguing that when you told me you can do F all with an angle, it's because you were putting it to someone else. You put it to me. Now I'm putting it back to you.
Yeah.
And have some humility for how wrong you were, you abject coward.
Right, so you've got your angle, right? Because I know this is a heated topic.
We better not tell me anything we're going to do with it, because we can't really. We're not
no,
going to
you
do anything
can't.
with it.
Like, you can give it a name. You've said you could call it latitude, right? Providing you've got the right
elevation
light in the
angle.
sky.
No. Well, I'm going to call it an elevation angle. We'll define it after. I'm going to call it an elevation angle.
Right, so it's just an angle.
I did change elevation angle into just an angle because you're a coward. Basing our elevation angle specifically named
an elevation angle of say what, 33 degrees?
Oh, I've just called it an elevation angle. You were going to give it a name and called it latitude.
Give it a name, latitude.
Your position on a map based on a concentric circle taken from an angle to Polaris.
Right.
The angle had a name. It was called an elevation angle, Bev.
Okay, right.
Repeat
So we've got
me.
an elevation angle that we can also call latitude.
Define that. What's that? What's that?
It's just an angle.
We've got an elevation angle. Shut up, Arwin.
It's just an angle.
Define that for me, please, Bev.
An angle.
Define elevation angle for me, Bev, please.
It's an angle on the vertical plane. That's it. It's just an angle on the vertical
You're
plane.
stupid. You're just making stuff up. Is this going to be another opportunity for you to demonstrate your abject lack of humility? That was not the definition of elevation angle. You're wrong. Do you know what one is? We've got one. What is it?
It's just an angle on the vertical
Not just
plane.
an angle. I haven't finished. I haven't finished qualifying. You didn't know. I'll just qualify for the dumb Bev. No, Bev. You said just an angle. You've already failed to understand our argument once and re-qualified. It's just an angle. Something you've just been humiliated
what your
with
argument is,
and
Nathan.
shown a total lack of humility for, and now you feel the need to interrupt me over. Nevertheless, we've already demonstrated that you repositioning what we actually say from elevation angle to just an angle has absolutely humiliated you in the process. Now you've tried to define what an elevation angle is and failed. We can all now infer that you don't have the slightest clue what our argument is, otherwise you'd know how to attack it based on the definition of elevation angle. I will give you a definition of elevation angle where you failed, Bev. Quote, the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Do you understand that definition of elevation angle there, Bev? Would you like me to repeat it?
What? You can, yeah, I quite completely
You
understand.
could just stutter out.
Does it not say that it's in the vertical plane?
The fact that we're going to be measuring this angle, proving Earth flat.
Does it not say it's in the vertical plane? Can you do it like sort of diagonally?
The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Yeah, no angle to the horizontal plane, though.
Sorry,
right?
did you want to just stammer and stutter your way through the end of that statement? Horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Do you understand, Bev?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there's no actual plane of the angle being measured in there.
I don't understand what
I said it was a vertical plane
the observer is standing on means. I can clarify it for you.
Yeah, but I was talking about the angle measured within the vertical plane.
Just the angle. Yeah, I know you already repositioned
yours
just an
doesn't
angle,
say
and then we
which,
humiliated you with that garbage.
how
But then
to
when you
measure
came
the
to
angle.
name it, I said we'd already done that. It's an elevation angle. Then you failed to define it, Bev. Humiliating, eh?
Yeah, you just said it was from a point on the horizontal plane. You didn't say like
the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That's sustainable by design. That's their definition.
Yeah, but I said
Would you
on
like
the vertical
12
plane.
more
Like you could have it
definitions
tilted,
of an
couldn't you?
elevation angle, or we're going to
think
try
your one
again for the
allows
second
for a
time to
tilt.
reposition it to being just an angle. Because this definitely isn't just an angle. It's an angle that proves Earth is measured flat. Because in order to get one, Bev, before you keep yammering through me, to get an elevation angle, you've got to be standing on a horizontal plane of reference. One. You understand that, right? Earth being a horizontal plane of reference, Earth being flat and measured that way, or an elevation angle, not just an angle, Bev. You understand?
Well, I said an angle in the vertical plane, Nathan.
It's fascinating, and we said elevation angle, didn't we, Bev?
Yeah, you appeared to say that it might not necessarily be in the vertical
we said elevation
plane.
angle, and you turned it into something else. Because you're talking about just an angle that you can do nothing with, except get your latitude, making you stupid. Meanwhile, your repositioning that failed with just an angle isn't just an angle when we say elevation angle that requires Earth be flat to measure one. You understand that now, Bev, right?
But the Earth is measured not flat, Nathan.
So when they say that to acquire an elevation angle measurement, it's going to be a measurement of the plane that you're standing on, that's not a plane you're standing on, because that's not what an elevation angle is, even though you couldn't define it 2 minutes ago. Yeah, it is, Bev. It makes it absolutely unequivocally clear in all of the definitions that you're going to require Earth to be flat. In this case, it's defined as the, quote, horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Clear?
If the observer is looking from the top of a mountain,
enough.
It's not really on a
grip,
horizontal
You're
plane,
a
is
complete
he?
bozo. You have no place in this discussion.
Doesn't make you
You're an
standing
idiot.
on a
And you're
horizontal
making your
plane
audience
just because it
stupid.
says in your
They
definition.
too are being humiliated when they come here with your crap
Definition of an
arguments, Bev.
angle.
You're an embarrassment to them. You're letting them all down badly. You're subscribed to Bev. You need to get out of that hot kitchen right fast, because he's making you dumb. That's why he's a stuttering, stammering buffoon before me.
It seems like you're trying to make this definition into your proof of a flat Earth. It seems a bit ridiculous.
Just an angle? No, elevation angle. Just an angle gives you latitude, making him stupid. These are the facts in this matter. Meanwhile, an elevation angle measurement requires Earth to be flat. These are the facts of the matter. Earth is measured flat. Another ad hoc, maybe, Bev. Tell me what I'm doing. Maybe by ad hoc. Off you go.
Well, no, I've actually measured the Earth to be not flat. Though that's the point, right? I can't get over that. Just because you say we have to say it doesn't mean...
Have you ever measured an elevation angle? Have you ever measured an elevation angle?
An actual elevation change.
Yes or no question. Yes or no question. Have you ever measured an elevation angle?
Yes
or no?
Nathan. As well as an elevation change.
Oh, my bad. There's a continuation to that, right? So you have measured an angle that required you to be standing on a horizontal plane then?
Well, you can always be standing on a horizontal plane, can't you?
All
you have to do is measure an elevation angle, isn't it?
To be measuring an elevation angle, because that's what an elevation angle is, Ev.
Okay. So does the elevation angle establish the horizontal plane, or does the horizontal plane need it in order for you to be able to measure the elevation angle?
Flat, because if you measured an elevation angle, you measured a horizontal plane of reference you were standing on.
You might have set your tool up on the azimuthal plane.
No,
you're not standing on
the plane of reference that you're standing on. That's what an elevation angle is, Bev.
You're not standing on it, are you?
When this definition, sustainable design, quote, say, the angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, you said Muppet being made dumber by Bev says that's not the plane you're standing on. How so when that's... Excuse me. How so when that's precisely how it's defined? Great hell.
Well, that's below your horizontal, though, isn't it? The sea.
No, it's the horizontal plane the observer is standing on by definition.
You're not standing on it if you're on a boat.
Right, it's not right then. So this sustainable by
No, you
design
made one in the
definition,
air.
would you like one of the 13 definitions that say the same thing?
Aren't you making a horizontal in the air, in space?
I'm not doing anything. I'm defining what an
And
elevation
then
angle measurement is. This is what it
Have
is
you-
by definition. I'm not doing
Well, you're
anything.
not.
Defining a
Well, you're
word.
not.
That's what I'm doing.
You're not on the earth.
Defining a
though.
word.
You're on a boat.
Right, we're defining words. Can you define
No.
elevation angle,
Yeah,
please?
you define a. You can define. You can define.
You could just stutter like Bev. I've already defined it. It's regards to the
2024.
horizontal
Welcome
plane
to
you are
2024.
standing on,
Where did you-
Mr. Stuttery.
Where
That's
did you
what it
learn
is.
your
That's what
anger
it's
from?
defined as. You're not going to change it by nutting your way around the definition of what it is. You will
No,
be
you're
standing on a
establishing
horizontal
a
plane if you
horizontal
are measuring an
reference
elevation
point.
angle,
It
because
is
that
not where
is
you're
what
standing.
it is. No amount of rumpusing me through the Discord will change that, Mr. and Mrs. Stuttery.
You are establishing a horizontal
Is he
reference, which is not what you're standing on.
So when it says the horizontal plane
so
the
you-
observer is standing on, sustainable by design, are simply wrong,
The
according to
wobbly
you.
boat. The wobbly boat. Is that
Right, they're
horizontal?
not talking about boats. We're talking about Socratic method and defining words.
Yeah, but the
So
bit you're
can you
standing on
define it, please?
is above
Try to
is
keep
above the
well,
earth.
Bev's audience, all this stupid. We are defining words. Sixth attempt. Can you define elevation angle for us, please, rather than talking about wobbly boats? Only my sixth
The
attempt. can you?
horizontal that you're measuring your angle from.
Where's that reference? Sorry, as per who?
Well, it's
Citation.
in space, isn't it? It's not the
Right,
land
is this a
you're on.
citation or not? It seems like these people
It's
that come
above.
from
It's
Bev server
like
are really
if you
stupid. They don't
if
understand
you
simple
turned
questions
that.
when I put them to them. Is
If you
this a
turned it,
citation?
what citation?
The one I'm
If
asking you for when I asked you for a
No, you
citation
just.
and you started babbling about stuff and then yammering through the top of me?
What
My
I'm not through the
citation
top.
is from Sustainable by Design. It says, and I
Right.
quote,
Right.
line
It's
between
not
the
the earth.
observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote, sustainable by design. That is a
Yeah.
definition of elevation angle. Proving
but
Earth is measured flat. You
But
say, because you're from the
No.
land of Bev stupidity. So I
You're not
say,
standing
okay,
on the
doesn't
land
work
or
here.
the sea.
I ask you for your citation. Do you
Well,
understand?
Yeah, I know, but MC Toon can give you citations all day, and you tell him to stick it up his arse. So that doesn't really mean anything.
So
You've
is
established that.
this is how they're trained. Bev has trained his audience to blame next man when they fail on their ass. Can you give me a citation?
No.
Answer no.
Wow.
No,
Nathan.
my bad. It wasn't just
No,
no, I can't.
you have
It's
established a
Mucktoon
horizontal plane of
Have we had
reference. It's
blame by
not where
Bev's
your feet
phony
are standing on.
cowards so
You are
far?
not on the
We've
earth.
had blame Ruhif.
Same as an auto level,
Who
same
else
as a
have we had?
theodolite.
We've had
It
blame. Who's this?
establishes a plane.
Mucktoon? Blame
horizontal.
Mucktoon?
Where did you learn your anger from? Who taught you your sales
I'm
technique?
listing the people that you bunch of cowards blame when
Was
you
it
fail so
Dave?
far.
Did
Oh
Dave
my
teach
God,
you?
this is painful. This is very easy, guys. Wake up.
Did Dave teach you?
Yeah, Neil heard the response this morning,
Dave.
Nathan.
Why are we getting ad homs? Did Dave beat me? What are you talking
No,
about?
no.
Who's
Did Dave teach you? Did Dave teach you
Who's
your
Dave?
sales technique?
Who's
you know
Dave?
Mosley Way, that
No.
Dave.
Right. Meanwhile, Earth's
he
measured
did-
flat by way of elevation
Dave,
angle measurements to
I'm
the
sure he's
stars. It's
proud
how
of
the
you,
world
Dave,
and the
isn't he?
maps and the models have all been developed.
Yeah.
These numpties from Bev want to blame another
You are
YouTuber who's
not
not here multiple
standing
times, 'cause
on
that's
a
how Bev's trained them.
horizontal
If you
plane.
fail,
You are measuring
blame
it.
the source that you got it from. Me,
Well,
on
I'm-
this
I'm-
server,
No,
I
I'm
tell
alone.
people a clear message.
I'm
Take
alone.
ownership. Take
Yeah, I am.
ownership of the arguments. Don't
I
blame
am.
the person you got
But
it
you
from.
don't
That's
want to address it,
cowardice.
do you? You don't want to address it. You've established a
Dave.
horizontal plane of reference, which is
Do I need
not
to
what you're
address Dave?
standing on.
Horizontal plane of reference is what you refer to if you're getting
Well,
elevation angle
that was-
measurements. That's
that
how
was
they're
his big
defined. I
birthday
asked you
last
to
year,
get me a
wasn't it, Dave?
citation. Now
Was
you're
he
asking me
proud?
about if I know Dave and his sales
Dave.
techniques. It's
Yeah, did he
pathetic.
teach you? I bet he's
No,
proud of you.
elevation angle measurements prove Earth's flat, so let's talk about Dave. No.
No, I'm just
Citation
wondering where
for
you got
your
who taught you
version
your
of an
sales
elevation
technique and your
angle. That's
anger.
what we're arguing about, you bunch of cowards. Not some
Yeah.
YouTuber that's not
Where's
here.
your horizontal? Where is your horizontal seat? You're not standing on it.
Horizontal seat? What are you talking about? We're talking about elevation angle
You
measurements.
have
You yet to provide a
established
definition.
you've established a horizontal reference point. It's not where you're standing on.
Quote.
It's not the
Sustainable by
sea.
design. The
It's
line
not the
between the
land.
observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Rebuttal from
Well,
Bev's
just because
cronies.
it
No,
says
it
that
isn't.
doesn't.
Nuh-uh.
So, you,
It's not
so
what
how
you're
did
standing
you?
on. Okay.
How
Do you
did you
want to
make?
provide an alternative
How did you
citation
verify?
that says we're not standing on a flat plane when we get an elevation angle then? Go ahead.
How did you get the flat plane?
Don't ask me something. Get me a citation that contradicts it.
Doesn't matter. It's logic.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Hand waves perfectly acceptable. Bev's trained you well. Good debater.
Where is the
Well
horizontal
done.
plane that you're standing
Well
on?
done. You've done
Where
really
is it?
well.
Where
Now
is
get
it?
lost.
In
You're a
reality,
useless twat.
for
Go away.
anybody in the room, go outside in your garden and show me the
It's just chanting.
horizontal
I'm
plane
telling
you're
people what they're
standing
going to be
on.
doing. Don't tell my
You
audience what
haven't
they're
got
going to do.
one.
I'll tell my
And you
audience
haven't got
what
it
they
on
can
the
do. They
boat
can tell
either
her
if
it's
you're at
measured
sea.
flat by how it's measured flat.
The
You're not going to
horizontal
suddenly
reference
take my
point
mic and
is,
tell my audience
but
what they're
not
going to
the
be
sea.
doing when you failed to cite how an elevation angle measurement's done. You haven't done that. That's where we're at.
Elevation angles are measured in the vertical plane.
Citation, please.
There you go. How did they get the sea
Citation,
level, the mean
Brian.
sea level?
Hold
How
on.
did they get that?
Right, Brian, we just had a claim from Bev. He slipped it in during the audio chaos, Brian. That's
Brian
why he's done it.
knows.
You've made something
Brian
of a claim.
knows, but he
You want
hasn't
to
got
get
the
a word in.
balls to
So
say it.
Bev's only tactic is to talk when I'm talking, like this coward is also doing.
I'm not a
What Bev
coward.
said through the chaos.
Come to my
Bev
house.
said, measured in the...
In reality.
ElderBear, can you please
From the Cartesian system that we navigate on.
Excuse me. Bev just said measured in the vertical.
Plane.
Citation, please, Bev. Can you cite that, please?
Elevation angles are measured in the vertical plane.
I heard your claim! Citation, please, Bev.
Citation.
How do you,
know what
get
that
the
word
MSL?
means? Are you too stupid to understand it? The last ElderBear guy didn't understand what that word meant. Said it didn't matter.
You measure these angles with
I don't
tools.
want you to tell me.
I'm
asking you for a citation. Are you slow?
Tools.
You repeated the word
on the azimuthal plane.
Bev, you
you
repeated the word citation
elevation
with an
angle
in
the
vertical
vertical
plane.
What
the word meant and what you're being asked for.
Because if it's not in the vertical plane, it's going to be the wrong angle.
I just need a citation from you, please.
Sextant is at your eye.
No, they're not going to do it.
The sextant is at your
Ignore
eye.
all challenge.
The mean sea level is measured on the vertical datum. The mean sea level you need.
ElderBear, have you got a citation for that?
Yes,
it's babbling. I don't need your nonsense. You're a nobody.
Can we do the
citation?
You know
for
the
that, please,
tool
ElderBear?
that they use for measuring angles, Nathan? It's called a
Remove both of you.
theodolite.
If you can't play nicely,
It's called a
can't
theodolite,
debate
right?
by the rules, then you're gonna have to be removed, Bev.
And the angle
Citation
is measured
Bev, that means
either
stop chanting,
on
Bev.
the azimuthal plane
Bev,
or on the vertical
I'm going to
plane.
remove you if you can't stop
Now,
chanting.
elevation angles are measured
Bev.
on the vertical
Right,
plane.
somebody from the Discord
And
server removed Bev.
what they
Try
call them,
thinking because he can't
azimuthal
stop
angles
chanting.
are
He won't.
measured
He's
on
causing
the
absolute
horizontal
audio
plane.
chaos. He's just causing audio chaos. Somebody mute him.
It's all right. I can leave. It's all right, Nathan.
Understanding what they should be understanding.
I don't need to understand anything, Brian. I'm asking them for a citation, and they're rumpusing the Discord because they've been asked for citation. Ev's made a claim. It's measured in the vertical. ElderBear's made a claim. I've asked him for citation too. Now he's rumpusing me. I'm asking them for their
Brian
citations.
described how
He's doing it
elevation.
again. So I'm going to have to suggest that ElderBear gets muted because he cannot shut up in
Because
the
you
middle of
can't
now he
cope
goes
with
again
people talking
and
to you.
again and again. ElderBear and Bev both been server muted. We've got to the point in the discussion, debate. Not a debate, it's a statement of fact. Earth's measured flat. We measure it flat with elevation angles. I have offered you a citation. You have challenged it. Now I'm offering you the opportunity to present citation. Go. Or get lost. ElderBear, what you got?
Ryan measured elevation changes. He spoke about the other day from a horizontal reference.
He doesn't know what a citation.
Shut up, Arwin. ElderBear, I'll try again. Slower. We are at the point in the
could go
debate.
to.
My bad. These coward numpties cannot listen. Try again for a 15th time, ElderBear.
You can go to Newlyn, and you can go to the original point where the land was measured from. There's a point there. I spoke to you about the other day. You said it wasn't a point, but there is a point. It's set in the concrete. There's several near me where I live.
Right, we're
Where
talking
you can
about
set up,
elevation
you
angle
can set,
measurements,
you can,
ElderBear.
yes, you can set up your.
ElderBear, I'm trying to get your attention, but you're just not listening to me, it seems.
You need a horizontal, which isn't
I can
on
hear
the
you
land.
chanting. I know you need to chant, but I'm trying to have a two-way discussion with you. We are at the point in that up until now two-way discussion when you decided to go off the rails and talk about whatever it is that's not this. Elevation angle measurement. Hey, do you understand that the subject is elevation angle, yes or no?
Yeah, you have an angle you measured yet.
No, we don't have an angle we've measured. We have an elevation angle. The answer was no. You didn't understand because you didn't repeat back the word elevation. Just angle.
And then what?
Oh, you disagreed.
Where do you measure that from? Where do you measure that from?
Oh, my bad. You need to relinquish the control. I understand. No. We're at the point in the discussion. Yeah, now it's constant rumpusing because I've almost got him back on the track that he got to derail. Oh, so we'll assume that it's only when I'm talking that you want to be talking there. Nice long pause for ElderBear to get anything relevant through. No, it is definitely only when I'm talking that ElderBear likes to talk. Howard. I'll try again, ElderBear. We'll see if you can respond after I finish talking. We'll see how we get on. You coward.
Is it my turn now? It's hard to
Once
tell.
I finish asking the question, it'll be your turn, but obviously you've decided that no, you're just going to try and retain the control of this discussion. No, they're intolerable.
This is what you do.
Absolutely intolerable.
When anybody speaks to you, you talk over them, and then you tell them they're talking over you.
And all we get is rumpusing, so they don't have to answer.
You are not standing on your horizontal that you are talking about.
Cross purposes, you're both wrong.
It's not the sea. See what Brian knows. He really knows, but he can't say that the Earth isn't flat because you measure elevation changes. He says it all the time.
He heard you say you're wrong, Brian, so he's going to continually talk now. He heard you say you're wrong, therefore there will be no concession.
You are not standing on your horizontal reference.
We heard the first 5 times. Everyone shut up. ElderBear, say it one more time without an interruption so we can affirm that we have heard you, so you don't keep chanting it. Go ahead.
5 times, you said. I lost my mic.
That little interlude there was what ElderBear actually had to offer. And what he has
to offer
will only come during my sentence, like it just did. In the middle of that sentence, there was a long, protracted, crackly, muffly nonsense. No claim was made. All he can do is try and distract away from me pointing out that at this point in the discussion, where I ask him to define what an elevation angle measurement is, having denied my cited source, he won't do it.
You're all talking about purposes.
I'm talking about the horizontal that you. Oh, sorry, Brian. Carry on.
Sorry, Brian. He will only talk while you are talking in the middle of you talking, Brian.
There's a delay.
What we're talking about is an elevation angle. Saying terrestrial.
Can't hear you well, Brian. Sorry.
Hang on. We're talking about an elevation angle that's referencing a terrestrial object. Then you're an angle to a celestial object.
You're crackling. I can't hear you at all. I'm sorry.
Just mute him. Just mute this dick. Just mute this idiot. He won't stop talking. Brian! He won't stop talking through the middle of you. He's mumbling. Oh, I can't really hear him. But he's just a prick. He's been taught how to do this by Bev.
What is the point of him coming here if he's not? I'm trying to clear up the confusion. Why people are talking across purposes. You're measuring a celestial navigation elevation angle. You're always referencing a straight line, doing a straight line between 2 points on the horizontal. We call sea level, two-dimensional horizontal.
Guys,
You might be measuring
guys, hold on a
the
second.
celestial body, but you're not measuring. Hang on, you're not measuring a tower or a mountain. Different thing. It's still a triangle.
Brian, we can't hear you in Discord at all. You're just like cutting in and out all the time. So that's what ElderBear was trying to say.
So Nathan will rephrase it.
Brian, you're gonna have to
I
come
don't
in.
want to rephrase what Brian has to say every time
Brian,
he says it.
Brian, get in
Can't you just
Discord.
join Discord, Brian? If they can't hear you, you're going to have to join Discord. There's no alternative. They cannot hear you.
But join at this time just for this.
Thank
1
you.
minute.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Are we ever going to
Brian and I
get...
have discussed this quite a
ahead,
bit,
John.
and we've argued about it. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying that Brian and I have argued about this quite a bit. I think he might be able to bring some clarity of what they're missing. I hope.
Well, he's not in there, and I can see anyway, so I don't know if you want to attempt it.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not really into don't argue over.
He's
I mean, it's
cracking
just
up too for me.
Oh, I guess I. Yeah, it might be your end, Nathan. How's Skype doing?
Oh, shut up. Go ahead, John.
No, we can't hear. Everybody's just, roboting.
Get lost.
Ah.
Well, I think
not lost,
what might be
though.
happening.
Well, you might want me to be lost.
I think what might be happening is between G Plus and Discord going through your line. That might be why they aren't hearing me or Brian.
Nathan's computer.
Has Brian got on Discord
No,
yet?
the problem is they can't hear you because both Bev and ElderBear are off mute. That's what the problem is. Neither of them are on local mute, so I can see ElderBear's light flashing and cutting yours. So if the stupid idiot could put himself on local mute, he wouldn't cut the line to you. But he's so stupid that his own mic being open isn't caused to realise that means he can't hear anything. Go ahead, John. There's nothing wrong with my setup, other than Brian.
Mic discipline.
Well, I'm going to talk for just a second to make sure I'm coming through. Am I coming through now, Righteous Force?
Yeah, you're good now. You're good.
Okay. What Brian is getting ready to detail job then is the horizontal plane you reference when you're taking an elevation angle is parallel to mean when you apply it, it's always from the surface. Or multiple horizontal planes because sea level does rise and lower. Mean sea level, though, is a horizontal plane. And that is what all topology is measured from.
Right, apparently.
And it's also into respect to the coordinate system that we use for navigation. North, south, east, and west, those are descriptions of a horizontal plane that we're going to measure from and pinpoint on the ground, surface level.
So you're not standing on the horizontal plane.
Excuse me, my position is on the surface. I will find it on the Cartesian system. My lines of longitude and latitude descriptive of a horizontal plane.
You just described the horizontal plane as being parallel to the sea level.
Yeah. And
So that horizontal plane, you're not standing on it, are you?
what are you referencing?
I'm
It's
moving.
how you.
And
I'm
that's what
moving
I
on
said
it.
all along.
I'm
That's what I
moving
said.
on.
The horizontal.
I'm moving on
No, you're
it.
not.
Forwards,
No.
backwards, north, south, east, west. Those are horizontal vectors.
No, you're going up and down.
No. North, south, east, and
I'm
west
sorry.
is forwards, backwards on a horizontal plane.
I'm sorry. Did we get a citation yet?
No, we didn't.
Nope,
that was rumpusing, and now a successful change of subject.
We don't need a citation because you
Yeah,
just
well,
described
did I
it.
just, did I,
You just
Hold on, everyone.
verified
did I
it.
just hear?
Hold on, QB. Sorry, ElderBear, go ahead. Give your
You
excuses.
just
Phil.
verified it. You verified that the horizontal reference is parallel to whatever is underneath it. That's what I said. You're not standing on that horizontal, are you?
According to my citation, yes, absolutely.
And from
you
that
are.
horizontal,
I'll
you
read
could
out my.
measure
Oh God,
elevation
it's
changes.
just going to be the interruption. I'm responding to you, coward. You say no.
Not a coward.
I say
Not
yes.
a coward. I'm here.
Excuse me.
You created
Say
this.
yes, and then I
This
know
is
it's
the way
only
you.
when I'm talking. Total cowardice.
This is
Close the
how
line. I've
you
got no
taught
choice.
people to act,
Tolerate me disagreeing
Nathan.
with him and pointing out he's wrong. No, it's not what you're standing on. Yeah, according to Sustainable by Design, my citation, the one you say isn't important because you haven't got one, nothing more than a hand wave and a disagreement. No, it's not what you're standing on. Quote, Sustainable by Design, the angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Have you got a citation there, ElderBear?
Just verified by one of your panel that is not what you're standing on. The
No,
horizontal
it's
plane of
Sustainable by
reference you
Design citation that
established
says that,
is
not me. It's a
parallel to that.
citation for about the 12th time.
When I stand on the beach
So
and
here
the
we go.
tide
Now
goes
it's into his
out,
argument. No,
then
until you
then
offer
the
up a
mean sea
citation
level
that
is getting
challenges
lower.
that, it's
So
not
you could
a
measure an
hand wave and
elevation
move on to a new
change from the
subject. It's a
horizontal you
loss.
just
Earth
established.
is being measured flat. That's what an elevation angle is. Definition.
Horizontal.
Unless you
The
can
horizontal.
challenge that definition.
The horizontal reference that you established, right? That's horizontal.
Yeah, the one that you're standing on.
Not the sea, not the earth. You're not
Is that
standing
a
on it.
citation?
Are you floating in
Citation.
space? No,
Sorry,
you just
an
you've
argument or a
established it. Your
citation?
panel said. Your panel
It's not a
said, and so
citation.
did Brian. Will tell you that you can establish, you can
I
measure
defer to
elevation
Brian,
changes.
fourth person between Bev
Well,
and
he's your
ElderBear.
panel,
They have
man.
cast
I listen to
their
you too,
crap
and you've been
argument off
teaching
on
me too.
a third party 4 times now. That's the 4th.
I
You can
haven't got a
ask Brian.
citation. I don't think
I'm
I need
talking to
one because there's
you.
reality. There is
And these
reality.
cowards, we advise on Flat Earth
Well, I'm
Debate
not
that
a
you
coward
take
because I'm
ownership
here,
of these
right? I'm
arguments.
here,
We
right in
empower
front of
you
you,
to take ownership
right in
of these
front of you.
arguments. That would be to
I
say
think
that
the
in
bigger
victory,
coward,
you say it's my victory, and in loss,
yeah,
it's your loss. These
because it's a
abject
big,
cowards will put their arguments to you, and the moment they
yeah,
fail, they blame the source. Total
yeah,
cowardice.
Yeah, a leadership is a bit to lose, isn't it, eh?
Now it's ad homs, talking about my leadership. Earth's measured flat, by way of standing on a horizontal plane of reference, as per my citation from Sustainable by Design, met with nothing but
Floating
interruptions
in the
and
sky.
hand wave. No, it's not what you're standing on. It's just part of the definition, but
Go and stand on the sea.
No citation.
Go and stand on the sea.
Ethan, I can't join that server.
Okay.
Hey, hold on. I'll fix that for you a sec, Brian.
The horizontal is floating in space, in between whatever is under
Is that a
you and whatever is
citation?
above you. You just said
Is that a
it. You just said
citation?
it. I don't need a
No.
citation. This is just sidewinding. You got nothing. You got nothing. That's the thing. Your hands are
No,
empty.
we don't need a citation.
Your hands are
Or is
empty.
this
I heard you
It's a
talk
very
about it the
simple
other day
question.
amongst you and with
Hard,
QE.
hard.
In
And
Bev's server,
Adam said
it's
he hasn't
explicitly
had the.
detailed as Earth
Adam
being
said he
measured
hasn't had the
flat. It
presentation
is
to prove it.
explicitly stated in Bev's server. I'm not going to cite it, but
I
Bev's
don't
server
live
makes
in
it
Bev's
explicitly.
server.
Bev's server makes it clear that Earth's measured flat. No
I
citation is
do not
required.
live in Bev's
Excuse me.
server.
No citation is
Why are
needed.
you
I don't
talking
need
about
anything
Bev
more than
server
Bev
for? I'm
server
here
proves it's
alone.
flat daily. You
I'm
in Bev
here
server
alone.
prove it's flat daily, don't you?
I'm here alone. I'm not in Bev server.
You
I'm here
prove Earth
alone.
is flat with everything you
I
say
made a
always. No
journey.
citation is
I
needed.
made a
You prove
journey and
Earth
I
is flat.
came to this.
There you
This is
go.
as far as
That's
I've
how this
reached.
argument's going to progress.
All right?
That's the end of the
And
discussion. You prove it. You and your
Yeah.
quotes prove Earth's measured flat. There you go.
I applied the same logic that you told me to apply when I first
No
came along.
citation
Not
needed.
you.
It's the logic I'm applying.
No.
I don't need to cite this. It's just a
No.
complete hand wave of anything you say and a statement of something that I'm not going to prove or cite.
You don't have it. That's
That's
why.
your standard.
You have a horizontal in
That's your
space like
standard.
everybody else.
Meanwhile, I've gone to sustainable by
And
design
underneath
and read out a
and
definition
above
that describes
are
the horizontal
elevation
plane you're standing
changes.
on. Your response, it don't matter.
Well, not in reality. No. I don't need a
In reality,
citation to
we
go
measure
outside
elevation
and
angle
see what's
measurements. They can
going
save your
on. What
life
do you
at
mean?
sea. In reality,
Do you need a
complete dumbass.
citation to go to the
So
shop?
in reality, people are using these angles
Eh?
taken from a flat Earth to save their lives.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know you're going round giving. I know you're round giving.
Earth
Listen,
is
guys.
measured flat, and the fact that it can be saves lives. Response from
Nathan's
Bev's
a sales
cronies.
manager.
Yeah.
He's going round all the servers, telling his sales team, "This is the pitch. Doesn't matter if you
Another
rip
ad
off
hom.
grandma.
This is an ad
Doesn't
hom.
matter if there's no after
Earth is
sales
factually
service.
measured
Doesn't
flat.
matter if there's no telephone, to call. Just take their
Hell, is
money
that a
and keep
citation?
walking. All right? You
So you
do
should ad
not
hom
have
this. This
anything.
is just your personal
You
attack.
have a
Another logical
horizontal
fallacy.
reference
I
that you have
advise anybody who
established
watches
in
Bev to give up,
space.
unsubscribe, and go and watch a few videos on logical fallacies. That's what I advise
You know it's
anybody who watches
true.
Bev.
You know it's true.
Oh, I know it's true that you really won here. No, I don't know. That's not true. Earth's
Yeah.
measured flat.
We
Those are the
don't
facts
want
that
your
we laid
product,
out by
Nathan.
citation, by demonstration and example, and by Bev's own proof. The whole of the UK's
No, I'm
reference to
just
flat.
looking for truth. That
The
was all.
whole
I'm
lot.
looking for truth.
It's all flat.
Yeah.
Why? Well, because
And I
they've measured
found
it
it.
and now they can reference
I
it
found a
and
decent
know that all
argument.
of the
I found some
topology
proof.
changes are with respect to that plane of flat reference. Yeah, we know.
Where's that then?
I don't need any
Where
citation,
is your
my
reference?
friend. No
Where is your
citation
reference
needed.
you established
Your
with your
standards are perfectly
sextant at
good to
your
just declare
eye?
these things, aren't they? I mean,
Is
meanwhile,
the
I do
sextant
actually
on the
cite stuff.
ground?
Sustainable by design was cited as describing the
No, it's in
horizontal
the
plane you're
air.
standing on.
You're
Well, you're just not going
establishing
to listen to
something
me. You're
in
just going to chat through every
space.
word I say, right?
Well, you do. You taught me to. I listened to
I
you.
taught
You
you
show.
to.
You tell
Or
us how
is
to
this
work.
going to be the fifth person he blames? Between
No,
you
it
and Bev,
doesn't
you've
matter.
blamed
That's just your.
five people,
That's just your
including me,
shtick, man.
for
You're
your
just sitting in
failures
your
in the
flat
arguments.
on your
Bev is
computer
training
shouting
people how
at
to
people.
be complete
Jesus, and these
cowards.
people are following
Amazing.
you. It's ridiculous. If these people can't see it, intelligent Brian knows.
Brian knows about the citation.
That's why they want to change the name of the channel.
You don't even know what a citation is.
I don't need a citation, man. I've got reality. I can hear what you're saying. It doesn't make sense. It's not
That you
logical.
don't know what a citation is.
What, to know what horizontal is? Don't be daft.
To know what an elevation
Grow
angle
up.
is. Elevation angle.
You're
No,
just
to know
chanting.
what.
The whole lot of you just chant.
Let me know when you're done and I'll respond to you.
Yeah.
No, we were hoping
I
you
don't
would
need
cite
a citation.
No,
I
he
heard what you
isn't
said.
done. He isn't done.
I
Still triggered.
heard what
Go
you
ahead, tell me
said.
when you're done.
You said that the horizontal
You're just
plane that
clearing the airwaves to stutter and stammer through
I'm
me
just
while I
having a
point
drink
out
of
that we asked for
water.
a citation for an elevation angle specifically.
Yeah.
You need to clear the
Very good.
airwaves to stutter
Very
and
good.
stammer your
Very
way
good.
through that, do you,
Go
old
on,
man?
stutter.
No, Frank Hugh, I don't need you to stutter and stammer your way. That wasn't worthy of clearing the airwaves for you. Your only intention is to talk while I'm talking. One trick pony.
Yeah, I know.
Like Rumpus.
You did this to Whitsit and beat him down the other day, and he was pussy enough to bow to you. What a bloody idiot! You leaders, you're
You know
just
what? One of the quotes
you're
that
messing people's
Whitsit
heads
had.
up.
He said, "You
You haven't
can't
got
just look
anything.
at the
Whitsit's got
horizon
nothing.
and
Well,
know
Whitsit's
that
got a
Earth
bit
is
more than
flat."
you.
End quote.
Whitsit has got a
Whitsit.
bit more than
Trimmed it
you,
out and put
but
it
it's
into a
still
little video.
speculation.
After I beat him down, I'll take beat him down to mean educated his dumbass in the fact
He
that
hasn't got
that's
any
exactly
education.
what the
He's
horizon
clever.
does. You can just look at the horizon and establish Earth's flat with it. Yeah, that's exactly what it did. And at the end of
Just
that
spin on
process,
that,
Whitsit
Nathan.
thanked me and
Just
told me what
spin
a
on
great
it, man.
argument it was, having decried it and denied it and described extending a plane to it. Yeah, I educated Whitsit. That's what I did. I didn't beat
should
him
do a
down.
video and say how you
Stupid
crushed
man
me
didn't
again.
think you could use the horizon
Eh?
to prove the Earth's flat. To
That's how you're going to
educate him
do.
how it
Make a
absolutely
video and
does
say,
that.
look how
You
we
want to call
crushed
that a
him.
beatdown?
Woo.
Yeah, having to educate dumbasses is
Your
sometimes perceived by people
horizontal
like you
is
as a
floating in
beatdown.
space.
I just infer education from that
Your
horrible
horizontal is
negative
floating
remark.
in space.
Right, did you just need to
Meanwhile,
chant through
we're
every word I just
red.
said? Ignoring everything I just said about Whitsit challenging your
Below
position,
you
that
is
I
the
beat him
land,
down?
above you is the
You just need to chant
mountains,
through every
below
single
you
word
is
of
the
that, right? So you don't
sea
have
that
to
goes
listen to
up
something that
and
disagrees
down
with your
and up
statement.
and down
Just
on
need
a
to make that
vertical
claim and have
gradient.
it be chanted through if it's ever going to get responded to. Just chant through every response, right? One trick pony.
No, I'm just, you taught me this. You taught to chant through people. That's what you do.
Oh, brother. Are you in second grade?
Yeah, you're just
You said you
lapdogs.
heard what
What's
we
your
said.
voice matter? Jesus Christ,
You
man.
said you
Your
heard what we
horizontal
said. What did
reference
we
is
say?
floating in space. It's
As
not
soon
the
as someone
sea.
else
It's not
starts
the
talking,
land.
his trick
Okay?
is wait
It's
to
not the
engage someone
sea.
else in a discussion,
Oh,
and then
just
as soon
like
as
you,
they start talking
Nathan.
about
Just like
anything
you.
that he'll
Oh, you're
find
finally
objectionable,
muting
which
me.
is basically everything we say
You're just
here,
talking
he
over
starts
me.
chanting something like horizontal blah 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 straight through the top
You
of you.
practice
He's not in
looking
the
in the
position and
mirror.
doesn't want to have a discussion with us. He wants to wait till we start talking, and if I offer him open airwaves, he'll stutter through the open airwaves that is offered.
Done now?
Yeah, we're waiting for the citation.
There is no
For
citation.
an elevation angle.
I listened to what you said carefully.
Citation
You said
for
it's
an
floating in space. What do you know? It's floating in space. The horizontal you have. You said you were standing on it, but you're not. It's floating in space.
I think they're pulling the book off of Sanic. They are the citation.
It's floating in space is your citation, is it?
That's what you said.
No,
What
no.
whoever said, was it
Say that-
Adam?
no,
Was
no,
it
no, no.
Adam who
You're just
came along and
now
said that?
lying. That is not what I
No,
said.
yes, what
I
you taught.
cited sustainable by design, and now all Bev Earthers can do is lie. That's
Where
not
is
what I
that
said,
then?
is it, there, liar?
I'm not lying, but is that
No,
thing
it's
you're
what I
standing on?
said. No, it's
Is
not
that what
what I
you're
said when I
standing
said
on?
it's floating in space, because I didn't say it was
The
floating in space. You said it without
horizontal
any
you are
citation and then
standing
ascribed
on.
it to me because you're an outright liar.
So what
I
tool is
didn't
he
say that.
using then when he talks
Sorry, I
about
didn't
that in your
say that, liar.
citation? What tool are
ElderBear,
you
yet
using in
another
that
liar.
citation?
Liar.
What
Shut up,
tool
liar.
are you using?
Shut up.
Liar.
Mute him in the server.
What tool
Liar.
are you using in that
Liar.
citation?
Mute him in the server. Mute this scumbag liar. I didn't say it was floating in space. I gave you a citation, you scum. Liar. And last time this happened, it was Rachy 000. Putting words in my mouth and saying things that I haven't said. She got both barrels about her kids. I had to go bended knee and apologise. How disgusting it was to drag her bastard children into this discussion. If you're listening, Rachy, I apologise. There is no need to descend to such levels. However, when this occurs in future and people just say, you said it was floating in space, that's what you said. No, I won't give them both barrels about their bastard offspring. I'll just point out what I actually did say that was never acknowledged and was told was unimportant with a hand wave. What we're standing on floating in space is not what I said. I cited sustainable by design. And I will quote them again. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. What's that you took from that, liar? That I say it's floating in space there, ElderBear? Fact. You are a liar. I'm not going to bring your offspring into it, but you are fact a liar, because I did not say what you claimed I said. Making you a liar? Are we clear, Bev Earthers?
What tool are you using there then? From this citation?
Offering you a chance to take some humility. No,
No,
I didn't
you
say it
couldn't
was in
teach me
space. I quoted
humility.
sustainable by design.
This isn't about
What
the
tool
Earth,
are you
Nathan.
using to measure this angle with this horizontal you're supposedly standing on? What tool are you using to do that? Just looking up in the
Kind of
sky
angle.
or what?
What kind of angle?
Whatever angle you're talking about in your citation. What
Oh,
tool are
I'll
you
tell you
using
then.
to do
Whatever
that?
angle I'm talking about, well, I'll tell you.
No, you
An
got the
elevation angle.
citation. You know
You know what that
everything.
is? I'm not allowed. It's whatever angle I'm talking about, but I'm not allowed to talk about it because I'm going to get talked through when I talk about it,
What
right?
tool are you using? Is what I asked. The tool.
They're
The
all
tool. A
terrified of an elevation
sextant?
angle.
A sextant?
Both Bev Earthers and Globe Earthers alike.
A
Because it proves
theodolite.
Earth's
It's
measured
not
flat.
about
I'm
the
not
Earth,
doing
This
that.
is
Nathan.
what we get. This
You're not even
type of
standing on the
discourse
Earth.
when we bring it up. All we're asking for is a citation, and all he can do is
What
flail.
tool? What tool are you using, you idiot?
You don't have to call me an idiot. Liar.
You are.
I didn't say it was in space. I said
You
you're
are.
standing on a
I
horizontal
think
plane.
you're getting
Maybe
crushed,
you can
actually,
acknowledge that
Nathan.
rather than calling me an
Right.
idiot. I would prefer that
Well,
you just
you like to
acknowledge
call
that I didn't
people
say
what
it's
you
floating
want.
in
You
space
think
when I specifically
you
cited
think you can
it
tell
being a
Rachel about
horizontal
her
plane that you're
bastard
standing on.
children. What sort of a man are you?
Definitely isn't me saying it's floating out
Eh?
in space. I'm
What
not an
sort of
idiot.
a man are
You're a
you to
liar.
call
And now
woman's
you're angry
children
at me pointing out your
bastards? Eh?
overt lies that you
Have
claimed
you
I
seen
said when I
Jamie Sea
didn't.
Level's new video?
He's just chanting through me. He's not having a two-way conversation. He's not
He
listening to any
calls you
objections.
slappy because he caught you hitting one of your kids.
I don't hit my kids. People hearing
Well, it was on
background
video.
noise and ascribing me being violent to my children is
You
an
can
absolute
call
outrage.
Rachel's kids
I
little
do not hit my
bastards.
kids. That's what
You
this
call
boils down to when
Rachel's
this
kids
coward cannot
bastards, and you
acknowledge
think
his
you're a
own
man.
failures. Instead calls me
Yeah.
an idiot after he's
You're a
hand-waved a
weasel.
citation and then lied about what I said. He brings my kids into it.
And
Says I
people are
beat
paying
them.
for
No,
this.
I do
You
not.
must be
What an
joking.
absolute outrage.
What did you call Rachel's children? Repeat it.
I apologise to Rachel.
Repeat it.
Yeah?
You
I've gone
just
back
did
on
it
bended
again,
knee and asked
man.
for her
In front of
forgiveness because there's
everybody
no need
else.
to
So shut your
drag
mouth if
people's
you've
kids into
apologised.
this discussion like I did at my annoyance that she, like you, lied about things I don't say. In this instance, you've
So you
said
attacked her
I
children.
said.
So you
Quote,
attacked
that's
her
what you
children,
said.
you fucking
It's
weasel.
floating in space.
You
No, I
attacked her
object to
children
people
because
who
you
lie
couldn't
about what I
reach
say,
out.
and I do lose my
Yeah, you
temper.
lost it.
And then point
You
out for you, in
absolutely
this
lost
case with
it.
Rachie, facts and home truths about her
Did Dave
lifestyle and
teach
poor
you that as
decision
well?
making. That
Eh?
isn't necessary. I don't need to highlight her
Her
unwed
children are
status when
not
having
here. Her
children
children were
because
never
I'm
here.
annoyed that she's lied about things I haven't said. Now, those things aren't distruthful, like what you said when you lied about my citation that you haven't offered and have hand waved.
When did Rachel's children ever come here to talk to you?
We're arguing about elevation
Why
angle,
did you
Rachel, so
bring
you
her
still want to keep
children
this on
into the
children.
argument? Why are you repeating it today? Is that the kind of man you are? Did Dave teach you to do that? Did he teach
So
you
why
to
are
be
you
that kind of
repeating
man?
claims that I beat my
Eh?
kids here? Is that the kind of man you are? Someone making
Yeah, because
claims
you.
about criminal behaviour that I've
Well,
not
it's an equal
partaken.
claim.
What
Well, it's
bloody
on
outrage!
video.
And then you're going to project that onto
Watch
me.
Jamie Sea Level and see what he says. Called you slappy. It's
Who gives a
just,
shit
it's
about
just.
All he's got at this point is ad hoc
All you've
and
got is to
personal attacks
attack
against my
women's
kids.
children because you're
Now, while
like a little
I've
kid
got
and
the
you
humility
lose
to put
your
my hands in the
fucking
air
shit.
and say I was wrong to drag
If you
Rachel's
follow
kids
this
into this,
weasel,
and I have
you listen.
approached her and apologised for it.
Listen,
All
Nathan.
you
Listen,
can do is
Nathan. The
reassert
funniest thing that
claims
happened,
of
right?
criminal
Listen.
abuse against my kids based on
No,
background noise.
Listen. What? Oh, listen. The problem was, Nathan, you told me not to go there, right? Don't go to Bev. Everybody said, don't go listen to Bev. Don't go listen to his argument. All right?
That's not the
Unsubscribe.
problem.
All right? So I went to listen
That's
to
not
the
the
argument,
problem.
and I found somebody with some proof. And you lot can't
Sunshine.
handle it.
Sunshine.
Who are you?
We need
You
a
fuck off.
citation for an
No, you
elevation
don't.
angle.
You need reality.
Remember?
You need to wake
Get
up.
the Adderall
You
drip
all
out.
need to wake up.
He needs to
The
talk about his
horizontal
journey.
reference
It's
that
now
you
on
have
to his anything
established
but
is
give a
not on the
citation because it's not
ground.
important according to him because it annihilates his argument. Anything but.
Yeah. If
Can
you
I
thought you'd
clear
won,
up something
if
the
you
other
thought
day,
you'd won the
gentlemen,
argument, you'd have got rid of me by now.
ElderBear.
And you
all are
haven't
welcome.
won it. You haven't
that the
won it.
citation?
And that's your problem. I
That's
don't
the
bring in a
citation.
citation.
Okay, I'll
I'm
win the
bringing
argument
reality.
immediately. An elevation
Yeah, I'm
angle
bringing
measurement
reality.
proves Earth is being measured flat.
Yeah, it's
An
a nice
elevation
little
angle is
slogan, nice little
an angle
sales pitch for
between you and an
2024.
object you're
But you
measuring in the
know
sky, in
your
this
hands
instance,
are
the sun,
empty.
and the
Your
horizontal
product is
plane that
faulty.
you're standing on. That's a flat
Right.
baseline and a line that
Yeah.
gives you the second part of an angle. Two constituent parts of the angle, the horizontal plane that you're standing on, are straight, flat line for a baseline, proving Earth is being measured factually flat. There's my winning argument.
Where is
You
that
think I
flat
can just sit
baseline
here
now?
and have you
Can
tell
I
me
clear up
how your
confusion?
crap rumpusing somehow defeated that argument? It hasn't.
Ask Brian how he measured elevation changes. just off the
Can I-
ground, sitting
can I
on the
clear up-
ground with a ruler.
Can I
Don't be
clear up-
So
silly.
you just said you want to ask Brian something. Why?
Yeah, I'm trying to clear up this confusion. That's what I was trying to do earlier.
There is no confusion.
There is
confused to me.
there is because people are switching
Okay, right,
between.
Brian.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm glad you're in Discord now because we can actually hear you. QE,
Oh,
raise your
Brian,
objection,
welcome.
then let Brian go. Go ahead, QE, because otherwise you're just going to get him saying there's no objection through the
Oh,
top. of your
QE's here as well.
Yeah,
Wow.
there is no confusion here. All we're asking for is for them to support what an elevation angle is by mere citation, not the application of it, not anything else. We just need
That's
a
a
citation.
sales pitch.
For what an elevation angle is. That's it. There's no confusion.
Yeah, there is confusion. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking.
I understand that point, but there is a cross purposes going on here, because if I'm measuring an elevation angle on the land, right, with a theodolite, then
They don't know what it is yet.
hang on. Sorry,
You're
can I
into
just?
application. It's not
He's trying to shut you down, Brian.
I know what's going on here. I've heard it earlier when I put on the live show. I could hear exactly what was going on. When you're measuring an elevation angle, right, on the land with a theodolite, either leave me finish or I'll just fucking hang up because I couldn't be bothered
He's trying to
anymore.
control it, Brian. Keep going.
This is going on. I don't need you telling me about anything, ElderBear, because you're wrong as well. You're all wrong. When you're measuring an elevation angle on the land and you're with a theodolite, then the horizontal is at the scope of the theodolite. When you're measuring an elevation angle to a celestial body at sea, then you're always either paralleling, right? Either paralleling mean sea level, that's a horizontal distance between 2 points on mean sea level, which is a horizontal plane, or when you refer to the almanac to make adjustments of accuracy to your elevation angle, they place the vertex and the adjacent of the elevation angle on mean sea level. You're measuring horizontally a horizontal distance across a horizontal plane that we call mean sea level when you're using a sextant. That's what you're actually doing. With a theodolite, it is different. You're measuring from the scope only. There's a difference. It's so simple. Why can't people get this?
That's what I said, Brian. It's just measured in the vertical plane.
But no, Bev, it's not. It's not just that. You have to
It's
refer
always
to the
measured
almanac,
in the
to the
vertical
production
plane.
tables.
From
Hang
one
on
point
second.
to another, referencing the sun, the stars, wherever, from a horizontal or to the horizon.
We're talking about the measurement, Bev. The measurement with a sextant, where you can go to the site reduction tables, right, and how they're measured, right, or what they're pre-assuming. In the almanac, it's always pre-assumed that the vertex of the elevation angle and the adjacent of the elevation angle is at mean sea level. The elevation angle itself is a measurement in the vertical, but you're measuring the whole point of it is with celestial navigation is to measure a horizontal distance across mean sea level. You're only dealing with two-dimensional horizontal measurement. That's what you're doing. That's the point of it. That's why in the almanac, the almanac pre-assumes that the vertex and the adjacent is at mean sea level. It doesn't matter what's happening at the scope of the of the sextant. That doesn't matter because it's always pre-assumed. And for best accuracy, it's the vertex and the adjacent is placed on mean sea level, which is a horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm. Referenced always.
That's where the confusion.
Yeah, the elevation angles measured in the vertical plane, and the elevation changes are measured on the vertical datum.
No, you're not dealing with a vertical datum when you're dealing with a sextant, Bev. You're not dealing with any elevation changes.
Brian.
You're not dealing with those. That's the point. That's something you would do with surveying. You're not doing that.
It was linking the elevation part of that statement in the vertical.
We get a citation.
Yeah, but that's
we
between
the... Hold on, Brian.
Okay.
Could we get a citation for that?
What, that they measure these elevation angles in the vertical plane?
You're going to need a
Can I get a
baseline for
citation?
that.
Citation for that?
It's sort of implied, isn't it?
Did I get a citation for it? No, no worries. I'll give you one. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. That's from Radar Tutorial.
Measured in the vertical plane, did it say?
Yeah, between the horizontal plane. That's right, Bev, yeah.
That's what I said, measured in the vertical plane. And you said, no, you're wrong.
We're in agreement. So you agree with that
we were
citation?
right.
So you agree, Bev? So you agree with that citation?
That the elevation angle is measured in the vertical plane, yes.
That's only half the.
He's a
that's only
retard.
half the citation, though, isn't it? So what you're saying is you only agree with half of the citation.
Yeah, as long as it says vertical, he agrees.
You see. So what about the bit that you're measuring that with respect to? So I'll read it again. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. So we're starting with the bit that you're ignoring there, Bev. You're only acknowledging half of the citation there. You like the other guy who put the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. You notice how they both had horizontal plane specifically referenced. He said it was in space, even though the citation said we were standing on it. In this instance, we're measuring from the horizontal, the line of sight measured in the vertical. With respect to the horizontal plane, though. Very specifically, with respect to the horizontal plane. You understand now that Earth's measured with respect to that horizontal plane of reference now, Bev?
It's like if you
Or
start
is it just
from
only
above,
only the interruption right at the end of the statement?
then the horizontal
When you understand the
plane
questions
is
coming. He
below
detects
you.
the questions coming. So best to start talking right at the end when that question's about to come, right, Bev? Total coward.
The horizontal plane, Nathan, can be
Yes.
either above you at
Yes.
your level or below
yes,
you.
Bev. Yes, the horizontal plane, Nathan. Yes, I'm going to respond to you.
So the angle
Yes,
of
the
depression
horizontal
would
plane.
be
Yes,
measured
Bev.
where?
Yes.
Are you
The
accounting for the
horizontal
angle
plane
of
the
depression
observer
in your
is
angle of
standing
elevation?
on. Yes, that horizontal plane, Bev. Yes.
You're incorporating the angle of depression into your angle of elevation, are you?
No, it's just defined that way. Sustainable by design, for instance, Bev. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle if we were measuring the sun, in brackets, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun. That's an imaginary line between you and the sun, right? You understand that's an imaginary line.
Yep.
And the real bit is the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Mm-hmm.
End quote. Sustainable by design. So do you just want to take the imaginary elevation angle line, the star, and ignore the horizontal plane the observer is standing on? Would that be more beneficial to your crappy argument?
Yeah, because if you were up on top of a mountain, right, you'd definitely get the horizontal of the plane that you're standing on top of the mountain.
Yeah, you do dip.
Would you project that?
Yeah,
over
yeah,
there?
yeah. What you have to do, Bev, is I'm answering you, Bev. There,
Mm-hmm.
if you were at the top of a mountain and you happen to be using a mariner's sextant, and you could obviously see the horizon, and you'd have to know the exact height above the flat Earth that you'd be dip correcting to. The dip correction is to get your eyes back on the surface level because you need a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay.
So you can do this thing called dip correction that accounts for your height above the surface level.
Yeah, so your initial angle.
That's why I haven't finished there, Bev. I realise
depression
that you need to
angle
talk
as well,
straight
wouldn't
through
it?
this rather complicated answer when you can't even define what an elevation angle. To you, it's just an angle you can do F all with because you're stupid. I realise you need to start talking right at the end of this conclusion. What you're doing is you're correcting to the surface level. That would be the Earth with no part higher or lower than the other as a reference. But Earth's flat, Bev. That's what you need when you do dip correction up a mountain. Now, I appreciate that by asking you didn't even realise it could be done because you thought you had a little gotcha there, didn't you? Well, no, Bev, you'd correct that upper mountain sextant measurement with dip correction to the surface
Yeah, which
level.
means you wouldn't just have an elevation angle. You'd have an angle measured in the
What's that?
vertical plane, but it would
What's that?
incorporate the depression angle as well, wouldn't it?
What's that? If we had an elevation angle, what's that, Bev? What's your understanding of what an elevation
It's
angle
an
is? Could you
angle
define it for
measured
me?
in
Maybe
the
cite it
vertical
They still
plane.
haven't given us the citation.
with respect to the horizontal plane that we're standing on.
Well,
as per the
you could
sustainable-
measure the angle in the
as
vertical
opposed to
plane
you interrupting at the end of the annihilating
and
bit.
then separate that angle between the
Bev, it's
depression and
absolutely
elevation
pathetic.
angle, wouldn't you? But
Maybe
you
just
wouldn't be able to
interrupt
measure
the
it, would
devastating
you?
bit, because then you won't have to listen to it. The devastating bit about the horizontal plane of reference that you'll be referring to when you get the height in the vertical. Yeah, Bev, yeah. With respect to the horizontal plane of reference you're standing on.
Elevation change.
No. Height in the vertical with respect to the horizontal plane of reference you are standing on.
Yeah, the elevation change. In order for you to be able to incorporate the depression angle
elevation
as
angle
part
measurement,
of your
not
elevation angle.
change. No, Bev, that's something else. Elevation change is an elevation angle measurement. Those are different things because they're different words.
You don't imagine that an
got a
elevation
citation.
change also has an angle. Do you not?
Interesting.
But you'd establish
Wait,
the
that's to say that
elevation,
I
the
was at
horizontal
40
at the
foot,
top.
I'm
I
now
think that's
at
what Airbag
50
was
foot.
saying.
I'll describe that
Above.
as 4 degrees.
Hold on, Bev. I think
That's
I've
a
got
lie,
question
Bev.
for you.
You're just making shit up. Elevation is not described in degrees, is it?
Elevation changes is
I know you're
measured on the
struggling
vertical
to keep your
datum.
lives. I know you're struggling to keep your lives together, Bev, but come on. Don't just throw any nonsense out there. It makes you look really stupid. You're doing a good job, but just, little breath before too many stupid things come out. Yeah?
Right, so the elevation change is measured on the vertical datum.
It's
I think
15
I've been saying
degrees
that.
in elevation.
15 degrees in elevation. No, because we're arguing about an elevation angle, but he's talking about elevation changes because this is a painful subject where we must measure Earth flat.
That's what
you
I've just
measure
picked
the
up
Earth
on.
to be
Bev
not
trying
flat.
to do the switcheroo. He's now describing elevation in degrees because in his switcheroo, he's not been able to do it very smoothly, has he?
Elevation
He keeps
angle
bullshitting.
implies an
But
angle,
we're
doesn't
lying,
it?
you see. It's hard to keep it together because it comes nonsensical, Bev. I've listened to it a long time. You've got no shame, my friend. No humility, yeah? And frankly, very little intellect, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, he's really stupid. It
Very-
surprises
very
me because he's
stupid.
managed to garner quite an audience. But they come here and parrot his stupidity
Tiny
and get ripped
audience.
apart in the same way. And then presumably they go back to him and he massages their ego into believing that the stupid shit they've had taken to pieces is still good because it's still saying it. I mean, even when their illustrious leader Bev himself interrupts every single point that he's got wrong or had corrected or not cited or hand waved, or his Muppet crew that did the same, have that happen to him, he just thinks that if he chants through it, what people won't hear. That's his attitude.
Can I just hang on one second?
I've just got
Riffrack.
one more bit of
Right,
beratement
before things get out of hand and
Freedom
nasty, you're
limit.
holding it.
Genuinely,
Brian's
genuinely,
still in the
Bev,
middle.
you need to have a look at yourself, man. You need to have a real good... And you probably need to listen back to this. Because anybody who's not part of your specialist crew, yeah, is listening to this thinking, what the hell is this delusional Dunning-Kruger keep going on about and back to? Yeah? What is your problem, Bev? Why are you here? I'll tell you why you're here. You're not here to discover truth. You're part of the shill crew that's here to attack that Earth debate. Because we're stood there spitting truth, it hurts you, doesn't it? Yeah? And because you've got some hidden agenda, that's why you're here. But you're not here to help people, are you? You're a deceitful person, aren't you? That's out there to confuse people, Bev, which is what you've done today. It's what you do on your show. It's been demonstrated today, Bev, so thank you for an absolutely eloquent demonstration of what a snidey, disingenuous person you are.
That's the problem I had. It seems like flat Earth debate is under attack for bringing flat Earth truth out. So it's like, I don't get it. It's proving Earth is flat and it's receiving such disdain from supposedly our own. That's questioning to me.
The reason I brought the almanac up and the site reduction tables is because it takes the dip correction out of it, because it places the adjacent and the vertex of the elevation angle on the horizontal plane that we call mean sea level. The whole point of the celestial navigation measurements is to garner your position on a two-dimensional grid. It's purely
Why are you
and
bothering,
that
Brian? Why? We all know this, Bri, right?
No, let him,
They know
let him.
this.
I want.
They're
This is the main bit.
pretending,
Adam,
and they're being disingenuous.
Adam, I throttle you. Let him. This is the main bit. Let him say it.
Yeah,
Don't
this
say
is
they're
the whole
not worthy
point.
of it.
Yeah,
My
okay, if
audience
I
is
just want to,
definitely worthy of it. Yes, please, Brian. Yes, please.
yeah, the whole point of what you're measuring in celestial navigation, and this is why the almanac places the vertex and the adjacent of the elevation angles at mean sea level, is because the whole point is you're measuring horizontal distances, right, that become the radius of great circles, which are two-dimensional as well. That's straight lines and circles, right? You're measuring these things on the two-dimensional latitude and longitude grid, which is placed at mean sea level. That's the whole point of it. So any nonsense you might be doing with dip correction or anything else, the end goal is for the adjacent and the vertex of your elevation angles to be placed at mean sea level. That's the end goal. It's not with a theodolite. You're not going to be doing the same thing because that's a surveying thing. You're doing things differently. That's different. Now, when Bev says you're going to have to take into account the depression angle with the dip, he is correct. You are. But that's why I went straight to the almanac and straight to the site reduction tables, where they pre-assume that the adjacent and the vertex of the elevation angle are at mean sea level. So you're taking all that out of it. All the measurements for celestial navigation are done on a two-dimensional plane. That's the actual measurements. Now the elevation part you will be measuring in the vertical plane, but it's in respect to that horizontal plane. The final measurements that you're getting, which is 3 circles of equal altitude, none of them are in the vertical. The final measurements that gives you your position fix, they're all placed on a two-dimensional plane, which is mean sea level. That's the whole point of it, of celestial navigation. You're plain sailing. You're treating the Earth as if it's one big horizontal plane. That's the whole point. It's conceptual.
Exactly. Perfect, Brian. And comparatively, the single point that you would reference to your heights above or below, it's the same. It's referencing the whole area that Bev gave as an example as a horizontal plane that you can how high or low. When you look on an ordnance survey map and it tells you how high or low topology of the land is, it's across the whole of the flat map because it's all referenced to one single flat point. That's the point. It proves Earth's measured flat.
I'll even go a point further than that. You can't have a vertical plane without a horizontal plane.
Exactly. If you just focus on the vertical, you haven't got a flat plane. It doesn't exist. If you ignore half the citation that says you're measuring in the vertical, then you're not referencing with respect to the horizontal. You can just ignore half the reference. It's pathetic.
Well, you can't refer to one without the other. You can't refer to one without the other. You can't. One creates the other automatically. Horizontal creates vertical, vertical creates horizontal. It's an automatic thing. Yeah, I just think there's cross
That's
purposes
not
going
what
on.
they're here for. They've heard the rumblings in the community. They're here for audio clips of Nathan triggered so that Jamie Sea Level can put together another hit. That's why they're here.
Probably. The audience recognises the greater good of my motivation, though. So yeah, you might get a few clips of me getting triggered. And I've said already, like I said with Rachie, no, I don't mind taking on responsibility for my actions. If I've done something wrong, I'll admit to it. No worries. Does it change the overall motivation going forward? No. Does it change how strong it is to argue that Earth's measured flat in all instances? No, definitely not. Might mean that I have to take a few on the chin. So what? I don't care. I'm a big boy. I can cope. And I can take responsibility for my own actions. Wrong or right, I'll take responsibility for you. Unlike what we've had exhibited here today. Has any responsibility been taken? They offer up an argument, and when it fails, they blame the source of the argument. The amount of times I've said, if you go forth with the Black Swan and fail, and they go, oh, well, QE's crappy argument. That's a disgrace. That shows such a lack of humility. If you can't take ownership for the argument, I have to, double-edged sword, say, unfortunately, when QE says, well, I'm getting credit for these arguments you've got straight off my website, I'm sorry, QE. I have to fight that battle both sides of that coin, which is to say, if you take ownership of the argument and you can convey the argument and win with it, your argument. Take ownership of it. Good for you. You've learnt it. You can effectively deal out those blows. Good for you. You take that win. It's yours. It is. But it's also your loss. You can't even form the logical consistency that you're claiming you're improving. Oh, it weren't me. It weren't me. Absolutely pathetic. We're dealing with weasels. That's what we got.
Your horizontal is still floating in space, though.
Did we get a high say?
Not in
Is that what I
celestial
said?
navigation.
Is
Not
that
in.
what I
Just one
said,
second.
liar? I said
Fine.
it was floating in space. Did I there, liar? You have to lie, don't you, too?
ElderBear, that was the whole
Yeah,
point of
somebody
me
this
bringing up the
afternoon
almanac.
referring to the Black Swan as a POTUS Mullins. Yeah,
POTUS
the
Mullins,
level
indeed.
of understanding of it, yeah, it's been great.
What's the form
Yeah.
of that POTUS Mullins there, Adam? Can you
Well,
give me
looks like
the
it's
logical
falling
form of
apart
it?
to me.
I suggest you blame QE when I ask you and you can't give it me.
QE? Oh, yeah, I know.
Talking about.
Excuse me, we're
Yeah.
just mocking you,
QE's
boys.
argument is
Mind.
QE's
Did you want to
QE's
blame
argument's
QE for
getting
your
kicked
failure to
out
give me the
too.
logical form there, Adam? Just blame someone else. It's far easier
Yeah.
than
Yeah.
taking
The
ownership.
Black Swan is getting kicked into the
Owen's fault,
weeds.
absolutely. Professor Dave's
It's
fault,
Owen's fault
perhaps.
for a load of closet homosexuals fancying him, you see.
Yeah,
So
that's
because
it.
loads of
Well,
closet
see.
homosexuals make videos about Owen, it's his fault.
Yeah, I think it was Adam's
Absolutely
argument.
Yeah, but
fault.
Adam helped out with that one.
yeah,
Holds
Did
it.
you're happy
did you
to
not
push
pick up on the
Arwen
fact
to
we were
the
mocking
edge.
you? Hello? Did you not pick up on when we're mocking you? Do you not realise what's going on here?
You can't mock me. When my
They're not
brothers
actually
come to
bright enough
call,
to get it,
you'll
are
know
they?
it was
All right,
me who
brothers,
sent them,
go
okay?
straight over their head.
Anyway.
Or it's either that or they're that dumb, they're just happy to be talked about. So they'll take it as an insult and just think, oh, somebody's actually
Yeah.
talking about me.
It's really
You
sad.
didn't.
It is
You're
sad.
not standing on the horizontal.
The horizontal plane of reference.
You're
The observer is
establishing a
standing where, as per
horizontal
cited by
reference
Sustainable
from
by
which
Design,
you will
feel
measure
that rumpusing the distant observer
elevation
with that
change up or down.
blurting out of a hand wave dismissal is somehow going to be successful. Why?
I cannot lay in my garden with a ruler and sight it across the garden
That's
and
exactly
see
what you
any
do when you measure an
horizontal
elevation angle measurement with
with a
respect to the
12-inch
horizon. What
ruler
you do in
lying on
your
my side.
garden is absolutely pathetic. Yeah?
Well, you're just
What
in
you
your
do
flat.
if you're using a mariner's
You're in your
sextant
flat.
is
You haven't even got a
establish Earth as
garden.
flat. Measure Earth
You haven't
flat.
even got a
That's what you
garden.
do.
And just look across from the corner there where you are. You haven't even got a garden.
No, I live in a flat.
I know.
Was
I
that
know
the
where you lived
citation?
in a flat.
No, I'm still
I know
waiting
you
for
live
the
in a flat.
citation, QE.
Sorry, is this you doxing me now? Mocking my
Not at all.
home circumstances? Is that right?
You told
You
about
haven't
the
even got a
gardeners who hadn't
garden.
got a garden.
I
You
haven't
said
even
you
got
lived
a
in a
garden,
flat. I said,
therefore
yeah.
Earth can't possibly be flat.
You said you lived in a flat. I agreed. I said, yeah, okay, you live in a flat.
Yeah, so what? Earth's measured flat when you establish a horizontal plane of reference. That
Yeah,
would be the
but when I lay
horizontal.
in my garden, the one that I
Personally,
have
I would
got,
suggest that
with
me
my
pointing out my
12-inch
winning argument
ruler,
again requires you
and
to
I
just talk
look
straight through it.
across it,
Detected it
there's
was coming.
no
Yeah, so
horizontal.
it'd be the horizontal plane of reference that the observer is standing on, ElderBear.
Yeah, and the ground is below that or above it. Depends where, you
No,
know,
you're
that's the
standing on it.
elevation change.
It's a horizontal
But the
plane of
ground
reference the
itself
observer is
isn't
standing on when you measure the
horizontal,
horizon with a sextant.
even though the
That's what
horizontal
you're
that you
standing on,
created
as
that's
cited.
floating in space
You didn't
is
say anything. You
horizontal.
hand waved it and then lied and
Yeah.
said that I said it was in space. Yeah, like a
You're
liar.
just telling people a story.
You're just
You're
lying
replacing
about
the
what I didn't
globe
say when I
model
cited
with
it about
another
12 times.
fallacious
You
flat
then
Earth model.
misrepresented what
That's
I
what
said,
you're doing.
lied and said
People
I said it
accept
was
it.
in space. That's what
People
you
repeat
said.
it.
No, it was not.
Let's
You are a
just keep
liar.
telling the mantra. Keep speaking the
No,
mantra.
it's
Tell
not
people to
mantra.
go
It's
out and
pointing out
do
that
it.
you lied about me.
Go.
Said
I
it was
didn't
in
lie about
space,
anything.
ignoring
What
the
did I lie
citation,
about?
and then claimed that that's what I said, making you a
No, I
liar.
asked you what tool. I asked you what tool you're using. You wouldn't tell me. When you were measuring it and you're standing on this horizontal, what tool are you using to measure that angle
Family
with?
show.
Hey, your
This is a
glasses?
family
There's only
show.
one tool around here, is it? One
Hey,
large
no, what
tool.
is it though? What's the tool you're using to measure your angle on this horizontal you're standing on? What is it? Is it the one Brian's talking about?
Sextant.
There's
The
a
sextant.
category here. The
In a
measurement of it
sextant, you've got.
and the definition of it are not the same. So when the
You've got a
elevation angle,
sextant.
1 second, ElderBear,
Okay.
just listen to me for a second. the definition and the measurement of an elevation angle are two different things. How you're defining it, or how it's defined, and how you measure it, are not going to be the same.
I'm not
Do you know what I
interested in
mean?
the
So
angle
it's
particularly.
well,
Say again.
it's
Hold on, Brian.
it's a
I'm interested in the
category of.
horizontal
Brian,
Hmm.
did you say
The
you're not interested
horizontal
in
you haven't
reality?
got until you establish it. That one.
How would
You
you
know,
do
that
that?
horizontal you haven't got until you have to establish it.
Well, by pointing the sextant at the horizon, for example.
Or at your eye, yes. So that's not
You
standing
point
on
the
it, is it?
sextant at the horizon and look at the
Yeah.
horizon to
But
establish
you're not
horizontal.
standing on it, though, are you?
That's exactly
You
what
are
we do.
not. You're
Establish
standing
Earth
on a
as a
boat.
horizontal plane of reference by holding a sextant and looking at the horizon. That's right.
Yeah, that's it. I can go to Google too. I thought you were better than that. But you have to go to
What are
Google?
you talking about? I'm talking
Jesus,
about
man.
you asking
You're
me what
holding
tool
a
will be
sextant
used
to
and
your
how
eye. You are
we will
not
use the
standing on
tool
the
to establish a
horizontal that
horizontal
the
plane of
sextant
reference. My answer,
is
point
created
the tool,
at all.
measures the angle
And below
at the
you is the
horizon,
thing is going
and
up
it
and down,
establishes
up
Earth
and
as flat.
down, up and down.
A
That is not
horizontal plane of
horizontal.
reference. So
But
I'm
just
answering
measured
you. You
on a
just don't want to
mean
listen. You just rumpus
average,
every word of
because
my
they want to go
response.
up and down and
Every
say, well, we just
single
say
word.
there is
This
the
guy is
average, the
rumpus
level,
personified.
right?
Quite
Even
literally, he
though the
doesn't want to listen
tide
to a
goes
single
in
word
and
I'm
out.
saying and is now causing continuous audio
Yeah,
chaos. Now, that,
yeah.
if you want to know how that's happening as an audience member,
You didn't
while
crush
I'm
me
talking,
today, though,
the gate's
Nathan.
closed. See this light
You
here
didn't crush
where
me
ElderBear
today.
is flashing? You see that? That means that he is continually talking while I am talking, therefore not listening. The reason they do that, it's a rumpus trick, is so that they don't have to respond to anything that's put to them. For example, the establishment of a horizontal plane of reference to measure an angle by looking at the horizon with a tool will induce an interruption. Because pointing out that we use the tool to establish Earth as flat by pointing it at the horizon, in answer to his question, isn't going to be something he can respond to because we've just proved Earth's measured flat.
Nathan, aren't these guys supposed to be flat earthers or at least anti-ballers?
Who cares what
I
they
don't
are?
know what they are.
I just no, and I don't. I'm
Not
not
a flat
supposed.
earther,
You just
no.
have to look at the
Just
motivation of
on a
these
Yeah,
people when
I'm
they
journey.
not a
turn
flat
up. What
earther.
are they
As in,
here to do?
definitely not a flat
What
earther.
have they turned up to do?
I came here
No, I
to
know
help
Just
you're
looking for
not,
Nathan.
the
mate. We
truth.
know you're a baller. We know you're on the ball side, Bev. Look at all the attacks you do to flat earthers. Look at what you do, Bev.
I came
Look, you're
here to help Nathan.
demonstrate that. And you know what? Thank God you're not.
Did you want to help
Because
me
Nathan's got
learn that you can
nothing.
do F all with an
That's why
angle?
he needs some
You're
help.
wrong, though.
Not nothing.
God.
No, I came
Thank
here to
God
show
you're
you
your
how
own
you
group.
can measure the Earth flat by just measuring a
There
straight
you
line
go.
as being the shortest distance.
No, what you did was you offered a logical fallacy that had been offered to you by somebody else. And when I pointed out that it was a logical fallacy and you'd been duped by said logical fallacy, you told me that no, we proved the logical fallacy with logical consistency.
No, you
Just stupid.
You
That
didn't
didn't
quite
help me.
follow the chain.
It helped me
Nathan.
point out how stupid you are to my audience. That's how it helped me.
Your model affliction stopped you from seeing the bigger picture.
What are you babbling about? I don't have a model affliction.
He
When I measure an
realised you didn't have
elevation
any
angle
proof.
measurement, you think I'm
He
model
came to help you.
afflicted when I measure an angle? Do something with it. That's not model
Off of
affliction.
what?
Delusional.
With the sextant at your
You
eye.
delusional, Bevtard.
I'll go over it tonight.
Bevtard,
Don't
you
worry.
delusional.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Is that your
The epic.
citation,
The
by the
epic.
way?
Epic. It'll be probably the most epic of
We've got like
2024 so
5
far.
hours of conversation, all going over this sort of thing
Woohoo!
today.
He doesn't know what a citation is.
No, they don't.
No, it's not flat.
Not a citation.
And you're
This
not even
is
standing on the
good
flat that you're
information
talking
for the
about.
audience.
Not flat. That's what you come on to say. Earth is not flat.
That's all they've
Well
got.
done.
They've got
Hang
Earth
on,
is
I
hang
flat.
on.
don't
That's how
Let
it's
me
believe. I
measured.
correct.
don't
Let me
believe
So
the
when we take an
sales pitch.
elevation angle measurement, we're taking a measurement in the vertical with respect to the horizontal plane of reference the observer is standing on by definition. That's what a elevation angle
With the
measurement
sextant
is.
at your eye,
And when they
really.
come on and just
With the
chant, Earth is
sextant
not
at your
flat,
eye.
we only deal with the vertical.
Your feet's
Several
on
of
the
the
deck of
Discord
a
server
boat,
point out, no, you can't have the vertical
wobbling
without
about.
respect to the horizontal. The two are intrinsically linked.
You think that's
They just
logical?
ignore it. Or when we read out a citation that says that vertical measurement that they only want to pay attention to is with respect to the horizontal plane, they only affirm the second half of the definition because they can't cope with the first half. They think they've won. No, Earth is flat. That's how it's measured.
But it's measured.
Can I ask
It's
ElderBear a
measured with
question?
elevation changes, right, Nathan?
Right, when we were talking
That's
about
all
measuring
we said.
an elevation angle, something you're yet to define, it needs to be changed to what?
Just elevation
An angle
changes,
of elevation change.
actual measured.
Adam already called you out with this, though, didn't he, Bev?
No, you tried to get
Stuttering
misunderstand
little
this.
bitch. Yeah, Adam absolutely caught you out with this, Bev.
In reality, Nathan, we actually
Maybe if you shout louder
measure
through me, pointing out that Bev already
elevation
caught you with this.
changes.
You're already caught by Adam. This attack trick.
Nathan, he
not
doesn't
a
want to
trick,
lose his income. He doesn't
And
want
now
to
he's
lose
got his
his
little white
income.
knight ElderBear to rumpus this too, right? You already caught you out.
No,
Adam
you
caught
just
you.
he came over because you got nothing. He came over to help
Really
him.
high pitched. You'll get away with it in the
Okay?
audience's mind.
Yeah, I know. You taught me to do this.
Elevation
You know,
angle,
you're the leader.
right, is
You're the
actually
leader.
elevation
Remember you
change angle,
told
is it?
Whipsit,
Right,
I'm
Bev?
the
This
leader.
little crappy
I
trick
am
that
your
Adam caught
leader.
you on and then berated you for. You're going to rumpus your way through
Yeah.
it, right? Just rumpus your way through it.
What will you
Can
do
I
if you
ask
don't have this
ElderBear a question?
channel?
Numbers are up. Bear.
Yeah. Are they? Do we get them up? Do we get a percentage? Do we get a commission sales
You get a
manager?
measurement of Earth flat with an elevation
Will you,
angle
will
measurement
you
that's
send me
taken
my
off a flat
commission
plane that you're
through?
standing on. You will
Can
get
you
that
send me
from
my
me. That's what you'll
commission?
get. You won't get a
Will
percentage
you
of anything
send me
other than
my
the flat Earth
commission, lad?
measurement. Both
Yay.
you know
Send
it's
me
a fact.
commission.
You little
Put it in
rumpus.
the book. I'd rather have
Go
cash.
ahead.
Can you give me cash?
Sorry, maybe go get Dave Rakia and SC Montreal and come back.
Dave?
ElderBear, can I ask you a question?
Go on, Brian. You're not so bad, Brian. I think you know the truth, Brian. I think you're closest to myself.
I do
Rakia
know.
pointed out the
Right.
horizon established Earth flat last time I spoke to him.
I thought
Said
Brian
the
was
very best
talking.
very best tool you could use to get a horizontal plane of reference was the horizon with a sextant. Rakia made that explicitly clear last time I spoke to him.
Oh, Rakia now he got a call.
Right, he
My
did.
bad, still in the middle of the same sentence. Rakia knows Earth is measured flat. The very best
old
tool you
Rakia.
can do that with is the horizon, according to Dave Rakia.
He's been around for years as well, just chanting the
He
same
knows
old
Earth's
argument.
measured flat, doesn't he? Very best tool you can use to establish a horizontal plane is the horizon, according to Dave Rakia. Very best.
You've been here 10 years and you haven't got any
Keep
proof yet.
talking and stuttering while you think of something else to respond to the fact
Rakia
Dave
knows
Rakia measures
about
Earth
elevation
flat with a tool known
changes,
as a sextant
Nathan.
on a boat by pointing it at the horizon, and in his
I'm a
own words,
newbie.
quote, the very best
Hey.
tool for
Hey,
doing
Nathan,
so
Nathan.
is the horizon. Maybe you can talk about how you'll be having a little show about this later instead.
Yeah, I'm a newbie. Okay? It didn't take me long to work this
And
out.
I know Earth's measured flat.
I know.
Newbies
10
believe
years
it and then go to
grifting.
places like Bev's server to be fed total garbage and contradictions.
It's not
I
my
prove
server.
Earth's
10
flat
years.
by measurements. One of those
10
measurements
years.
was
I'm
affirmed
on
by
it.
Dave Rakia. You were about to bring up Dave.
I'm on your server now.
Sorry, we're going to only defer to your Dave when you need to be a coward. You brought up
No, you
lots of
got
Daves.
No, you're
One when
Dave.
you were trying
Yeah.
to defer your crappy failure to the
Was he-
originator of the argument. In this case, we've got Dave Rakia, who knows the horizons used to measure Earth flat.
Yeah, you got to
Detailed
dig
it.
in your
Very
little
best
pot
tool,
of
he says.
ad homs now.
Not ad homs, this is an argument.
Have you got to
Earth
the
measured
bottom of the
flat.
pot of your
Tool
little
being used to
statements
the
yet?
horizon, as
We'll
detailed by
come back
Dave
to
Rakia,
repeat
and
in a
in
minute.
his words,
Ooh.
it was, quote, the very best tool.
With the horizon you were standing on, with the sextant at your eye.
No, I
Incredible.
didn't say with the horizon I was standing on. It
Incredible.
seems like you're adding in little words to make it sound absurd
Incredible.
there, ElderBear. No,
Yeah, it's in
don't
space, isn't it?
quote Dave Rakia.
That
I'm
horizontal
sure Dave
from
would
your
be very happy
sextant
with
is
you
not on the
lying
ground,
about
is
Dave
it?
saying that you're standing on a
It's
horizon.
floating in air.
Dave Rakia didn't say
Floating.
that. Don't lie
It might
about
have
what
been
Dave
Rakia
Rakia
that
says,
did-
ElderBear.
made
He's
Bob
not
do
here to
his
defend
logic.
himself. I will quote him when he says the very best tool is the horizon for establishing Earth as flat. Don't lie about what Dave says. He didn't say we were standing on a horizon. You understand? Don't lie about my friend Dave Rakia. Don't do it again. How dare
He
you?
actually said when
Just
he's standing
Rachy,
on his
just
head.
women, eh? Just fucking women, eh?
He just didn't
Huh?
say like
Just
ElderBear
women,
lied
huh?
about
Women and their
standing on a
kids.
horizon when he
You
misrepresented
creep.
Rakia. Like
I
the
d-
scum
I
he
don't
is, he needs
think
to
Rakia
misrepresent
will
what
have
Dave
said it's
Rakia
measured
actually
flat.
said when I quote him. I've trimmed him out saying it. This scumbag's going to lie about what Dave Rakia said, aren't you, ElderBear? He's going to
You're
say
just
he
gonna
said
pick-
we were standing on the horizon. Lie and misrepresent about what Dave Rakia actually said. You're going to lie about Rakia, aren't you, ElderBear?
Oh.
No, I'm just going to remind the audience that it's you who
I'm going to remind the audience that you
attacks.
just made out like Dave Rakia said we were standing on a horizon. We're definitely not, and it's not what Rakia said, liar.
That attacks women and children. That's you.
Now he's going to be back to the ad homs when I talk about measuring a horizon to establish Earth as flat. He brings up Dave Rakia.
Oh, yeah.
I
Don't
point out
get
what
Dave
Dave
linked
Rakia
to
has said in
this,
quotes. He misrepresents
Uh,
it and talks
yeah,
about
that's-
standing on the horizon and he goes into his
That's
rumpusing tactics. I think
that's
they are
definitely
shills, Adam.
not
All this guy's
definitely
done
not
is
the
like the
Dave I was
sidekick
talking about.
to Rumpus.
I don't know who this Rakia guy is, but it's not the Dave I was talking about.
He's lower than that.
It's the other Dave, you know.
Can we get off?
Audio
Can we get off
clip.
all this
That is
toxic nonsense for a
stated
minute?
that. Wait till
Yeah.
we go over it on the
Let's attack some more women and
said something
children, eh?
about Jamie Sea
Eh?
Level and his hit
Great.
pieces. They're here
Yeah.
to try to get us upset so that they can turn around like bullies.
Bullies?
Upset we got them and what we got.
You're being bullied. Look at you, you wimp.
It's probably the singular most disgusting thing I've ever seen a human
Don't
being
rise
doing. And you
to
see
it,
it
come on.
for disgusting people.
Yeah, you're all wimps on that panel.
ElderBear.
Wimps that can't admit when they're wrong.
You all bow
Frankly,
down.
UFO with
All
language
bow
and
down to the
like
sales
getting
manager.
Your attitude from an angle.
He's got a
Nothing
pretty
else perceive
poor
that as
product.
Being a complete wimp.
A pretty poor product he's got for sale.
Let me ask ElderBear something. ElderBear, can I ask you that question now?
Well, if they let you, Brian, yeah.
They will. They will. Right. Everyone will leave me ask you this. If
Okay.
I say the earth is flat, am I making a geometric claim?
Well, you know, flat isn't a very good word to use, is it really? Because what's that?
But that's
What's
not what I
flat?
asked you. I asked you.
It was
Answer
a
the
yes or no
though.
question. This scumbag will not
Yes or
answer
no
a yes or no
question.
question.
You know,
Hang on,
no,
Nathan.
as you say it, no.
Obfuscate into his
Don't add fuel to the
opportunity
fire,
to now
please.
Shut
demean
up,
whatever he
Nathan. I'm
deems, call
talking to
us
Brian. Stop
child
rumpusing over
abusers,
everybody,
whatever else he's going to
Nathan.
throw at us,
Shut
women
up.
abusers. That's what he's going to do.
Go
He's
on,
not going to
Brian.
answer your
Go
question
on,
yes
Brian.
or no. He hasn't got that in him.
Yeah,
That's
you
not what
didn't
he's
make
here
any
for.
geometric statement there. That's right, Brian. You didn't make any geometric statement
Yeah.
before rumpused over us then.
Right. Because if I said the earth is a horizontal plane, then I am making a geometric statement or a geometric claim, and I can be held to that. Whereas flat is a description. So it is correct to describe the earth as flat. That is correct. Because there's no
Really?
better description for it. Yes.
Yeah,
There
but
is no
flat
better
can be
description.
vertical as well, can't it?
A flat,
Yeah, it
well,
can, yeah.
vertical is hang on, vertical. When you brought in vertical, you brought in an orientation and you made it geometric.
No, it's just a descriptor, you said. It describes something.
Yeah, but flat describes. But when you brought in vertical,
So it
you
doesn't
added
go very good with horizontal. That's what I meant. It's not very
the
good with
flat.
horizontal
When
because it could be
you're
some.
bringing horizontal and vertical, then you're bringing in geometry into it. I'm talking about flat itself. What is the word flat? It's like the word round. They're just descriptors.
Description of something. Yeah.
Yes. So if I describe the earth as flat, then I'm not making a geometric claim, and my description is correct. There is
Until you
no,
measure it.
there's no better
Until you
description.
measure it. Until you
Yeah, but
measure
no,
it.
but hang on. No, hang on.
Yeah,
What
but
you're
no,
talking
but.
about there, 1 second. No, hang on. Hang on. I'm being fair with you. You don't need to get smart with me, right? When you go measuring it, then you're talking about geometry and measurement and surveying. I'm talking about when I describe the earth as a whole and I describe it as flat, that is the best and most accurate description of the earth. Do you know that if you take the full area within the latitude and longitude grid, then Mount Everest, which is the highest elevation point above mean sea level that we're aware of, right, is less than half the height of a human hair. Right? My table downstairs is flat. The kitchen floor is flat. Right? Doesn't mean that doesn't have undulations. No. But as a description, it's flat. If I call them horizontal, then specifically, I would be wrong because I'm making a geometric claim because they may not be exactly horizontal. But if I describe them as flat, it's just a description. So when you attack somebody or say, not attack, but if you say to somebody, but there's elevation changes. Yes, but that doesn't change the description. It doesn't make the description incorrect. Do you understand what I mean? So someone saying the earth is flat is not making a geometric claim.
No, but the tagline is, though, isn't it? The earth is
What do you mean?
measured flat. That's
But
the
I'm
sales
just talking
pitch.
about the description. I'm
No, I'm talking about the
description.
sales pitch. The sales pitch.
Okay, yeah, okay.
That everybody has to repeat without explanation. That's what we've got to do. Repeat this. Don't explain it. We don't
But
have to anymore.
we're moving off of the topic, ElderBear, right? My
It's
point
not
being
flat.
is that, yeah, but my point, well, as a description, there's no better description. for
Really?
the Earth. There is no more accurate description.
How
than
far
flat.
have you been? How far have you been?
What do you mean?
Well, how do you know
Celestial navigation
whether
doesn't
it's
work
flat or not?
differently on the other
Now.
side of the
Hang on.
plane.
Stop.
You know,
How do I know what? Hang on. How do we know what, ElderBear? You asked me, how do I know? How do I know what?
how do you know it's flat?
Because that's the best way to describe it.
What
We
about if you
don't
live
have
in the
any
mountains?
consistent measured curvature. The best
Yeah,
way to describe the Earth is as flat. We don't have any consistent measured curvature. The best way to describe the Earth as a whole is flat. Flat is a descriptor. It's not a geometric claim. You won't find flat detailed in geometry. You will find flat used to describe things like a triangle is described as flat, a circle, a square described as flat. Horizontal, right? The orientation of horizontal is described as flat. The orientation of vertical is described as flat. But
dude, it's
right,
way simpler than that, man. Way simpler than that. You can't have the rise
one
without the
second.
run.
Yeah, I understand that. But the point I'm making is when I'm describing the Earth, and I say Earth is flat, right? I'm not making a geometric claim. So you're in a category error if you want to start telling me about elevation changes. Because I talk about the whole Earth. There's elevation changes, there's undulations, which would be elevation changes on my kitchen table. But that doesn't mean me describing my kitchen table as flat is wrong because there's no better description for it.
Yeah.
So you're in a
Bev did.
category error if you're attacking me or
Bev did
attacking
with a
somebody.
whiteboard. Remember, Bev gave an example with a whiteboard. Whiteboard's
Well,
flat.
yeah, whiteboard is flat, but that's the only way he can describe it. How else can Bev describe his whiteboard but flat? He's describing his whiteboard. I'm describing the Earth as a whole. When I say it's flat, I'm describing it. I'm not making a geometric claim. I'm not denying geometry. I'm not denying elevation changes. I'm just saying, as a whole, there's no better description than flat. Because we don't have, this is the main point, we don't have any consistent curvature. If we did, then the best description would be round as a description. But it's still not a geometric claim. Round and flat are not geometric claims, they're descriptions.
How do you
Ways
have
of
elevation
describing.
if you don't have a horizontal, man? You have to have
Yeah, but
you
now
have to
you're going
have
into geometry. You're missing the point.
I'm still talking.
You're after missing the point.
I'm still talking. You have to have a location you call dude.
It's like
You're after missing the point.
Couldn't you? I mean,
Stop.
that's a
You hear
valid
Bookfin?
statement.
Oh, right. They've detected a bit of audio chaos, so pile on the pile. Go ahead, Bookfin.
You can't have any elevation if you don't have a horizontal location. So your horizontal plane, from there, you can have either elevation or declination. Without that, without an established horizontal, there is no elevation, no
That's the
rise
measured
whatsoever.
vertical change, isn't it? Measured.
Without the established horizontal plane, you can't have elevation.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But the point I'm making is you're stepping outside of the point I'm making. The point I'm making is for me to describe the Earth as flat is correct. And I'm not making a geometric claim, so there's no point in anyone saying to me there's elevation change.
Dealing with Brian. Can you hear me talking? Do you need to blame someone else? Because Brian's got a challenge for you. I'm not Brian. Can you hear Brian?
Seems upset about a claim somebody else has made.
Oh, it's roll on the ad homs. Brian seems upset. No, Brian's claiming that it's not a geometric claim to describe it as flat. He's doing that, not me. Address Brian. Don't tell him he's getting upset. Address his argument, you coward.
You're
Brian,
raising your voice.
Brian, and I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking ElderBear, saying
No, but
that,
you're
how do you
actually-
know? Hold on. How I'm attacking him because he's saying, how do you know it's flat? It's because you have to have a horizontal plane to be able to describe.
No, but no, you're
elevation.
going into geometry there. You're going into geometry there, so you can't claim it's flat then, because there is elevation changes. If you want to go into geometry, then we're talking about elevation
From where?
changes. Then you're not making it flat. Yeah, I'm talking about a description of the Earth as a whole. That's a sidebar. What you're going into there is, I don't mean it in the wrong way. I don't mean you're doing it on purpose, but it's actually a red herring.
From where though? Where is that elevation?
Bookfin. We heard you the first time, and we agree. You're not picking up what Brian's putting down. He has taken a different tangent. Take Bev on. Let him.
But when Bev, I have to write. I've right when Nathan said hashtag measured flat, right? I already told Nathan, right? I told Nathan ages ago that that doesn't stick well with me, right? But Nathan didn't mind because it's like it's easy. It rolls off the tongue. I'm not going to defend. I leave Nathan. Like Nathan understands that, right? So when you say when you say it's measured flat, right? Uh, it is in celestial navigation. They do measure it flat in celestial navigation.
Right.
In surveying, right, because they're measuring purely a horizontal plane. So yeah, it's going to be a flat measurement, right? Because horizontal is flat. But when you're dealing with surveying, you're not, because you're dealing with elevation changes. You're not dealing with elevation changes in celestial navigation. So Bev has a point when he says hashtag measured flat is not a correct statement. If you're dealing with surveying, but if you're talking about celestial navigation, that Nathan is mostly, or aerospace, right? Then you're treating the Earth as a horizontal plane, and if your measurements are purely like straight horizontals, and
Yeah, but
horizontal measurements.
where do you start from that elevation from the from
Yeah,
the
I
surveying
understand.
point?
I
Hold on.
understand that. I understand that, but but if soon as you go into that, I understand that. But the point is, when you're dealing with the land, you're dealing with elevation changes.
Yes.
Dave
From
is
where?
correct, 100%.
100%. Right, but
Let's
from
just be
where?
honest.
That's
But
what I
from
meant,
where?
Brian, when I said
I
you.
understand
No,
all
no, no,
your
no.
elevation
I don't want to hear you
I understand
understand.
they're coming
I
from
don't want to
from
hear.
mean sea level. I
I
understand
don't
Brian's
all
want
that.
conflicted.
Okay, all right. You pointed out. All right, you're right. From
I
main sea
understand.
level,
I
right?
understand that.
Okay.
I understand surveying.
So it's measured
That's
flat.
why I said. That's why I said Brian's, close to it. He
No.
knows.
He
That's
knows. Yes,
anything.
it
When you
starts
say
from
close
sea
to,
level.
hang on.
Finn,
What do you mean
please
When
by
you
let
close
talk
to?
Brian
about
Close to
lead.
what?
Please let
when you
Brian
talk
lead.
about the Earth as a whole, you haven't seen the whole, have you?
But it's not about whether I've seen it. The point is
Oh,
that there's no
Brian.
better way to describe it. There's no better way to describe the Earth as a flat than flat. If I
That's
say
how.
the Earth is flat, that's the best description. There is no better description.
That's
Unless
how I came
you
in.
think, hang on, but unless you like, how is there a better description than flat?
You can use flat if that suits you.
But it's not
But
whether
I
it
don't
suits me.
walk.
It's what's the best description. That's my
Well,
question.
not if you
Is
live
there a
in the
better description than
mountains.
flat? But
If you live in the
answer my
mountains,
question.
it's not.
Hold
No,
on.
no, no. But we're talking about not
Brian,
mountain.
one
We're talking
second.
about the.
1 second,
Okay.
Brian. Right.
You
Brian's
you can
describing.
use flat if you want to describe
He's
what
detected that
you
there's going to be a
experience.
clarification coming, of course,
Okay.
so rumpusing
No, no,
ensues.
no. The clarification is
I'll
because
try that
you
again,
are giving.
coward. Hopefully without
Stop
you
talking over
deciding
me.
that you're going to
Stop
take
talking
charge.
over
No,
me, Nathan, because you're
no,
trying to
Brian and you are having a
keep
discussion.
control.
You've taken
Well,
it
then
from the
let me and Brian have a
overall
discussion
description of
then. Let
Earth,
me and him have a
overall
discussion
for the
then.
map
Stop
territory,
butting in.
to a single point on a mountain. Oh, that's unfair. I'm pointing that out regardless of your rumpusing.
Yeah,
Have you
I'm talking
done
about the
now?
description of the whole Earth, ElderBear. I'm
You can
describing the
have
whole
that
Earth.
description if you want. It doesn't matter to me.
But
It doesn't matter.
hang
It
on,
doesn't
that's not
affect.
my question
It
though.
doesn't affect.
But that
It
wasn't my
doesn't
Okay, well
affect.
then we
question.
can take that conclusion.
Hang
Someone
on,
Jesus,
needs to
man.
listen
Nathan.
to
1
ElderBear.
second.
He doesn't
Shut
care.
up, Nathan.
He's okay to
Hang on.
concede that the overall
It doesn't
Hang on.
description
matter
of
to
Earth
me.
as flat is fine for you. In other words,
If what?
doesn't
No.
meet
If
any objections. You can say that. Nothing to
you're
object to if
talking for
Brian says
Brian
that.
now,
But he
you got
doesn't
your hand
really
up his
care.
back or something
Then
like
you
a
ask the
ventriloquist
question,
doll.
what's he here for? If he doesn't care,
Well,
but he's objecting flat out to Brian's perfectly acceptable description of the overall Earth being flat, why is he even here?
It doesn't matter
well,
to me personally
I
what
need to
Brian
find out about
describes it as. That's not the point.
but
You can
all I
have that.
wanted to know
It's
when I
absolutely the
asked you,
point. The point is it's perfectly acceptable to describe Earth as flat because it is.
yeah, there's no better description. If there's a better description of the Earth, better basic description of the Earth than flat, then I would be using it. The same way as if there was a better description of my kitchen table than flat, I would be using it. But there isn't. That's the point. So if I say the Earth is flat, there's no point in telling me about elevation changes because I'm not making a geometric claim. I'm just describing what we experience. That's all I'm doing.
I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premium Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a member, and all that good stuff. Of course, a massive thank you to today's Discord and Jeepers Panels for making today's live show possible once again. Stay tuned if you're watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in next video.
Good show, guys. I hope we didn't take away from the Arwen stuff at the beginning. Didn't want to interrupt. Toilet break time. How did everybody else think that went?
An elevation angle, though.
It's an angle measured in the vertical plane.
How do you get your vertical?
No, but that definition is wrong. Can you cite that definition?
You position your tool because it'd be the shortest distance, wouldn't it?
Now, how do you get your vertical?
For you to, because if you take a longer distance, right, it'll be the wrong angle, wouldn't it? Like, so you have to take it in the vertical plane.
Can you post the definition, please? Elevation angle should be easy. If you don't define the words that you're using, I mean, you're going to be debating about it all
We're
day.
talking about the actual practical measurement of the angle, right?
Which angle? What's that?
It's an angle measured in the vertical plane.
Cite that. Can you cite that?
Elevation angle.
Can you cite that, please?
You could actually measure it, couldn't you?
Could you cite it as a definition?
Okay. No. But if you don't know it's an angle measured in the vertical plane, then there's something wrong, Nathan.
The solar zenith angle.
Elevation
is the
from
angle
what?
Between the sun's rays and the vertical direction. It is closely related to solar altitude angle, which is the angle between the sun's rays and a horizontal plane. Since these two angles are complementary, the cosine of either one of them equals the sine of the other. Total silence. Horizontal plane, very specifically in that definition there.
Yeah, there's loads
Earth
of
is measured flat
definitions
with
that mention a horizontal
just my
plane.
conclusion that's going to come afterwards, Bev. It's just the conclusion. Devastating though it may be.
Yeah, a water level is a tool.
Earth, I'll try again for a third time. Maybe every single attempt to conclude this will be interrupted by Bev, a coward. My fourth time. Earth is measured flat with elevation angle.
Could you ask him if he knows what measurement means?
What does measurement mean, Bev?
You can measure a vertical distance.
It's fascinating. So we're talking about elevation angles. What does measurement mean? Start basic. I'm helping you.
A measurement of the inclination of one straight line to another.
No, the word measurement. What does? You've got to go slower. It's much for him. Go slower. Can you define the word measurement, Ev? Please.
Wow. Distance, Nathan. Marked to a unit
This guy is so
value.
fucking stupid, it's irritating. Measurement is the quantification of attributes of an object or event, which can be used to compare with other objects or events. How's that?
Brilliant. Sounds like you read that from a book. Well done.
I did. Measurement is a process of determining how large or small a physical quantity is as compared to a basic reference quantity of the same kind. What's that one?
A unit. Established to a unit. I think I said something about that. But
physical quantity was the bit I was focused on.
Reference. It's
Well,
being
who's the
compared to
shouty
a
guy?
reference.
Compared to a reference.
Is that Neil
Exactly,
shouting
QE.
in the background?
It's QE. Maybe we should
Oh.
focus on how the conversation's progressing rather than this horizontal plane of reference and altitude angles and such like. Maybe focus on how the conversation's progressing, coward. You think you're doing well, Bev? You're not.
This the new approach for 2024.
This is an old
What?
approach to expose
Not to define the
retards.
words you're using.
There you go. Talk all over each other.
We can't go forward the way we want to with these constant objections, which are nonsense. Earth is flat.
Measured flat. Meaning repeatable.
Navigated flat, built on flat, observed flat, obviously flat. Hello, Bev. Wake the freak up.
Yeah, but I still say it's measured not flat.
How's that?
Say it's measured not flat.
So it's not
See,
measured
how
flat
is that-
in relation to the
You don't know
surface,
what
yeah?
an elevation angle was.
All
She's
talk at
doing the
once.
citation for an elevation angle.
In relation to the surface, yeah, Bev?
Not flat in relation to how flat it is.
How do you measure it not flat?
You just measure an elevation change.
From
In
where-
relation to
where's that-
what?
Where hold on.
In relation to what?
Oh my gosh, George. Where do the elevation starts?
At the initial point that you're starting off at.
So you start that will be zero. So
You call that your
wherever
datum. Yeah.
Zero? That will be a zero?
No, you would call
Oh,
that your initial datum. It'll already be referenced to elevation.
So
that'll be the datum that you're starting off from, and you'll be referencing your next point to that one.
But that's not an elevation angle, is
But
it?
that benchmark is in relation to what?
The height above another point.
Really? So isn't that a benchmark above mean sea level?
Yeah, point on the vertical datum. We established
In
this
relation to
ages
sea
ago.
level. In relation to sea level, correct?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So in relation to sea level, then.
Yeah. Did you hear the bit
So
that Nathan might have cut me off when I was saying it earlier?
It has been established a benchmark in relation to sea level, and you will measure the ground, the height above that benchmark, which is referring the sea level.
On the vertical datum, yes.
Referring the sea level, though, the surface.
Actual measurement on the vertical datum. Yes.
Measuring the surface, from the surface. And you can also measure from below the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, you can measure
So
a change.
it's referring to the surface then, 0 degrees.
Made a claim about measurement and he doesn't know what measurement is. I don't think he should be allowed to participate.
Yeah, that'll be the best way.
Yep.
Yeah, let's take a vote.
Where's that citation at?
See whether
Where's
Bev
that
knows
citation
anything
at?
about measurements of the
Where's
land.
that citation at?
In reality.
What do you want? We've just Bev, asking and appealing to an audience that isn't listening to you whether or not they can take a consensus view on whether you know something that you've just asked to define and failed.
The
What do you want?
audience is listening to us.
My bad, I'm
They're
still in
here
the middle of
room,
my
aren't
sentence,
they?
coward. Excuse me. I don't need you to interrupt the middle of that
Are
sentence.
you
Thank
telling
you,
me
Bev.
they can't hear me?
Yeah, that's still the same interruption that I objected to the first time. Thank you, Bev. Yeah, third, fourth, and fifth, same thing applies. I'm going to get to the end of this sentence without the coward interrupting me. Bev, last 5 minutes of what just happened. You eradicating it by saying, "Do you believe that I've got an idea about measure?" Are you really this stupid? The last 5 minutes aren't just going to be erased from history because you've hand waved it after it's okay. Good. Glad we're clear. Oh, Bev, my numpty demonstration, you don't have a clue what you're talking about. That's Perfect. That's the kind of response I would expect. Dumbfounded silence. Yes, Bev. Meanwhile, we will measure something you don't understand. Earth as flat. We do it with elevation angles. We measure them. Like Rakia defined, the very best tool for doing that would be the horizon. You know, with a sextant and that, like they've been doing to save people's lives on a flat plane for very many years. It's how all of their claims for a globe come from, also. Measured flat Earth. It's using. Like all those elevation angles that you said you could do F-all with, like the one to Polaris to give you latitude. That's what was used to develop this grid system. F. Measured flat Earth. Hope we're clear.
Keep going, Nathan. Confidence. Keep it up.
What a fantastic rebuttal. Meanwhile, as defined, with the horizontal plane of reference the observer is standing on when measuring elevation angles, it proves that Earth is measured flat. Not just confidence, backed up with actual facts, citations, proof, life-saving methodology. It's not just confidence. Again, a dumbfounded silence from a complete pretender clown who doesn't know what words mean. Meanwhile, we absolutely unequivocally do measure Earth flat, and that process of evaluating the topology of the land with reference to Earth as flat gives us the world that we inhabit, how it's been charted, how it's been mapped, and how it's been navigated. For a very, very, very long time, Earth is flat.
The topology is not flat, Nathan.
How do we know how high or low it is? With respect to what?
The vertical datum.
How high or low something is with respect to the vertical datum?
Yes.
How high it is.
Yes, the elevation changes are measured on the
I'm in the middle of
vertical
responding
datum,
to the
just as
coward
the
again who
mean
put something to
is
me. He's
established
getting a
on the
response, but he's
vertical
still got more
datum.
to add after his break when he made his claim. You've got more to add after I start responding, right, Bev? Is that the dumbfounded silence of a complete coward who has to interrupt the annihilation as it begins? As I'm
Sounds
halfway
like
through it,
somebody
as
who's
it
bothered
begins,
about not having
you
the
need
vertical.
to start interrupting it on this occasion, right, Bev? With respect to what? The vertical with respect to the vertical, correct?
The vertical datum, yes, that's what all of the elevation changes are measured upon, and the mean sea level is established upon the vertical datum. Yes, Nathan.
Oh, with respect to sea level, then. Oh, sea level, as we argued about on the live show, isn't a single point because it doesn't comport with the definition of level. Having no part higher or lower than another doesn't comport with anything that's a single point in nature.
Calls it a vertical level.
Oh, there's the interruption towards the end this time. You could almost tolerate the entire rebuttal this time. Howard. No, Bev, I've already covered this. We are covering it now for about the 15th time on this show. Sea level isn't going to comport with your it's a single point crap. How many times, Dumbo? I'm here to help you, Bev. Help you past your stupid shit. Single points comport with the description of sea, that's the oceans and that, Bev, and level, having no part higher or lower than another. You think that's a single point on a datum? At sea level? Right, Bev?
Yeah, the mean, Nathan.
The average of all of those multiple areas of sea across the whole of the world.
No, Nathan.
Is that the interruption towards the big? Yes, it was the interruption towards the beginning of the annihilation from a coward.
No, they're just
Go ahead, Bev. On my bad, the beginning of my
Nathan.
sentence interrupted the start of yours that followed it. Go ahead.
They're all their own individual benchmarks, Nathan. They have a mean established of their own. The mean for the American and Canadian is established in the Great Lakes.
In relation to what?
The mean.
No, the mean is a benchmark. In relation to what? In relation to what?
The vertical
sea level.
datum.
No, in relation to
the
sea
Great
level.
Lakes.
The
Great
mean
Lakes.
sea level is in relation to sea level.
Yeah, the mean is established within the Great Lakes, and then transferred.
And not only that, when we're talking about this, we're talking about the surface. You're looking at the horizon having a and an elevation angle, you're using the surface. The elevation above the surface. That's what we're talking about.
Here's
The
a
one in the
citation
UK
from
originally was in Liverpool, but they moved it.
Here's
The
a
new
citation from National Geographic. It says sea level is the base level for measuring elevation and depth on Earth. Because the ocean is one continuous body of water, its surface tends to seek the same level throughout the whole world.
Whole body of water? No, surely it's a single point.
That's not true.
Surely.
No.
So just deny the citation again. You
why
hand
they
waving
they
stupid
only
clown.
have one
No,
point
he's just
in
gone
the
and got a
UK.
citation where you had been asked for one, and the moment one comes, it's met with a hand wave. No, that's not right. No, it's just making you wrong, Dumbo. Not a single point, Dumbo. Not going to be having lots of areas across a whole body of water with no part higher or lower than another, which would prove Earth's flat there, Bev. Best description we've
You
got.
asked for a citation and it's in
That's the
the
second
Discord main text chat. Don't just pretend I'm not
A
supplying
citation
you
for
with
no
stuff.
way. We got a no way. Hold on. Let's just praise the Lord. We got a citation for elevation angle from you in Discord.
No.
Fantastic.
From the UK National
Oh, we didn't get what we asked you for
Tide
16
Network
times, but
about
you're alluding to us
Newlyn
getting the citation we asked
Tidal
for 16 times
Observatory,
because you're going to
Nathan.
cite something else. Right, Bev? Oh,
pretty
dumbfounded
sad, Nathan.
silence. Much. Yeah, that would be that dumbfounded silence again, where Bev's asked for a citation for an elevation angle 16 times. I ask him, oh, wow, praise the Lord, we've got an elevation angle citation. Have we? No, we haven't. I'll just disregard whatever crap you've put in there, Bev, and wait for your elevation angle citation to come, and then we'll have a look at that. Because you've been asked quite a few times for it. Being a
just
coward
said it's
and knowing
an
that it
angle in
proves
the
Earth's
vertical
measured
plane,
flat,
Nathan.
you're going to interrupt the fact that it
said
proves
that
Earth's
because
flat.
it wasn't a
aren't you, Bev?
citation, you wouldn't
Rather than cite it, and you'll allude to getting that citation you've been asked for multiple times by citing something completely random, maybe. Who cares what you've cited? We want an elevation angle citation. Go.
Okay, so you won't accept that the benchmark.
I'll accept
is
that
a
elevation
point
angle measurements
on
prove
a
Earth's measured
vertical
flat, and
datum.
I've given you multiple citations that prove it because it's with respect to the plane of reference that you're standing on. You denied it and said it was in space and had to lie about things I hadn't said with your compadre, you rumpuses. That's what you did. So yeah, when we get one of those requests that we gave you 16 times, 17 times, 18 times for an elevation angle measurement citation, something you don't know about, you don't even know what a measurement is, let alone an elevation angle measurement. Meanwhile, with respect to this point that you said that we're going to be referencing, no, it's about the whole body of sea and how level it is, Bev. Not a single point. You're just dumb as all shit. And you were wrong, and we proved you were wrong, and then you had a citation showing how wrong you were, and you hand-waved it. Maybe you could blame someone else. Blame the author. You're not going to take responsibility for how badly you fail here.
Hold on. He didn't hand wave it. He denied it. He said that's not true.
Sea level. It's not all of the sea and how level it is. What are you talking about? It's a point and that. Ick.
About the tides. About the tides going in and out.
Following you are also just as dumb as you.
What are the tides about going in and out?
Listen to you potentially lie about them. I mean, Dave Rakier had to put
Elevation
up, when he
change
listens
up
back
and
to the
down
live stream,
every
words
day.
about standing on horizons being
Not
put in Dave
horizontal,
Rakier's mouth.
not
We're going to have a
level.
word with the Dave Rakier and find out if that is actually what he meant when he was talking about the best tool
Shout
to
out,
establish
Dave.
a horizontal flat plane when you're
Not
measuring
live.
elevation angles, something we're trying to get definitions out of Bev for, if he actually meant standing on the horizon like this lying scum misrepresented him with. I'll ask Dave Rakier about if he appreciates you making up lies and misrepresenting that which he actually was quoted as saying by me. We'll see if he likes those lies peddled about him here by you, the Bev crew. Bunch of liars and scumbags that you are when you lie about Dave Rakier. What he hasn't said, misrepresenting him with
Nobody's
standing on
lied
horizons
about
and
Dave
that.
Rakier, have they?
Yeah, he did. He lied about him, misrepresented about
Never
him.
mentioned him.
Standing on a horizon? I don't think Dave ever
You
said
brought
about
him
standing
up.
on a horizon, Bev.
He's
Have
bringing
you
him
ever
up a
heard Dave
lot.
say about standing on a horizon?
Shout out,
Is that
Dave.
just a lie?
Yeah.
Just
No
a lie?
lie.
The tides go in and out, don't they?
Oh, is it time for some rumpusing between these two panel members who are liars?
Well, you know, you said the sea was level, but there's a tide. It goes in and
Did
out.
Dave
Goes
say?
up and down.
And I was quoting Dave.
No,
Did he say we
quoted
stood on
Dave.
horizons?
I didn't quote
Did Dave
Dave.
say that?
Not Dave.
I quoted
No, it's
Dave
your
as saying the
Dave. You're
best tool
talking
was
about
the
Dave.
sextant, and we used
Why
the
are you
horizon. Very best
transfixed
tool, he
about
said.
Dave?
You said when you misrepresented what Dave was being quoted as using, the horizon, in the argument we were having, you said about standing on horizons, completely
Have you ever done it?
misrepresenting Rakia.
Have you ever measured the sea
He's
with your
going to
sextant?
extract from the lies
Have you ever
Rakia.
done
Doesn't
that with
want
the
to
sextant? Have
take
you done
ownership
it
of the lies he
personally?
said
What
about
about
you.
yours?
I mean, I don't know what to think now, because this guy's lied
Have
about
you
what he
personally
said.
done it, though?
Maybe we should just take his lies as read when you say we're standing on
Have
horizons,
you
Rakia.
personally done
That's
it?
what we've heard from these liars. They misrepresented what you actually said when they lied about you. Standing on horizons or something is what Dave actually said, according to these liars from Bev Server, when they lie about Rakia. Then they change the
You think
subject
this is
when
a
they're
good
confronted
delivery?
with the lies they've told about Rakia.
Yeah,
Or
it's
rumpus
all right.
me when they are
It's
confronted
lost.
with the lies they've told about
This
Rakia.
isn't normal,
For a
is it?
subject change. Maybe talk about the way
No,
the discussion
broken
flowed
minds.
rather than the lies they told about
2024.
Rakia, when Rakia is apparently telling
Go
us
ahead
about
with
standing on
this.
horizons. He talks about that best tool that we use, the horizon, and that best tool.
I've heard this.
Not standing
quite
on
a lot,
it.
this.
Like
Sea
he
level
lied
that
about.
goes up and down, doesn't it? It goes
You
up
lied
and
about
down
what
the
Rakia
sea.
said. He didn't say
Not
we were
even
standing
level
on it.
if
That
it's
was a
moving.
misrepresentation
Surely
of
it
what
must be
Rakia actually
flowing
said. I'm not
somewhere.
calling you out as a
So
liar.
you say
That
the
doesn't
horizon goes
fall.
up and down, yeah?
I'm not going to
No, the
change the
sea.
subject off your lies and Rakia.
Yeah,
The
the
sea is
horizon,
going up
surface
and down.
level. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
the
horizon
level
goes
of
Yeah,
up
the
so
and
it's not
down,
sea
yeah?
horizontal, is it?
goes up and
So
down
the
on
horizon
the
goes up and
vertical.
down.
It can be
No.
measured
No,
What
too.
you're trying to
nobody's going to
say is
face it.
the horizon
Nobody's
is going up and
acknowledge
down.
the lies. It's
Talk
rumpusing,
about the
right?
sea.
No acknowledgement of the lies about Rakia, then. We're not going to cover
I'm
that.
talking about the horizon. The horizon is
Then we talk
not
about the
going up
sea.
and down.
The sea.
You can
Yes.
do
You
a
said the sea
measurement
was
to a
level.
star. You can do a measurement to a star or find your latitude line, yeah, regardless if you
Not
have
if I'm
low tide or
standing
high
on the
tide.
beach.
No, the
I'm just standing on
horizon
the
it
beach
still remains horizontal
watching the tide.
regardless of the tides.
Goes up and
You
down.
guys don't know
4.5
what you're
meters
talking
where I am.
about.
4.5 meters a day where I am. So it's
Yeah,
not
the
very
height
level.
above the
It goes up
surface,
and
yeah.
down.
Yeah, we're talking about Mariner's
Constantly
sextants.
moving. Constantly
You know about a
moving.
Mariner's. We're arguing about a
Have
Mariner's
you
sextant,
used
though.
one?
That's the
Have
tool.
you ever used one and done it yourself on a boat?
Personally, no. I've been in the presence of somebody
Ah,
using a
personally,
Mariner's. I
no.
haven't answered you. I was in the middle of answering
Yeah,
you.
personally, no. I did it when my sister has a boat. We heard that before. We went out with my
Yeah, that's
sister.
correct. My
But
sister's had
you
several
haven't done
boats, and
it.
I've been out on
But
the ocean with
you
her. And
haven't
she's got a
done it
sextant. She's
yourself.
got a sextant.
It's
Have the boats
just
anymore.
second-hand hearsay then.
Meanwhile, that's what she was trained to do to go out on the boat, so she could save her life if lost at sea. And she trained how it was flat.
Does that qualify it that she saved
Did
some
that make
lives?
you stutter much,
Maybe.
bitch?
Did it
Yes, she
make the
trained
sea
how to
level
navigate a flat earth
because
and
she
measure
could
a flat
save
earth
some
with that
lives by
tool called the
chucking a little
sextant.
ring
You
over the
weren't standing on
side?
land when she held
You're
that tool.
pathetic.
She was on a boat
You're
and had to be
pathetic.
trained how to use it to be on the boat at
But you
sea.
haven't, though. But you haven't.
Who cares what I've done? Are you going to make
After
this
all
into an
these
ad hoc
years, and
attack?
you haven't
Fact
actually done that
remains,
in
I've
10
been in the
years, and
presence of
you've
someone
never
using a
even done it
sextant,
yourself.
and they used it flat and were trained on how to use it flat. It measured Earth flat with the horizon, like Rakia pointed out.
Yeah, I
When
read
I
a lot of
pointed that
stuff
out to
before
you,
about.
you
Tell me
started lying
that it
about
was a
standing on a
globe.
horizon after I quoted Dave Rakia and the horizon that was used with a mariner's sextant. He said it was
So
the
not
very
you,
best tool. Your
Dave.
response was to lie and say something about
Not you,
Dave saying
Dave and your
standing on
sister. I
horizons.
never mentioned
You lied
Dave.
about
You
what
brought
Dave
Dave
actually
here.
said when we were
You brought
referencing how we
Dave.
measure Earth flat with the horizon. That's what you actually did.
I never mentioned Dave. I never
You
brought
did.
Dave Rakia. I don't even
Yeah,
know
I
him.
was talking about him and quoting him. You brought up Dave. Dave came up in
I never
conversation,
said
and as
Dave.
a
I
direct
don't
result
know
of
him.
Dave coming up in the
I know
conversation we
somebody
were a
called
part of,
Rakia, but
I
I
pointed
don't
out
know
that
anything
he
about
used the
this
horizon and
Dave.
said it was the very best tool. I said it on multiple
Never
times.
spoken
And you
to him about it.
misrepresented
First
what
time I've
David
heard
said by
about
saying
him
he was
with it
standing on
doing
a
anything
horizon,
today.
lying
But
about
you
the
haven't.
essence of
In
Dave's
10 years,
point.
you haven't
And
done
I
it.
pointed you out as a liar when you misrepresented
10
that which I
years.
quoted Dave as saying. You
Just
then
shining the
misrepresented the
fucking,
argument,
just
admitting you're a
shining your
liar, and
trousers
now
on a
just making
seat
you a
somewhere.
rumpusser. Dave, all I'm doing is putting a
Come on,
lie
man.
to you, and all he's doing is
Just
rumpusing me
shining your
because I
ass
put
on
the lie
some
to him.
chair.
This is
You've
what he's
never
doing,
been out
talking
and done it
straight through the middle of
yourself.
me rather than acknowledging it. Doesn't want to hear the
Wonderful.
fact that he's lied about Dave and misrepresented Dave. He doesn't want to hear it.
But everybody knows I didn't.
Did. You said standing on a horizon.
Didn't. Stamping
Wait, you
feet.
did.
Screaming.
That's what you said. It's
I
recorded. But you could deny it all you
No, I
like.
didn't.
I'm more than willing to take my own recording.
Jesus Christ, man.
Trim out
You
the
can if you
section
want,
where
but I
you
never.
misrepresented Dave and responded with standing on a horizon or something, end quote, you. And then point
The
out
sections
with
of
an
your
easy
eye.
to justify lie that you're now
You're
defending
not
us
standing on the horizontal.
Yeah, you did. I got it recorded. The
You're
whole show
not
went out
standing
live.
because you had to
stupid
measure
idiot.
a dip
You
angle
absolutely did
down.
misrepresent Dave. You
So
lied
if you
about
were
him.
on the horizontal, you wouldn't have
Miscontextualised
to
his
measure anything,
argument
would
about
you?
the best tool, the horizon, in quotes. and then said it was standing on horizons, lying about Dave's
So
position.
when your sister held the sextant to her eye,
you liar?
was she standing on that horizontal on the sextant?
Did you liar?
See how you're so childish, you're losing that.
Yeah, you did. I've got it recorded.
Did your
It went out
sister
live.
stand on the
You're
sextant,
just going to
or did
continue
you
lying
stand on the
obviously while I
sextant?
point out your lies.
Did
You're
you
a
stand
scumbag.
on the sextant? Did you stand on the sextant, or was it your sister?
And now
on the
it's a different
horizontal of the
misrepresentation. Did
sextant.
I stand on the sextant? Maybe if you can dilute the lie about Rakia.
You said you were standing on the horizontal.
Did I? Oh, when did I say I was standing on the horizontal?
From your citation. Your citation, remember?
Specific citation.
Your citation.
Said you're measuring with respect to the horizontal plane of reference
Well,
you are
surely
standing
you-
on. Was it me
well,
saying
surely
that, or
you
did I
s-
put it in quotes and very
Was your
specifically
sister
cite
lying
it?
then? Was it your
So,
sister lying,
did
or
I
did
say
she
it,
do
or did
that?
I specifically cite it with quotes around it?
Yeah. Well, you know, if your sister was doing
this
it properly,
is a
was
lie.
she doing
Again,
that?
Well, you said you were standing on the horizontal. No, those words didn't cross my lips. I put into quotes a citation about the horizontal plane you're standing
No,
on.
well, we know
as an
you've not
observer
done it.
measuring
We know
an
you've not
angle
done
with
it.
rumpusing. Maybe the coward
And we
needs
know
to
you've not
interrupt
done
his
it.
flat Earth proof that proves Earth's measured
But,
flat.
you know, if you're saying it's citation, then everybody would be doing that. So I
They
figured your
are.
sister
My
must be
sister
standing
included.
on
She
the
was trained how
sextant.
to navigate Earth flat, measure flat reference planes
Were
by
you
using the
standing on the
horizon.
sextant,
That's
on the
exactly what
horizon
is
of the
being
sextant,
done.
were
That
you?
is what people have done. It has saved
Yeah, but
lives at sea
you're
for
not
many
standing
years.
on the horizontal,
Excuse
though.
me. Challenged
Is
me
it
and
your
said that's
eye?
not what's being done. I'm contradicting your utter garbage because it factually is what's done. It's
Because you read it
celestial
somewhere
navigation.
and you never
Merely
did
me
it
pointing out
yourself.
how he's wrong will require non-stop interruption. It is done like that. It's called celestial navigation.
Yeah. Well, the interruption bit is what
Yeah.
you taught everybody.
That's a really
what the
good
leader.
rebuttal.
That's what the leader
It
does.
is done like
Yeah.
that. It's called celestial navigation. It measures Earth flat by use of the horizon. That's not me standing on a sextant. It's not
Yeah.
Rakia standing on the horizon. You're a liar.
Said he was standing on the horizon, you said.
Is that what Rakia said when he said very best
No,
tool?
your citation. You never said, Dave,
No,
anything
Rakia
before
was
your
my
citation.
I put him in quotes too.
You never said his name until much
I
later.
did. He came up in
No, you
conversation from
didn't.
your side.
You said
and then I
something.
said,
What was the name of the citation? Where did
he
that
says
come
the
from?
horizon's the very best tool. Response from you, he's standing on a horizon or something. Yeah, you just lied about Dave's position.
Your citation. I didn't talk about Dave.
No, my citation was Dave.
Your citation's not right then.
Oh, well, Dave's wrong. Oh, Rakia,
No, your citation, the one you brought first. The one you told me I was wrong from the first time
by way of
that
this
you don't
lie
have.
the guy's told about you, ElderBear. He's also flat out wrong when you say it's the best tool you can use, end quote. Wrong, Rakia, says ElderBear.
What horizontal were you standing on when you were with your sister on the little dinghy?
With these guys who go around
On the
misrepresenting your
dinghy.
position that you have put in quotes by
No, I'm
me.
just trying to stay in
You
reality
just
and
lied
not be.
about continually, Rakia. Why would you associate with these scumbags, Rakia? I wonder.
Are you listening to this guy?
I hope Rakia is listening
Why do
to
you
this
put
because
up
you're
with him
lying
every
about him
day?
non-stop.
You'll sit in the background and let him talk over the top of you and push you down and squeeze you into space and make you cower until you can't say anything for yourself. And he's trying to do that
Earth's
now.
measured flat. The very best
See,
tool for
see
doing
that
that, end
finger?
quote, is the
Spin
horizon.
on it,
Not use
Nathan.
a sextant
Spin
when we
on
measure
it.
Earth flat. I mean, we could focus on
You're
Nathan's
not
attitude
standing on
or
the
how
You're
Earth's
not
measured flat.
standing on the
I mean, we can
horizontal,
cite it
though,
till
are
we're blue
you?
in the face with how a horizontal plane of reference is what you're standing on. We'll just get rumpused. It's
You're
proving Earth's
standing
flat
on
with
it again.
measurements isn't tolerable to the Bev crew.
Do you stand on the
They'd rather
theodolite?
lie
Do you
about
stand
things
on the
Dave hasn't
auto
said.
level? Do you stand on your builder's level? Which level do you stand on
I haven't referenced any builders
when
level.
you're
I'm not a
measuring
builder.
your horizontal?
I'm not a
Which
builder.
one?
I'm not a builder. My
No,
argument's
I know
about
you've done
celestial
nothing.
navigation.
You've done nothing but shine your bloody arse
I've done nothing.
on
I've
the
done
seat.
nothing. Yeah. I
10
can prove Earth's
years.
flat though. Celestial navigation
Yeah.
proves it when you measure the horizon.
But you're not standing on a horizontal. Don't be ridiculous.
Really? It's interesting you should say that because I've got a citation that contradicts that. It's really
Oh, is it
weird
from
that you should
Dave?
say that is not the case. Because
Yeah.
sustainable by design, quote, you get
That's
a
the
citation
one you
quote.
brought. That wasn't
Me
Dave, though,
saying
was it?
Oh, it's not going to be tolerated. It disagrees. You said we're not standing on it. I had to disagree with you and quote a citation that disagrees with you. Tolerate that,
Go
coward?
on. Yeah, and logically, your sister was standing on it as well, was she? When you were watching
She
her,
measured an
wasn't you
elevation
fishing?
angle, yeah. She was, yeah.
Was she standing on the horizontal, was
When
she?
you're done, I'll read the citation. You just carry on there,
No,
Howard.
your sister. We've heard the citation. We're now going to reality where you're standing on the boat with your sister in your Hawaiian shirt and your shorts.
Yeah.
And she's got
I'll
the
read the citation
sextant.
when you're done ad homing
And
me.
she's standing on
Altitude
on
angle,
the
sometimes referred to
horizontal
as
that is
solar
up at her
elevation angle,
eye.
describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line and the observer and the sun, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. You say you're not standing on it. I say you're an idiot. That's precisely how it's defined.
Do you send out any return labels with your product?
You understand that it's defined that way though when you say it isn't that.
Well, you can define. You can get a
You
horizontal, but
can
you're
stutter your
not
way around
standing
this
on
fact
it.
that annihilates you. You could stutter.
You can establish a horizontal, but you're not standing on it, are you?
So when
You are
sustainable
not
by
standing
design
on it.
specifically define it that way, you just say no.
You can call it what you want, but you're not standing on
I'm
it.
not calling it anything. You want to lie about what I'm calling it?
I'm not lying at all.
You lied about
I was just looking for.
Rakia
I
and
was just
what he
looking for
said
some
when I
truth.
quoted
I never
him as
said
my
anything about
source.
Rakia. You're
You
lying.
lied about standing on the horizon. Would you like to lie
You
about that
just
citation I specifically put in quotes as being what I am saying? It isn't.
I don't attribute it with Dave at all. You gave another name, something beginning with S. SS.
Sorry, sustainable by
That was your
design would be the
citation.
citation I
Doesn't
just
say.
read.
Well, that's not Dave. It
That's
doesn't
not
say
what
anything
I'm
about
saying. It's
Dave
the
in there.
citation. That's why I put it
It
in
doesn't say
quotes.
anything about Dave though. So I
You
don't know
lied
what you're.
about
But
him.
you know,
I
you're
put his
manically
position in
about
quotes.
Dave.
Best
I don't
tool
care. I'm
possible.
just listening to
That's
your
what he said.
citation.
He was talking about the horizon
And
when
then
measuring an
translating
elevation
it to
angle
the image
measurement
of
of
you
the
on
deck
the
of the
boat
ship.
with your sister.
And
That's
then you
all.
said, standing on the horizon.
Yeah, it doesn't
That's not
matter
what
what I
Rakia
say
said.
because I've got nothing to support.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
I've
what
got
you
nobody
said.
to
It was
support.
recorded. That is
Doesn't
what you
matter to
said
me whether
in
I earn
response
any
to me
money out of
putting
this or
a
not. I'm just
position
talking
of
about
Dave's,
reality.
in quotes, to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
Making you a
Well done.
liar. Yeah,
Well
that's
done.
absolutely
Do
right.
you think you
Made you a
look good
liar because you
as a
lied
leader?
about Dave and
A
misrepresented his
leader of the
position.
FE
Liar.
went to
You're a
Witsit and
scumbag
said, "I am
liar.
the leader."
I'm proving Earth's flat with elevation angle measurement, and Dave knows it.
And you're standing on a horizontal plane.
Is this your leader? Jesus Christ.
Sorry. No need for ad homs. Just that's all you've got now.
Where is an ad hoc? You just, you said
Don't
you
ad
were a
hom me.
leader.
I'm arguing for
You
an
said you were
elevation
the
angle
leader.
measurement proving Earth's
I don't have to.
and
I
you're
don't have to
pointing out that I'm
conform
your
to your
leader and blah, blah,
logical
blah. That's an ad
fallacies.
hom. I'm not going to tolerate
I
it.
don't have to
It just makes you
conform to it,
scummy.
though. They're
Using
your
fallacies
rules.
to address my
I
argument.
don't care. I don't care. I don't have to
Okay, well, get
conform to
lost
that.
then. I know you don't care. You're only here to
No, I
cause
don't.
chaos.
No,
And
I'm
then
just looking at
you're
reality.
pitched. You cause chaos.
Have you listened to you?
Yeah, you are. Tell you how Earth's
You think
measured
you're a
flat.
leader. The way you talk to
Your
people, the
leader
way
is
you
telling
abuse
you
women,
how Earth is
the way
measured flat.
you trot out your mantra and tell people they must say it, don't explain it, don't bother to
You don't have
explain
to
because there's
say
no
anything.
explanation.
You can understand
Just
how I've
go and say the
annihilated this
Earth's
clown
measured flat.
shoes with
Let's go around all the
citations
Discord
describing
channels
how
and
Earth
tell
is
the
measured
sales
flat.
team.
You can
You're
understand
a
how
joke.
navigation is being done flat, how the angles require Earth to be flat in order to do it. You can understand those things. Or you can
You've got
just say what I
horizontal
tell
with a
you to.
tool. That's
That you do
all
in Bev
you've got.
server. Like repeating the mantra that sea
I'm
level's a
hearing your
single point.
server.
Stupid
I'm
shit like
hearing
that.
your server.
You
Does
could
that
just
make me
repeat
one of
stupid
yours?
shit that people say, like Bev. It will
Not
get
at all.
annihilated here. Or you could take on board the arguments like elevation angle measurements to the horizon. Quote, Dave, best tool possible. End quote. Dave Rakia. You could use that best tool possible, the horizon, to establish a horizontal plane of reference with the horizon when you measure Earth flat.
10
You can do
years
that.
you've
That's my
taken to do
argument,
this.
though.
10
Or
years
you
to
could
come to
regurgitate that
this.
sea level, an area of sea with no part higher or lower than the other, is a single point. You could regurgitate that crap from Bev. Either's good, I suppose. One's right, one's stupid. Mine's right, but you could just take it that I'm just leading you to say what I tell you. No, I'm not. I'm just providing really good arguments that win.
Well, if I took on your command,
Nathan.
you'd be happy.
Confidently.
Yeah, go on. Yes, measured
Oh,
flat.
if I say them really weak, would that make it
your argument is
position?
empty. That's why I can't take it on. I could take on a good argument, but you don't have one.
Earth is measured
Not
flat
at all. I'm not
with an
alone.
elevation
I'm not alone.
angle measurement.
I think you're probably
I wasn't saying
alone.
that with
And
confidence.
that's why you have to
I'm
gather
really
all these
terrified.
sycophants around you.
Doesn't change the argument.
You sounded to Nathan. Now the only point of rebuttal is how you're describing your rebuttals to Bev, and if you don't describe it exactly right, that's the time that the spineless git will chip in. Well, that didn't sound quite as confident as you've described it. Get the points that are being made, because Bev
Adam,
can't win them. So all he can
Adam,
do now is chirp in what he
what
thinks is a win, but just demonstrates how pathetic and to the depths that he's descended. Shame on you, son. You're a loser,
you
aren't
told
you?
Nathan the other
Right?
day that
Absolute
this was
full
all right
on.
to win an argument, but it wasn't knowledge, and you're looking for further
Hallelujah. I'm
knowledge,
sat here
and you wanted
listening.
to know more. And you
Absolute.
asked what was the explanation because you haven't had the presentation yet. You
You're
said,
not listening. I'm
and that's
insulting
how I
you.
knew
Don't
you
ask me
got
a
nothing.
question when I'm insulting out. I'm putting how stupid you lot
Yeah,
are.
Very
yeah,
Take
stupid.
the
you want
insult
it from the
and have the
leader.
good manners to listen to the insult, you
But
retard.
like your leader taught me.
How dare you? When I'm in
How
the middle of
dare you?
insulting you, try and interrupt. I'm trying
Do
to
you ever
point out how
speak to
stupid
Nathan
you
like
are.
that when he puts
You're
you
so
down?
stupid, you can't even take the
Do
moment to
you?
listen.
Yeah. It's because I can make you all descend into the children that you are.
Yeah, you're the one ascending as a
Okay, well, if I
child,
say it
man.
with a really snooty voice, Earth is measured flat with an elevation angle measurement utilizing
$9.99.
the
Buy
horizon.
two for
Establish
$14.99.
Earth
Postage
as a
free.
measured flat plane. Me being a child?
And
Not a very good
respectfully,
sales
the
pitch.
way I was putting it, I was chastising the childish behaviour that I've heard. That's all I've heard is you behave like a child. If you genuinely think your behaviour is making us degrade, no. Go back,
I don't
listen
care.
to
I
the
don't
show,
care. I've got
and
nothing.
listen to
I've
how
got nothing to sell.
pathetically he's saying you trigger. You can't help it, can you? Because you're just a big kid. Oh, yeah. See what I can do just to trigger you and show you what your child you are. Yeah? You can't even
Really? You
sit
think
on
I'm
your hands and
triggered?
keep your mouth quiet for a little bit, little
You
boy.
sounded
Hey,
just like
can you do
Nathan
that?
there.
Can you do that, little trigger
See?
monkey?
Have you practiced
Sorry,
Nathan's
you were
voice
saying
there? It
you're
sounded pretty
triggering me.
good.
What was you saying?
Not quite close. I'm not trying to trigger you. I'm talking about what you said.
No, you're
And you
not
said you
triggering
hadn't.
me.
You
Understand?
said,
You're
Adam, you
making
said you
yourself look
hadn't had the
ridiculous.
presentation.
You're making
Remember,
yourself look immature.
go back to
You're
QE's
devoid of
stream
any
and go and
argument.
listen
You're
to yourself
making
talking
yourself
about
look
it.
like you're on the ball side of things. You're making yourself
No.
look like all your purposes is to try and upset people that have got honest, solid debate that dissolves the ball. You're coming out on the baller side. That's what you've demonstrated. And you've also demonstrated that you don't care about the quality of your arguments as long as you're disruptive to flat earthers. You've shown your colours and you've shown your level of maturity, but the rebuttal is you can make me act like a child at any moment.
Yeah, and when we respond that
Further demonstration.
he's behaving like a child,
The
his response
earth
is
is
I don't
measured,
care.
not
In
flat.
other words, he doesn't care if it's to his detriment. Exactly like Rumpus. Doesn't care if it makes him look bad, so long as we're made to look bad. Doesn't matter if he comes across as a child,
Oh, I
so
can
long
still
as he
stand.
can make
I
us
can
look like
still
children.
stand. I
It
don't
doesn't
need
matter
you
if he brings up
to
child
support me.
abuse and claims I'm partaking in it,
You brought
long
up
as he
child
can
abuse.
claim I'm a child abuser.
You
It
brought
doesn't
it
matter
up.
to him how
You
he
attacked a
looks by
woman.
what he's doing, as long as he can
That's
make
how
us look
strong you
bad.
are. Is this the leader you're going to take on? Who just wants to abuse women and their
Mirage of ad homs.
children? Don't care. That came
More
out of
at
your
home.
mouth.
See?
Came out of your
Well,
mouth.
what's got to be
Everybody
censored?
heard
They
it.
got nothing. They
Where
can't
you
come back,
called a
can they,
woman and
with
her
an
children
actual
bastards.
real
Is that
response
really?
that
Is that
addresses
your
what
leadership
everybody's heard.
qualities?
Has to descend into weak ad hom. Where once again, all he can show is he has no real argument and just validate the point that Nathan's made. He's not bothered how he looks in front of
Only have
anybody.
a
He's prepared
horizontal
to
that you've made,
sacrifice himself,
not the rest.
make himself look stupid, align himself with child abusers, yeah? Just what?
Child
To try
abusers?
and
Who's a
dirty
child
our
abuser?
name over here. That's his
Who's a
desperate
child
attempt.
abuser?
That's what he is, isn't he? He's somebody
What
that's trying
child
to hide
abusers
the
am I
truth from
aligning
people.
myself with?
That's his effort.
Eh?
That's why he's here. That's why Bev's here. To
What child
cloud
abusers are
people
you
from
aligning me
hearing
with?
good quality, honest argument. What they'd much sooner do is cloud your mind, make it foggy, and support the ball. But they don't care. They can cloud your mind, slow down your realization. They're quite happy to that to be at the detriment of their own reputation as well. That's how scummy these people are.
What
With a
reputation?
particular mission, which isn't for
Who's this
truth.
guy? Nobody.
It's no mission. I was just looking for some truth. That was all.
Hey, not. You said you
You know,
didn't
there is no
care.
truth. You've just proved the complete opposite, as I've just stated. You're not looking for truth. You're looking to hide it. And
The
so
Earth
much
is not
so,
measured flat.
you'll besmirch
That's not true.
yourself to make sure the truth doesn't come out, for you to overtalk the truth, to make sure people don't hear it. It's
How long
quite
have you been
clear
around?
what your raison d'etre has been this afternoon.
How
Your
long have you
behaviour
been around? You haven't
exemplifies it
convinced
as you
anyone.
do it, you see. God damn, you wouldn't want that point getting out there. You're truth hiders, aren't you?
Really? What, that the Earth's not measured flat?
Earth is measured flat.
You
We
see?
measure it flat with an elevation
You haven't
angle.
proved.
When we point this out,
You've got a
what we get is
horizontal that
non-stop
you can establish,
interruptions with
and
the
then you've got
rebuttal straight
elevation
through the
changes,
claim.
and
Like
that's
now,
it.
I'm leaving the line open so you can hear that he's never going to get to hear the claim. Because if he believes that he can talk through the claim that Earth is measured flat with an elevation angle measurement, and it's not actually put to him, he can then get away with just giving a hand wave dismissal and moving on to a different subject. Now, we do prove Earth's measured flat. It functionally has saved lives and developed all of the systems that we use to map and navigate the territory that we have measured. Now, you can deviate away from that as much as you like. Earth is measured flat. That is the tool that we will use. It's been described as the best tool that's available when describing the horizon by Rakir, who you had to lie about here. You don't care that you're lying about people like Rakir. You'll deny that you've lied about it, and then claim that I'm saying things that my citations say that you've ignored or denied half of. You're just here to deceive people. You're not interested. You don't care if this is to your detriment because you're a nobody. You don't have a name to sacrifice. If you can take a bit of mine away, you've done a good job, right?
Sacrifice. Yeah, but I'm not looking for followers. That's the difference. You are.
And?
Well, you need us.
He doesn't
you need
like
something
that.
to
He doesn't
sell.
want you to have followers,
You need a
Nathan. That's
product.
why he's coming
You need
here
a
to
product.
disrupt it. Trying to disrupt
You need a product, and this
everybody
one's
on
not it.
YouTube is. That's what YouTube is, and so that decries
Well,
my
people
argument
can
about
easily
measuring an
be
elevation
suckered
angle.
into something. People have been
Just
selling
put to you
snake
my
oil
argument.
for years.
I put to this coward my argument. Elevation angles. Put to him. What's the response? You're looking for followers. Total non sequitur.
You've got no, you've got a horizontal, but that's it. It's not the
Horizontal
Earth.
plane of reference, the horizontal
Yes,
plane that the
that's right.
observer
That's
is standing on
Yes,
by citation
yes.
when
You're
detailing
not
an elevation angle.
on
Why
the
is it that
section.
it's being
You're
met with
standing on the
constant
section.
stream of interruptions, I wonder? Did you not want to listen to
You're
this?
not
Is this too
standing on it.
scary?
We've
Too
been
scary
through
to
this
listen
for
to?
ages.
You scared?
No, I'm definitely not scared.
Why won't you
Absolutely
listen
not.
to it? Why
Never
don't you want to
felt
hear it
so
then? What
in my
scares
life.
you about it? What scares you about hearing
I'm
it?
scared about what? About what?
I'm asking you what scares you about
I
hearing
watch
about
the
elevation
tide
angle
go in and
measurements.
out all
Getting
day.
Earth's
It's
flat.
not level.
So he's not gonna tolerate it. Just keep the interruptions up. What scares you about hearing the full rendition of a measurement of a horizontal by way of an established horizontal Earth to stand upon, get an angle when detailing the very specific cited reference that is an elevation angle? What is it that scares you about that?
Because if you were standing on something horizontal, you wouldn't need to establish one, would you?
Establishing it with the horizon, the very best tool for doing so, end quote, Dave Rock here.
Which is where the flat baseline I was looking for. This concrete bit that we can dig down to that you claim is a baseline somewhere.
I didn't. Sorry, did
So
I
if we don't,
say the
if
word
we had
dig
a horizontal
down
in
to?
the
Is
first
this yet
place, we wouldn't have to
another
establish
lie
one.
about
The
something
Earth
I
would be
did not say?
horizontal.
Because at
The Earth is
absolutely
not
no stage did I
horizontal.
say dig down.
Therefore, it
This
goes
man
up and
is
down
simply
and
a
round and round.
compulsive liar.
You said you were standing on the horizontal, so why are you
Did I
trying to
say dig
establish
down to
another
it?
one?
Did I say dig down? Did
Why
I?
are you trying to establish a horizontal then if you're
dig,
standing on
liar.
it?
No, you're digging.
They're fighting against the sextant, really.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
I didn't
He
say
said he
dig
was
down.
standing on
I didn't
the
claim you were digging
horizontal
down
you're
to anything,
standing
but you've
on.
just said that's what I said. Oh, I did not say that.
No, I'm looking for it. I'm looking for something like
You're
that.
looking
This flat
for it.
baseline.
Reason, really? You'd think you'd
Yeah.
just cite what an
You
elevation
told me I
angle is,
should.
but you can't do that.
I never
Because
knew to
what
look
you're
there
looking for
until I
when you
came
don't
here.
care,
You told me
you've
to
made it
look.
explicitly clear that your quest is unimportant to you, but now it's all
My
about what
quest is
you
important to me.
cite.
To me, it's important to me personally, not you. Doesn't matter what you think, because I know your world doesn't fit into mine.
You know what
If
I
you
think,
had
do
a
you?
horizontal,
No, you do not know what I think. I cite
yeah, you
my
said you were
proof.
standing on a horizontal.
Did
when you
I,
were
or was that my
measuring.
citation? For about the fifth
Yeah, well,
time
there's
if you
citation
misrepresent what I
too.
don't
Yeah.
say. Oh, I
Yeah.
cited
You didn't
it.
find citations about
Did
gravity,
I not?
interferometry.
Read it out
That's the
again.
one. You
What a
don't like
lying
that, do you?
bastard. This lying
Interferometry or
bastard's just going to have
ether.
his lie that he just said.
It's not a
Point
lie.
it out
You
to him
said
again.
What does your
Are you going to chant
citation
through
say?
it? Do I need
Repeat
to
it
close
again.
down the line while you
Repeat
chant
it
through
again.
that which you've just
Repeat
lied
it.
about?
Repeat
I
your
did not say
citation
I
again.
cited it. No, it's constant
Repeat your
chanting.
citation again.
I will.
Go
The
on.
altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Sustainable by design. End quote.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, so
why do you
Earth
need
is
to
being
establish another
described as a horizontal plane that you're
if you're already
standing on.
well, why do you need to establish another
Why are you
horizontal?
asking me? It's a citation.
Well, it's not
He's
there,
not
though, is it?
establishing
Want to get a
anything. Are
different
you
citation that
listening?
challenges it, that said that's not the case. You're not
The
standing on a
horizontal you're
horizontal plane of
standing on.
reference would be the
The
very best thing to
horizontal.
challenge this with. If you have a
What
citation that says
horizontal?
you're not standing on a horizontal plane,
No,
that
you're
would
not.
challenge it. It's not what I'm saying to be debated with.
It's your
Well,
citation,
what is
though.
he standing on? I want to know what you're standing on.
Maybe you could cite it.
I'm standing on the floor at the moment. It
Citation that
is
says an
pretty
elevation angle
horizontal, I'd imagine,
isn't
but
with respect to a
got some ups and
horizontal plane you're
downs.
standing on. It's not that. That's
You
what
are
he
not
says. I
Well,
know
if
what
you
you
were,
say.
you-
You say you're not. You are nobody.
I know
And
I'm
you
a
don't
nobody. It
care.
doesn't matter, does it?
Why do we
Well,
care what you
why
say
would
it
a
is
surveyor?
when there's
Why would
people
a
far
surveyor
better
need a
than you, a
theodolite
nobody
then?
with nothing in form of
Why would a
credentials
surveyor need a
back when I've
theodolite
already
or an auto
cited it?
level?
The citation
Auto
said
level.
it's the horizontal plane you're standing on.
Builder's
You
level.
say nuh-uh. Yeah, we got that, Dumbo.
Why would you need a theodolite or an auto
Why are you
level if you're
asking me
already
something? Why are
standing
you
on the
getting a citation
horizontal?
that contradicts mine?
You just build on the horizontal, wouldn't you?
Build? We're navigating, my friend.
Well, that's not. Well, you standing on the horizontal.
Maybe
Why
I
do you
could
need
just
to
stutter
make
my way
another
back
one?
onto building things. Because then I can
Why do you
describe the
need-
deviation from the horizontal plane in terms of elevation. No, we're talking about
Which
elevation
horizontal
angles. We're
plane?
navigating,
Which
my friend.
horizontal
We're
plane?
navigating.
Which
It's
horizontal
the bit
plane
that
are
you
you going to
lied
measure
about
the
Dave Ruggier when
deviation
you
from?
standing on the horizon. The reason we're
Which
talking about the
horizontal?
horizon is because when we're building things, we
Hello?
tend not to use the horizon. There are better tools available for establishing a level plane of reference when building. But we're talking about navigating and elevation angles. I keep citing them. You don't. You have something to contradict my citation that says you're standing on a horizontal plane, specifically in the citation of an elevation angle and what it is. You have something to contradict that by chance?
Are you muting me while you're talking?
Maybe we could discuss the format and whether or not you're being muted as I make my claim that you
Oh, I
can't
just
challenge.
wondered. Just interested.
Just wondered if you're actually going to ever get to the claim and your citation? I was wondering that too.
Why do you need a theodolite then, or an auto
Why
level?
do we need a citation for this? I mean, it'd be interesting to see if you have anything to actually
Well, you
challenge
heard
my
your
argument
citation.
with, or
It
maybe
sounds
it's
a
just a
bit
subject
odd.
change. Is it only the subject change in question for me in response?
No, you're the one with the product.
You're the
I'm
one
just asking
stuttering like
about
a
it.
little bitch as I hold you to task. Oh, I just need a
Ad
citation that
homs.
challenges
Oh, you
mine.
can use ad homs then. Ad homs are right for you in your
No,
fallacious
you are stuttering.
argument.
That is a fact.
Ooh,
Stuttering
I'm
like
not
a bitch is a
stuttering at
description of
all.
a man
I wonder
like a bitch. That is what
I
you
wonder
are.
You
how
don't have a horizontal. You're not standing on
You
one.
don't. So
How
when they say the
ridiculous.
horizontal plane
How
the observer is standing
ridiculous
on,
you
end
are.
quote,
how do
sustainable
you
by
go
not.
about
design, they're
to
just wrong by
measure?
hand waved by a man who doesn't care about how other people describe things because you don't care about truth. It's just
You
wrong
don't
hand
have a
waved.
horizontal. You're not standing on
According
the
to sustainable by
horizontal.
design, you do because it's
Because you
cited
said
that
you
way.
needed a horizontal to measure the
Yeah, they
elevation
do. They say,
change.
and the
And you're not
horizontal
standing
plane
on
the
it.
observer is standing on. That is
You're
exactly
creating
what they
one
say.
in the air, somewhere in
Right, do you need to
space.
just chant through this? Is it painful? I asked if you were scared last time.
No, is it pain? Are you pain because you haven't got a horizontal to stand on?
Well, what about the one described when measuring an elevation angle measurement by sustainable by design? Quote, the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote. That one.
Yeah, what about that one? That
How
one,
would you
where
go
is
to
that?
What
measure
about
that?
that one? That one that defines what an elevation angle is.
Where
What
is
about that
it?
one?
Where is that horizontal you're standing on then?
The one
Why
that
are
you
we
That's why I
measure
asked,
in
is it on the
degrees.
We know it
sextant?
is a horizontal plane that we're standing on now
Yeah,
by
but
definition, then. You know that.
when you've
We're
got a
going to argue about that
sextant,
fact
when you've got a
in terms of how
sextant,
it's
it's a
defined.
sextant.
Now that we've established that
Jesus
is how it's
Christ, man, you're
defined.
worse
We're
than a
all
child.
clear that we are defining it as the horizontal plane of reference that we're standing
When
on
you
in
use a
this instance.
sextant, you
By
are
citation.
using the sextant to establish the horizontal.
I'm not
You're
doing
not
anything. I'm
standing on it.
citing sustainable by design. I'm not
Well, you
holding a
haven't. Your
sextant
sister,
currently. I'm
maybe your
citing
sister just
somebody.
had one in a box.
You don't know how an
So she
argument
never did it.
works. When I cite somebody, I don't expect you to tell me that I'm holding a sextant. I'm not.
You've lost all that. You use your ad homs, so you've lost
You
that
stutterer.
fallacy
Yeah.
argument. You don't have
No,
one.
I'm not an ad hom. Fact.
You ad homed me all the time. time.
No, it's not an ad hom. It's a fact. You stutter. and you're being pummeled by me. So when you say not what we're standing on, and then I go to sustainable by
You are
design
kidding
and
yourself,
quote
man.
the
You are
horizontal plane
kidding.
the observer is
Yeah.
standing on, and you go,
Have you
yeah,
seen?
that one. You get
Have
that
you
one.
seen the
In my
chart?
citation, I'm not doing anything with the sextant. I'm citing some.
Yeah. Have you seen the chart? Your sales chart.
Is this another ad hom? Stutterer.
Well, I
That's a
don't know.
fact, not an ad hom.
Is
You
is a
stutter
little
when being
bitch an ad
pummeled.
hom
There
like
are
you
no
called
sales
me?
charts being discussed. This is a non sequitur fallacy.
You have a product to sell. I don't like
I've
it.
got
I'm
a
questioning it.
product. Sorry, I'm a
Right?
sextant salesman now. No.
No, you're a
Altitude angle is
horizontal.
something that you were going to be using to prove Earth is measured flat with the horizon.
That's it. That's what you're selling. The measured
I'm not
flat.
selling anything. It didn't
The
cost you
Earth
a
is
penny. I
measured
just told
flat.
you a fact.
That's the
It didn't cost you a
2024
dime. How much did
slogan
you pay for it?
from the
You want
sales
a refund for
manager.
the zero that you paid for that fact?
No, I think I'll go back to double
No.
glazing.
So I didn't sell you a damn thing. I stated a fact.
No,
Merely
you want
a
me to
non
go
sequitur
forward with
fallacy
your.
used by a clown.
No, you're trying to get me to go
Sales
forward with your
chart's got nothing to
product and
do with an
sell it
elevation angle proving
on
Earth's
some
flat. By way
tagline,
of measurement, best
and that's all
possible
you got—a
tool,
tagline.
end quote, Rakia, who you lied about, the horizon, proving Earth's flat. Not selling anything.
Oh, you think you got it, don't you?
No, it is a fact. It's not about
Oh,
selling
keep
anything. I
going
don't
back to all
think I've
this
got
rubbish
anything.
you
I
got
have
under
got
your
something. A
table.
measurement of a flat Earth.
You haven't. You've got nothing.
Sorry, I have. That's what it is. It's how it's defined.
All right. All right. Well, I'll go
Yes, all
outside
right.
and
I
I can.
win. You are
I'll.
wrong. We
You
are going to
win.
be
You haven't
establishing
won.
Earth as measured flat with an
Everybody,
elevation
listen.
angle.
He
That's
has
precisely how
not
it's
won.
defined.
Whatever
You
he's
hand
trying to
waving it
tell
was
you.
you losing
All right.
badly to
If you
me.
had a horizontal, you wouldn't need
We
to
do. The horizontal plane the
create
observer is
one.
standing on when measuring an elevation angle.
Oh
We
yeah.
use the
Yeah.
horizon to establish it. Like Dave Rakier pointed out.
Yeah.
He's
How did
not
you get
standing
that
on a horizon, by the
horizontal?
way. He's
How
not
did you get the
standing on a
horizontal
horizon.
you're
Dave
standing
Rakier,
on?
that is. Hello, don't
Eh?
rumpus, coward. Pointing
How
out your
did you
lie
get?
about Dave Rakier. Talking
How
about
did you
Dave
get the
Rakier.
horizontal you're standing on?
With the horizon, like Dave Rakier said.
What? Right under your feet?
Like
With
Dave
elevation
Rakier said, it's... Excuse me.
No, under your feet. How did you make sure that was
Are you scared
horizontal?
of this?
The
Are you
bit you're
scared of
standing on?
Rakia?
No,
Scared of
absolutely
Rakia?
not.
Only happy to listen to
Is
Rakia when he
Rakia
misquotes you.
your support? Is he your support?
Yes.
Dog or something?
Yes.
In your therapy animal, you reach
Yes,
for.
he's my support. I'm citing him. Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Best possible tool to answer your question is the
How did you make
horizon. You
sure the
asked me a
bit you're
question.
standing on
You
was
asked me a
horizontal?
question, and it's just cowardice,
There's
rumpusing, and
nobody here
interruption.
can walk in their
Coward.
garden
Kick
and
him out. I'm
stand
sick
on
of
a
him.
horizontal.
He's a total coward. He's not responding. He is the rumpus.
No, I'm
Get
responding. I'm
lost.
here. I'm
Get
still
lost.
here.
Kick him out. Somebody
Still here.
mute him. He's no longer tolerated.
Still here.
Get lost.
No horizontal, boys.
You're not listening to anything. You're just chanting. Oh, horizontal. Oh, right. What about this one? Horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote, sustainable by design. That is a horizontal. It's by definition what an elevation angle is. All you've got to do is chant through that because you're scared of it. Proves Earth's flat. Total cowards. Hope Rakia gets to listen to this. He knows what his words that I quote get used for. Like Rakia, you'll just be lied about too by these two scumbags, Bev and ElderBear. Total scum, the pair of them. They'll lie, misrepresent, deviate, dodge, and ad hom their way through their garbage. That's all they've done here today. Pathetic. Adam summed it up beautifully.
I agree.
It's actually pretty sad. Really.
I don't know. It's not sad anymore. It's just tedious. It's just tedious.
We're getting more opposition from supposedly our own than Bull is. What does that tell you?
You guys are doing great, man.
Tells you it needs Bevan, the controlled opposition, to come along. It's not flat. I mean, ElderBear doesn't have any particular issue with Brian giving him an explanation of how it's the very best description possible. He's not got a problem with that. He doesn't really care. He cares to rumpus the truth. That's all ElderBear's here for. Bev ain't got much to say. He's only here with his Muppet sidekick Rumpus imitator.
Like I said, we're all alone.
Yeah, if you're listening to this and you're one of Bev's fans, immediately unsubscribe. Otherwise, you'll end up parroting crap like you can do F all with an angle. I mean, we had Montreal on admitting that was a stupid, crappy argument to be putting forth. He understood how stupid it was after it was pointed out to him, and he was humiliated with it. I had a little discussion with SE Montreal about that too. That stupid garbage you gave him. Yeah, not very impressive. As useful as it was here today, Bev. You can do F4 with an angle, except establish your star. I'll be doing something.
Hey, you can do FO with an angle, except all of geometry.
Yeah. It's Bev's way of segueing away from elevation angle, like ElderBear tried to do for about 3 straight hours. If you can take it away from it being an elevation angle measurement defined as requiring a flat earth to use, and it's just an angle and you can't do anything with it, I win. Bev, nah. Meanwhile, we prove Earth's flat with that elevation angle measurement you failed to define. Measurement was a struggle for you, eh, Bev? Maybe we could take a poll about whether or not you know that word. I'll take a straw poll. I'll put it up when this goes up as a premiere. I'll put a straw poll. My audience, how many of you think Bev understands this word that he just literally failed to define? He thinks a poll's worthy now, because we've all got amnesia in the last 5 minutes. Oh, Bev, how did you think you did today? Some sound bites? Worthy trip? What's to discuss?
Yeah, I particularly like the flat point. That was exquisite. Well done.
The point higher or lower than the other, with respect to sea level, that you said was a single point. You really liked me ripping that stupid shit that you claimed to shreds. I'm glad you enjoyed being humiliated by me and your point that isn't sea level, having no part higher or lower than the other, because it's only a single point. You can obviously reference how high or lower the bits of a single point are to that single point, because that's what you said, Bev, making you retarded. You like that, did you? You can trim that out, mate. Have it. It's on me. Anything else you enjoyed? Oh, dumbfounded silence. Lots of your other minions came here with that crap too, Bev.
No, I quite
They
like
were
the
humiliated
going
same.
forward. I like the new motivation of, you know, like 2024. Let's go forward with this confident positivity. I quite like that.
Indeed, confidence based on practical arguments that work and are cited.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I mean, to be confident in. I
Right.
agree.
And just have confidence for nothing unless you like to bluff things, right? Because you don't actually know what you're doing. You're pretending to. Well, we don't have to pretend here at Flat Earth Debates because we have actual arguments that are deeply rooted into society and into history. And so, yeah, we have a lot of confidence that is legitimate. We don't have to bluff it.
I mean, like on screen now, we've got this angle to Polaris. It's like latitude measurement. The guy's like got a sextant and he's being shown in this depictorial example that I didn't make. It's just easily referenced online. You know, getting your altitude, getting your latitude, you know, with a sextant, measuring an angle, establishing a horizontal plane of reference, proving Earth's flat. Now, you could take that elevation angle measurement that proves Earth flat and dilute it down to some stupid, nonsensical statement that makes you look really idiotic, like you can do F all with an angle, simultaneously ignoring the actual argument and changing it into a stupid statement that makes you look like a clown. You could do that. Would you like to trim that out as a soundbite, Bev? You can have that. That one's on me too. I was talking about you. Quote, you can do F all with an angle, end quote, Bev, try thinking. You can do lots with it, though. That makes you an idiot, Bev. And the people who repeated it, like SE Montreal, we had a little chuckle about it a couple of days back. Yeah, about the stupid
Shout
shit that he
out,
parroted
SE.
from you. We had a good laugh about it. our old arguments, the one that I trimmed him out and I've got a nice little video. Do you want me to play that video of SC Montreal having his ash ripped through his throat with your parroted shite argument about doing F all with an angle? Do you want me to play that little clip of SC Montreal and I?
Yeah, it's in the
He
song.
took your argument that
Already
you
got
said,
it.
Bev.
Thanks.
He took that argument that you said, Bev. I know you like to talk while I'm talking.
It's
There's
not
been
really
lots
an
of stony
argument, it's
silences.
just a geometric statement.
What, that you can do F all with an angle?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just wrong, though, isn't it? It's a nice way of separating yourself from the elevation angle, though, isn't it, Bev? It almost worked if it hadn't made you and SC Montreal really look stupid when saying it. Because you also say you can get your latitude with an angle. Just an angle gets you your latitude. You even said, and I've got it trimmed out and playable, I'll get that if you want to. You saying it's just an angle. Give you your latitude. That's your exact words. You can do F all with an angle. Just an angle gives you latitude.
Yeah, that's the street version, isn't it? The other one would be with
yeah.
just an angle and no additional information.
Street version? Sorry, I don't understand. Sorry, what does that mean?
Determine or conclude
I'm confused.
anything
Street
about
version?
geometric properties or relationships.
What does that mean? Street version?
Yeah,
You can do F all with an angle. You can get your latitude with an angle. Those two statements completely contradict each other.
The actual statement, really, right? You know, the full statement is, with just an angle and no additional information, we cannot determine or conclude anything about geometric properties or relationships. That's the actual.
It'd be useful if you could rewrite history without complete garbage, but that is priced. Sorry, Bev. Sorry, Bev.
Fuck all with an angle.
Bev, are you done? I heard your statement. Bev, are you done? Do you need to keep responding through the rebuttal? No, Bev, I've got you quoted as what you actually said to me, and it wasn't that. I mean, you're asking me if I want the full quote that you said to me, because I've got it recorded, you dumb shit. Don't lie and rewrite history. That is not what you said, Bev. You said, and I quote, you can do fuck all with an angle, end quote. It wasn't that load of old shite that you just made up. What are you talking about, you liar? Did you need to rewrite history to make your stupid shit that you said that was wrong make sense? Because the stupid shit that you said to me, personally, with your own tongue, was just wrong, Bev, and stupid.
I thought, like you being a flat earther, I thought you might like the
Bev, I
advanced
don't need you to try and
simplicity
rewrite
version
it.
of it.
Bev, don't need you to lie to my audience and try and rewrite history.
I heard that flat earthers don't know anything about
Stutter,
maths
you
or
stupid
geometry
lying
or
little
anything,
shit.
so I didn't know.
Don't rewrite history. I know what you said. It wasn't what you just tried to rewrite history was. Now was it, Bev? Wasn't what you said. Now was it, Bev? No, it wasn't, you lying little toe rag. You gotta lie, haven't you, Bev?
I said that to
and just
Ruhif
rewrite
as well.
history
I
with
said
a
it to
new load
Ruhif
of words
first,
that
I
you
think.
didn't say. Bev, I don't need you
Said
to
it to
rewrite
Ruhif
history
first.
through the top
so
of me
don't
quoting
feel like
you.
it's an exclusive to you.
Bev,
Nathan.
nobody likes a liar. Nobody likes somebody who takes what has actually happened and rewrites it with new words. I can quote you, Bev. I can play your own words back to you if you like.
Yeah,
you
I can
lying
play
shit.
me saying it to Ruhif before
You,
I said it
so
to
can
you.
I. Because I've proven you're a lying scumbag with stupid, nonsensical statements that humiliated plenty of people who've repeated them, Bev. Now, rewriting those into a different set of words isn't going to help you.
But you don't like the official
rewriting
statement.
of history? No, I don't, because it's not what you said, Bev. You said you can do F all with an angle.
Yeah, that's the street version, isn't it?
Yeah, didn't you, you lying little monkey who's trying to rewrite history? Yeah. You're just a scummy liar. Don't rewrite history here, Bev. You're just a liar. That's not what you said. You said you can do F all with an angle. And you're
that's
stupid.
yes,
That's wrong.
I definitely said
because
that,
maybe
but that's
rumpusing
the
through it
street
would make
version
a
of
difference, and rewriting history over the top of it would make a difference. No, I'm going to repeat what you actually said rather than what you tried to rewrite history with, Bev. You don't have to interrupt it because you're a coward. You said you can do F all with an angle, end quote.
Mm-hmm.
I heard what you said. You said it to me, and I got it recorded. And that is a statement which isn't the rewriting of history that you'd love to do now. It's very stupid and wrong, and contradicted by your own statements about what you can do with just an angle to Polaris. Oh, Bev, don't rewrite history and be a lying, scummy piece of shit here. That isn't what you said. You don't need to qualify what you said. I heard you. I can trim it out and play it back to you. It was stupid and wrong, and it humiliated Montreal when he repeated that garbage that you said that was wrong as a concise statement that isn't going to be rewritten by a liar right now. We all clear, Bev?
I'm
Let's
sorry
stop
if
lying.
SE got humiliated by a geometric
Be sorry
statement.
about saying you can do F all with an angle
Well,
because
I mean-
it's stupid and wrong. It is wrong and stupid. That's right. You understand now? Not your rewriting of it. What you said.
The rewriting of it isn't stupid.
Isn't what you said. Yeah, that's right. You said you can
But
do
that's
F all with an
not
angle, and that's
stupid and
fundamentally
wrong.
retarded. Yeah, you're wrong. That's right, Bev. You're wrong.
So is the statement with just an angle and no additional information?
That's not
we
what you
cannot
said, Bev. I
determine
didn't hear
or
about any
conclude
additional bullshit
anything
that you're
about
rewriting
geometric
history with. You're just
properties
making it up, you
or
liar.
relationships.
Stop lying. I've told you, not asked you, don't lie and rewrite history.
Well, the other one's
you
just
need to play your own frigging
shorter
words back
and
to you
easier
while you
to say,
rewrite
like
them about what it's
poetic.
with respect to that angle. No, Bev, don't lie.
Street poetry
Bev.
of geometric proportions.
Are you going to mitigate for your actual quote by saying it's street poetry now? So his actual mitigation for the stupid shit that he said was wrong.
Yeah, there's
is
no
it's street
difference in the two
poetry.
statements, is there?
We've had an attempt to rewrite history, and now it's poetry. It's just wrong. It doesn't matter if it's poetic.
It's still wrong.
Wasn't the
Yes, it's
elevation
still wrong. He's finally got there. Yes, Bev, still wrong.
The elevation angle was brought up to him specifically, and then he said, as a response to it, you can do F all with an angle.
That's
are
correct.
you holding to that? Are you
He needs,
holding
to, he needs to lie. He needs to lie and rewrite history. Scumbag. Everybody should have unsubscribed from him. He's just lied. We've got quotes. We can play him saying it, but he's going to rewrite history for the benefit of his audience to make him right after the fact when he's wrong. Oh, Bev, that's scum behaviour. Like, really scummy. Like a total liar who needs to rewrite which things he's actually said. We know what you said, Bev. Now you're lying about those things because you're dumb.
Put it this way, I went on his show and I was amazed when he said the exact words, you could do F all with an angle.
Didn't you hear his recontextualizing and rewriting a history? Because apparently you misheard him when he lies about what he didn't say. Because he's a liar. Unsubscribe to Bev Try Thinking. He just lies compulsively. It's all he's got to offer. And when his stupid shit's proven wrong, he'll rewrite history with lies. You want to follow this guy? You want to support this guy? He's a liar. Outright, barefaced, rewriting his own words' history. Liar. Fact. Want to try again? Rewrite history again, Bev. I mean, liar. Go on.
With just an angle
That's what you
and
actually
no additional information, hence just an angle, we cannot determine or conclude anything about geometric properties or relationships.
It's not what you said.
You can do fuck all with an angle.
Is an elevation?
That's not what. So you can do fuck all with an angle. Isn't that string of words that you've substituted for that statement, which is wrong?
Yeah,
you can do
it's with
plenty
just
with an
an
angle. You
angle
complete
and
shit
no
the brains
additional
moron.
information.
Excuse me, you have just heard your statement.
An
You
angle.
repeated it in context. You've said your
can't
statement
determine
again.
or
You can do
conclude
F all with
anything
it,
about
and now
geometric properties
rumpusing
or
ensues because the
relationships.
stupidity
You
level
can do
has
fuck
just
all.
gone through the roof. Bev, you can do plenty with one like Esquire your latitude.
Right. The elevation angle was brought up, and then you give that statement, Bev. So are you saying that you saying you can do F all with an angle is a nonsense, makes no sense? Or are you saying that about an elevation angle that you can't do anything with it, which would contradict your previous position?
You've got an angle. If all you have is an angle, then geometrically, you can do nothing with it. If you have no additional information to that angle, you can't deal anything geometrically upon knowing
What do you
that
do without
one
it?
angle.
What do you do without the 90?
That's a statement. That's what the
Sorry,
statement means.
Sorry, that isn't the statement you made, though. The statement you made was you can do
that's
F
the
all with an
intent
angle.
behind
Now that's been
that.
described as street poetry
Because
as you
Ruhith did
rewrite
that.
history and contextualise your stupid,
Yeah, I said it
shitty,
originally to
nonsensical,
Ruhith.
incorrect
It was
statement,
opposite
which
side
you're now
angle.
rumpusing. As I point out, It's a nonsensical, incorrect
told
statement that
Ranty
was
to put
not
a ruler on a
contextualized
picture.
with the bullshit you're rewriting history and lying about right now.
And then
You didn't
call
say
out
any
an
of those
angle
words, Bev.
at the
Excuse me,
camera.
Bev. I need to point out that you're a liar again. You stop rumpusing me while I point out your lies. You didn't contextualize your statement with that which you have just said at all. That is a lie.
You mean you didn't understand the context behind the statement? You can do fuck all with an angle, being a statement about geometry.
Which means contextualise the lie, opposed to being caught out about lying. Is that what Bev's now showing us? This is his standard.
Yes.
He'll make statements
Oh, is
past when they're pointed out, and it becomes apparent to him how ridiculous, incorrect, and how they oppose to make him a liar today. He then goes back in time and calls it street poetry. You are a disgrace, man.
You're disgusting, Bev.
No.
You're a disgrace.
Your own self-worth.
Liar.
We could call it a geometric statement that triggers flat Earth.
You could contextualize your quote as you can do F all with an angle in response to a question about elevation angles. And then you could go back after the fact in history and say it's street poetry and then lie about what you contextualize it with when you didn't.
It seemed
Making
very
you an
similar
outright
what you were doing. as to
Scumbag
what Rudick was
interrupting the
doing.
liar,
It just
being called
reminded
out
me
as scumbaggery. I encourage
me
all of
saying
your
you
audience
can
to
do fuck all with an
unsubscribe to you
angle to
based
Ruhif,
on your
and I thought,
scumbaggery and lies and
Nathan sounds
recontextualization of
like
history.
a bit like Ruhif.
So is this someone else that you're going to blame for your failures? Ruhif?
No, I was just pointing out how
Hey,
similar
Rufy,
it was.
you're being dragged into this because he's failed somewhere, so he needs to drag you in now. Because he can't take ownership of his failures.
Ruhif
He needs to
won't come back, he won't
recontextualize them and
help
lie
you.
about them and then blame Rufy for them,
I think
apparently.
he's done a Jesse Kozlowski, to be honest.
Why are we talking about Jesse? You just need to drag in as many people as possible to get
No,
away
they've
from the fact that
left.
F all
They've
with an
gone.
angle is wrong. F
They're
all with an
gone,
angle's wrong.
Nathan. They gone.
I don't
Long
care.
gone.
Couldn't care less. F all with an angle's wrong, Bev. You said it, you're wrong. Stupid. You said it. Making you stupid because you said it. It isn't what you recontextualize it with,
Sounds
you liar.
circular, that.
No, confront that. Want to challenge that? Challenge that or accept it?
It sounds circular.
Divert from it.
That it's wrong
Divert
because
from it, maybe?
I said it. I mean, that just...
No, it's wrong
felt
because
like
it's wrong. You
circular
can do plenty
reasoning.
with an angle. The statement is factually wrong. That's why it's wrong, not just because you said it. You said it and it is wrong.
So why not take the win? Because it's like the same thing with the other guys, that say, oh well, just one singular like angle at one single point is blah 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 blah. An argument against something none of us has ever said. So if Ev is saying what he's saying now, then okay, well, screw it then. And you basically agree with us. Stop trying to be passive aggressive and corny.
Context was given because the argument was put forward to him as an elevation angle. His response is to take it away from an elevation angle, is to take it to a place in geometry where you're not doing measurement and you're just bringing up angles.
We know he's
What's the point in
lying.
that?
We know he's lying, but today, right now,
You know it.
like we're gonna
Good-
sit
good
here.
for you.
No, like the best content in the world would be, oh, okay, well, either he agrees with us or he basically not even, because there was a time where he, for whatever reason, said you could do fuck all with an angle, in a response to some argument that we made. So, that clip somewhere in the future would be very funny, arguing back and I mean, this sounds super ridiculous and it's a waste of time.
Yeah, it's
He's
tiresome.
going to keep
Can you measure an angle?
Eli's
Can you
right.
measure an angle? If you just have an angle, can you
They're gonna
measure
keep
it?
lying. So now I made a good point, and Bev's off the hook because we're tired of him. Someone else is going to do something dumb. Why?
Well, I think he's trying to make a point.
Not really. He's trying to drag us into the same argument that we really don't want to be in.
About a new one. We have a new one as of today. Want to get to that one? Because anyone that can fog a mirror knows that Bev's retarded. I mean, you're a retard.
Yes, let's go to the new one.
Yeah, the new one, I just heard. I was listening back to the beginning of the show. Sorry, I was sleeping. I heard this phrase, fallacious modus tollens. So, Bev, married bachelor, can you please define logical fallacy and define modus tollens and then connect the two, and let's see if they fit. What is a logical fallacy? Step number 1, Tard.
We'll do a special about it, eh? In fact, I think we've already done them many times.
We're going to do a special about a paradox.
No,
Freaking
we're
retard.
talking about the fallacious modus tollens that a guy called QE calls the black swan. Yeah.
Fallacious modus tollens.
Fallacious, yes.
What I said. What is a fallacy? Retard.
What's a fallacy? It's an error within your
what is a logical
argument.
You've had plenty of time. You've had plenty of time to divert and delay. What is a logical fallacy right now?
You specifically didn't mind your P's and Q's.
No, not me.
I know you got upset when we told you, and you ran away from it, and people continue to keep pacing it.
Look, listen, he's just demonstrating how he doesn't know. He's got a
Adams.
waffle because he doesn't know.
Well, there's many different ways you can employ fallacies within your.
It's pretty
modus
clear that
tollens,
Bev
isn't
doesn't
it?
know. Doesn't know. That's pretty obvious. Already just defined it.
Many different fallacies are employed within the fallacious modus tollens.
You failed.
QE called the black swan.
I or anyone on the
Well done.
panel
QE's
would have
defended
just
that brilliantly.
defined
Well
what a
done, QE.
logical fallacy is, right? But instead of him doing that, he wants to say we're going to do a show on something that any one of us on the panel could have just answered in 5 seconds.
Let me get it for you.
While he talks through me.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
I didn't hear a single word you said.
What's a logical fallacy, Bev?
The one within the fallacious modus tollens that QE puts.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. It's been about the 5th time.
Didn't
Everyone stop for a second. Please, can you all stop? Please, can you all stop? That includes you, Bev. No, you see, it's about the 3rd time you've been asked to define something and you failed to do so.
Okay, I'm going to point it out now. I'm going to go over it. It took me a while to get the actual
middle of a
modus
sentence.
tollens.
Middle
Then
of
I
a
can show you
sentence,
where
Bev.
the fallacy is.
Hello, belligerent prick. Middle of a sentence. Oh, far. 3 times Bev has asked to define a word and failed to do so. It is beyond his capacity to define anything, because on 3 separate occasions he has failed to do exactly that. And we don't need you asking us questions, Bev. How are we going to mock you? You don't know how to define a logical fallacy, and you're calling a logical consistency a fallacy. You are about as stupid as it gets.
Okay, the first one is the modus
Nobody asked
tollens
you anything,
state.
you stupid idiot.
Yes, you did. You asked me. QE asked me.
I told you.
Quite many people have asked me,
a
Nathan.
logical consistency as a fallacy. Therefore, you were asked to define what a fallacy is, and you failed.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
the
saying
end
I'm
of the
going to point
discussion.
out where
That's
the
not an
fallacy
opening
is
to interrupt me, you
within-
abject coward.
within this statement.
Coward. I'm still
The
talking.
fallacy
I'm
of
still talking,
not
you abject coward.
minding his P's
I am
and
still
Q's.
talking. It just means you're not listening. You're a belligerent child. You've got the mental capacity of about an 8-year-old. It's the end of the discussion, Bev.
Okay, all right.
You
So,
call...
no,
Bev,
there's no
Bev,
rebuttal,
I'm explaining
QE,
to
obviously.
a mentally retarded 8-year-old. And
Yeah,
he can't
QE came in
listen.
all stomping his feet, didn't he?
Don't want to hear you, Bev. I'm trying to explain something to you.
Yeah,
You just
QE doesn't want to hear out why he's...
Don't want to hear about QE. I'm trying to
argument's
explain
fallacious.
how the argument has ended and you
Yeah,
failed.
QE
You just
came
can't
in and
tolerate
he
it.
was all triggered. He should have let him go with it. He's going to be pent up anger now, isn't it?
Everybody, let him tucker
He might
himself out.
blame
When
you
the little
for it.
shit's finished yattering, I'll carry on.
Go on, off
What's
you
a
go.
logical fallacy, Bev?
I'll get there, Neil. I said let him tucker himself out. When you're done, Bev, we'll carry on when your belligerent childish behaviours. Let us know when you tuck it out, Sunshine.
Okay, well, I'll just point out here that if P then Q, right, relies back, if you're trying to falsify the P, make sure you don't change what the P is, right? Because that's what QE did within the fallacious modus tollens. His P statement changed. Now, if you, like you say, it's not fallacious, then it's outright deceit. Is that right, QE?
Wow.
Bear with me, bear with me. Let's get some order. Ideally, Bev, and we urge yattering. You let him respond without yattering immediately through the beginning, middle, or end of his response. Is that possible? Bear, QE.
What is a logical fallacy, Bev Tart?
Over to you, Bev. Mike's all yours.
Your Google finger should have typed it in.
QE, just let the silence. Thanks. Question on the table is, what is a logical fallacy? Can you define that for QE, please, Bev? In your own time. You can establish your latitude. So that's doing something with an angle then?
It's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky.
You can do plenty with an angle, can't you, Bev?
You know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris.
Yeah, there's a light in the sky outside, right? You can measure an angle to it.
You know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris. A light in the sky. Have you said that to me?
That's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
And last but not least, let's see if you could do fuck all with an angle.
Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
But that's somebody else of humiliated rap argument. Guy's name?
Brian Leak. His brains are leaking.
Yeah, well, he was made to look like a complete spaz with this crap argument too, because he repeated it, Bev. Stupid shit verbatim that you tried to rewrite history with. Got made to look really stupid with it too. With your words. Your words were the ones that contradicted his stupid shit that you gave him, that he parroted, that you then undid with your own words, Bev. Iron Leak. Just unsubscribe from Bev. He's making you look more stupid than you already do. Bev is. With this stupid shit that you parrot that's wrong. He tries to rewrite history with. Maybe, Brian Leak, you could rewrite history too. I mean, it's not like I've downloaded your video and got you parroting verbatim that which Bev has tried to rewrite history with or anything. Maybe you could try and rewrite history about what you parroted from Bev when you made the same stupid shit nonsense wrong claim Bev failed to acknowledge and has no humility and can't admit and tried to rewrite history over. Maybe you could do the same, Brian. You were made to feel, look and behave stupidly after following in Bev's footsteps with this stupid shit that you parroted verbatim. Straight out of Bev's mouth. You weren't parroting the justified reason for the street poetry, as Bev's called it. You just repeated him verbatim, didn't you there? Yeah, and you were made to look incredibly stupid. Like Bev was made to look incredibly stupid when we asked him to cite what a fallacy was. And we got about 45 seconds of straight silence, long enough for me to look up a video, while we waited for Bev to not cite what a fallacy is, even though his specific claim involves the use of fallacy. It's his claim, and he didn't define what he's claiming. He doesn't know what he's claiming. The guy's a shithead. Like, thick. Really dumb. Or say, I claim that horses do this. Oh, you do you, Bev? What's a horse?
He doesn't want to read it because he knows it'll damn him.
Horses are modus ponians.
Oh, this podium's. Come on, Bev, give us that definition.
You had long enough. You had long enough to Google search it, Bev.
I got three different definitions already. Come on, Bev, get with it.
Did you want to just launch straight back into your argument about how he's used a fallacy, Bev? Do you understand how me getting angry about and telling you to shut up and shutting you down and summarising the end of the argument? Yeah, that summary was also nicely demonstrated with about 45 straight seconds of silence after you were asked to define what a fallacy was. Based on the fact that you're arguing he's using a fallacy, you dumb shit. Don't be Bev's subscriber. You'll just be dumber for it. You'll end the process of listening to him more stupid than you began. You shouldn't have any subscribers, Bev. You're poisoning these people with your stupidity. Is it just Dunning-Kruger? Do you think you're smart, Bev? You failed to define what a fallacy is, even though that's what you're arguing about. You come here to argue he's using a fallacy. You don't even know what one is.
You know,
Maybe
you're
you
the
should
flat
try paying
earther, right,
attention to-
Nathan?
Again, Bev, was this a non sequitur?
Yeah, I was just pointing out that you are the flat earther here. You're the one that thinks that the Earth's measured
This is
flat.
his definition of fallacy. This non sequitur after a 45-second
the
silence
fallacy
is
within
your
the
definition of
argument that
fallacy.
QE
Maybe
made,
rumpus me when I
right,
object.
was him
My show having
changing
45
the
seconds
P.
of dead air, so you can then move on to
Literally.
a different subject. You
A
total
completely different P.
Is this defining what a fallacy is? Because it's part of your argument.
Yeah, because you stated
For us
that
to
he
move-
got rid of
For
R,
us to move forward.
didn't you?
Oh, it's just while I'm
You
talking.
took
Long
QE's
silences, and then it's just when I'm. It's only when I'm talking. Right, Bev?
conclusion.
It's only when I'm talking.
As a fact.
You can only the silent. It's either silence or
I
when
know,
I'm talking.
I know
right,
nobody
Bev?
gives you space to talk, do they? I mean, oof.
Sorry, I just gave you 45 straight seconds and there was nothing but silence. But obviously now I'm talking. You need.
I was sorting my tea out now.
Is it that you could be talking while I'm talking, Bev? You took yourself out again, and then we'll have 45 straight seconds of you not saying anything when we ask you to define part of your argument.
Yeah, I was just making me tea.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
You weren't struggling to find something and then trying to change the subject about me being the leader of Flat Earth or something when you were asked to define what a fallacy is, which is part of your argument that we're
No,
attempting
you
to move
called
on with.
yourself an alpha.
We are listening to you.
That was
We
good.
heard your argument about
You
modus
wits it, two
ponens, and now we're asking you to define what a fallacy is based on your positioning of this argument that you put forth.
Yeah, the
To move
fallacy
forward
that
with your argument that
QE,
you
the one
put
that I was
forth, Bev,
calling
we need
QE's
you, the
argument a
claimant,
fallacy
to
for
define
was
what a
because he
fallacy
changed
is.
his P.
And you failed because you're dumb as shit.
Probably call it the
exemplified,
fallacy of deceit.
The point where I called him disingenuous earlier. So after all of that, his rebuttal was, I was getting me tea. This is why nobody has any respect for you, Bev.
Right, well, because
That's
I'm
why we
getting
call
me
you
tea.
disingenuous.
Wow, sorry everyone if I lose your
It's a
respect
very
for
Weasley
getting
thing to
me
do.
tea,
Which
like
anybody
Adam
with
says,
a
and
slight bit of intellect,
know.
probably not you, they can detect that the person is screaming and wiggling to get away because they only have a big bag of ignorance next to them.
No, that's not fair, Adam. Oh, it's unreasonable. He didn't respond for 45 seconds because he was getting his tea. No worries, Bev. I take you at your word, son. Just before you popped off to get your tea in the middle of a debate where you were postulating that you used a fallacy.
This isn't a debate, Nathan.
You walked away to get your
Came
tea
here to give you a hand.
in the middle of.
To
My
let you...
bad. It's time for that interruption while I'm talking.
Right, well,
obviously,
you call
right?
it
Then
it's a
45
debate.
straight seconds
That
or
may be
getting
why
tea.
you're getting all
You only want to
upset.
talk while I'm talking because that's the best effective way of debating. Isn't
It's
it,
not a debate, Nathan. There's no debate here.
Yeah, it is. I'm debating your dumbass and how stupid you are. That's
No,
what we are
that's
debating.
you
is we
just
mock
wanting
you
to
because
add
you are
on,
stupid.
right?
We're mocking you for your stupidity. You are debating it.
Yeah, you see that? That's the sort of attitude I used to get from the Globe guys about the flat
Meanwhile,
earthers.
you said you went away for 45 straight seconds because you got your tea after
Can
you
you see
postulated
why
that
I
you used a fallacy.
I
didn't you,
learned
Bev?
soon that they seem like
Yeah, you
both
don't need the non sequitur.
two different sides of the
Bev.
same coin.
Microwave chip.
Maybe go and get your tea.
Yeah,
You went
false
away after we asked
dichotomy.
you to define
Step
fallacy,
one.
and it's just you talking while I'm talking. I leave a pause, I start talking, he starts talking. Let's try this like a non-child, non-8-year-old with an attention span that can listen. Doesn't need to just start talking immediately. Let's try that one more time, Bev. You said you went away for your tea after you had postulated an argument that QE used a fallacy and we had asked you to define what a fallacy was. We get back on track now. Really good. Mike's all yours.
Okay. The fallacy QE committed was by changing
maybe
the
pay attention.
P
You're slow and stupid.
value. The
asked you
initial
to
one was
define
attached
fallacy,
to a
not
radius,
ad hom QE,
and then his
describe
end,
your argument that we've already heard.
not P,
We've already heard your argument.
changed.
Now we need your dumbass to define what fallacy is because it's part of your argument that we've already heard and don't need repeating.
Right, so
Just
you can.
define.
Was that not
Do you know what?
explanation? Not
It's
good
okay.
enough
We're dealing
for
with
the-
an 8-year-old who's heard a word he doesn't understand. Do you know what define means, Ev?
I just showed you the fallacy
You stutter.
that QE
Other than
omitted.
answer, yeah, we know,
Yeah.
know, it's very painful. Do you know what define means, Ev?
Well, you can obviously, if you wanted a definition, you
Don't
can
tell
get
me
that
what
for
I'm
yourself,
going to be
can't
doing.
you?
You, the dumbest person here, know what define means.
Well, yes.
Well, you've used the word fallacy in your argument.
well,
Could you define that,
well, if
please?
you want to know
Maybe
what
stutter
the
through the top of
definition
me
of
when the
fallacy
painful
is,
failures
you
pointed
might
out.
just be able
By me
to
asking you to define part of your argument that you're using.
type it into
Fallacy.
Google, Nathan. Fallacy.
No, I'm not making the
definition.
argument. You are, Dumbo. I'm not going to prove your claim for you.
No, I said I'd show you the fallacy
And
that
you
QE
said so you define. Off
committed.
you go,
One of
define
them.
fallacy. Your claim, I'm not going to do the work for you.
The other one was the consequent. I mean, can
The
you
other
really
one,
have a
what, we're gonna move
consequent
straight
that
past
isn't
that which you've not
possible?
defined and is part of your
Is
argument?
placing
You won that
an
argument. Oh, it was a total
impossible
failure. You didn't define
consequent,
the term
a
you used in your
necessary
argument, Bev.
consequent.
So let's just chalk that up to a total failure, and now you want to move on, right?
Well, I was just pointing out, there's a few different fallacies.
There's quite a lot of stuttering going on. We'll just chalk that up to a failure then. where
There
you
isn't
failed
any
to define
stuttering. Is
what
that,
you were
are you
claiming.
hearing stuttering, Nathan?
Are you stuttering through the top of me because you can't face what's happening?
I was asking, are you hearing stuttering, Nathan? Because
Yes,
I don't
from
know,
you.
maybe the end of
Maybe the end of maybe a long protracted that you're not
yeah,
doing
the
either.
conversation.
You are definitely umming and erring and stuttering and faffing about when you can't define what a fallacy is and it's part of your argument that you
No,
failed.
I can show
we
you
chalk
the
that up to failure?
fallacies
Oh, maybe
within
you can
QE's
interrupt as I
argument,
asked
but
you
I
for
mean,
the fourth time.
if you're
we
one
can
of
chalk
White
it up to
Knight for
failure or
QE, it
not.
was QE
He's
that
not going
wanted
to
to
be
come in.
allowing
He got
that.
come in
Not
like
going to
all-
chalk it up to failure because you talked through my request.
Yeah.
Talking through my request is going to stop the request, isn't it? Can we chalk this up to failure? Or am I going to get interrupted by Neil's indicator at the next point I get a silence? Yeah, of course I am.
Oh,
We'll
you get
chalk up the
triggered by
failure then.
audio indicators.
We'll chalk up that as a failure then, right?
If you want to
Failed at the point you
consider
didn't
that a
define
failure,
fallacy there,
Nathan,
Beth.
yes.
That's where your argument failed. Your argument about fallacy, and you failed to define it. So we'll chalk that up as a
no,
failure.
it was pointing
then,
out
and
the
then move on.
fallacy within QE's modus
see.
tollens.
Oh, I see. Can you define fallacy for us?
I can point out the fallacies within it for you. If
So,
that's
so,
all right.
so is that a no?
You just don't want
That's a
to
no.
see them, do you not?
What the hell?
Don't
dude?
have to
Are
address
you
them.
hearing me?
Am
I
not
can't hear
hearing
you,
yours
no.
straight
I think Nathan
through
was
the
talking
Discord
all
server
over you.
conversation? No, I'm definitely hearing everybody rumpusing. I'm trying to get this guy, that's Bev, chalk up his failure where he failed in his argument to define the terms he was using when
No,
he
you
made
don't
the
know
argument.
the argument yet. He's mischaracterized it. He Jedi mind tricked you. Can I speak?
Jedi
go ahead.
mind tricked you, Nathan.
He said, "Shut up, you retard." He said, "Fallacious modus tollens," not to anything specific. Fallacious modus tollens.
QE
And a
calls the Black
fallacious
Swan.
modus tollens.
Bev can't tolerate it. Total coward. Bev, addressing you. That means shut the hell up and listen, you total coward, 8-year-old child, belligerent prick. Shut up.
You said fallacious modus tollens. Not in regards with anything. He just said, you blurted it out. Fallacious modus tollens. I heard it a couple times. Now, can a fallacious modus tollens exist?
No.
We
Said
could have
the
spent 15 minutes. to get
fallacious
to that.
modus tollens. QE calls the Black Swan.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, you don't understand the difference between a logical consistency and a logical fallacy, Bev. Now, I know I'm going to get interrupted before the end of this because it's going to be painful, me pointing out how fucking idiotic you are. Yeah, by calling it a fallacious modus tollens, you are committing a contradiction in terms. Because you don't know what their terms mean, you don't know that you're committing a contradiction in terms. Why do we know that you don't know? Because you haven't defined it. Pathetic. Thick. You're just stupid, Bev. Do you understand that it's a contradiction in terms, you stupid idiot? Let's have that. Maybe he's getting his tea.
What about?
Hello, you stupid clown.
What do you? Would you just call it blatant deceit then by changing the P statement?
I asked you if you understood that it's a contradiction in terms.
Falsifying a radius of 3959.
Did you not hear what I asked? Are you deaf as well as an 8-year-old belligerent child? Are you also deaf? Do you understand that it's a contradiction in terms? Call modus tollens a logical fallacy.
I say no. The one that QE calls the black swan.
He doesn't understand the question because he's so Dunning-Kruger.
Can you see it? It's in the main text chat. Somebody else posted it the other day.
I see how stupid you are. You're committing a contradiction in terms and you haven't acknowledged it once. You're too stupid to comprehend what I'm saying to you.
It's not a contradiction in terms to tell QE that he made a fallacious modus tollens.
So beyond his comprehension level that he cannot cope with it. It's just too much for his brain to process. So he interrupts non-stop. I've asked him 3 times, does he understand the contradiction in terms? He won't define what a fallacy is, so he's not going to learn why it's a contradiction in terms. He's just belligerent. He'll just talk through it. He's had it qualified by QE. I did actually qualify that immediately, QE, as a contradiction in terms.
Belligerent? This is beyond belligerent. He's ripe for the loony bin after this point.
Dunning-Kruger. He doesn't know what he doesn't know. He doesn't know it's a contradiction in terms because he doesn't know what logic is. He doesn't know what a fallacy is. If he did it, just define it. 45 minutes of, oh, I'm getting my tea. What, at the point that you need to back your own argument that he's committing a fallacy with a logical consistency? You stupid idiot. Maybe you could give it a new name. Maybe that'll make this all square. He's getting a curry. He's off down the shops. He's pulling a pint. If we're talking to you, dumbass. I was just putting the tea on.
Yeah, can you reconcile the fallacious modus tollens with some street poetry, perhaps?
Or you could blame the person you got the argument from in the first place. Maybe you could blame Bob. Ev. Like a
I don't think he got in the point. With the
Bob didn't design the fallacious modus tollens QE calls the black swan, did
Or you could rant your claim through the top of people humiliating you. Maybe rant your claim, rinse and repeat it.
It was
through
always
the top
a
of
bit suspicious as
Maybe
to
just
who
rinse and
brought
repeat
that
it
one up.
indefinitely through the top of everybody that's taking the piss out of you. Oh, Bev, you don't need to rinse
I've always
and repeat your
wondered
stupid, shitty claim
who
that's a
brought
contradiction
that
in
fallacious
terms.
modus
It's a
tollens
contradiction in
QE calls
terms,
the
you
black
stupid
swan.
boy. Do you not understand that you're
definitely
being
took
humiliated?
all of the fame for it.
Ev, it's a contradiction in terms. Shut up.
It's not anymore because it's been demonstrated that it's just Bev Tardianness. And what it becomes now is street poetry. So a fallacious modus tollens is now, with the hindsight of history, just street poetry. Because that's how Bev has to reclassify his retarded statements of ignorance. So it becomes apparent to him that he is acting retarded and doesn't know what he's talking about. So the way to wrap it up, move on and then brush over it is to call it street poetry. You got any more street poetry, Bev?
Or a low quality techno babble, perhaps you could call it.
Well, no, it starts like that, Arwen, and then when it's become demonstrated that that is just lies and deceit, it gets recategorized as street poetry. Then
Was it street poetry when Brian Leake repeated it? When Brian repeated it verbatim, or SC Montreal repeated that which is now street poetry and has a completely different redefined definition?
Shout out the Shadow Giants. Well done.
Did you need to interrupt the end of this? Did you need to interrupt this, which is demonstrating your minions, how stupid you are? Did you need to start in the middle of that statement there, Bev? When I'm talking about SC Montreal, Brian Leake.
Shout out SE.
And
Shout out Brian Leake.
Yeah, I would definitely suggest this requires constant interruption, right?
He hasn't told them it's street poetry yet. Yeah,
I'll tell them. Oh,
thinking
SE Montreal. It was just the stupid shit that was wrong that you parroted at me and we laughed about the other day after the fact. How fucking wrong Bev was. It was just poetry. Bev just hadn't told you. It's really your fault. Blame the victor. You didn't know it was just poetry when you repeated it verbatim. You only go on to be humiliated by the stupid shit that Bev said when you repeated it verbatim. You didn't know it was street poetry. Oh, Brian Leake. Did Bev not tell you it was merely poetry?
No,
when
I
you
don't think Brian
humiliate
Leakey
yourself
was there when we
with
went
that
over it
stupid
with
shit?
Rufus. I don't
Bev
think
feels
many
the need to
people
now
were, actually.
interrupt as I point out how the poetry didn't tell you it was. It was just poetry. He didn't intend you to repeat verbatim that stupid shit that was wrong, much to your humiliation.
No, it is correct.
Maybe
It's
you
a
should have
geometric
clarified
fact.
with Bev before you repeated verbatim his stupid shite. Whether or not it was poetry, really, this is your fault, Brian. You know, don't go around repeating Bev verbatim without first checking whether or not it's poetry. I mean, why? Yeah, it's not Bev's fault that he just says stupid shit that you parrot.
It's a lyrical
It's poetry.
masterpiece.
It can be redefined later by way of a lot of interruptions and a rewriting of history, eh, Brian?
In fact, it's
Some
even been
fuck
put in
repeating
a song
Bev.
lyric.
Oh, yeah, it's not Bev's fault that he's saying stupid shit. It's yours. You'd have checked if it was poetry.
It is. It's in a song lyric, Nathan.
Is that not you stuttering?
It's
Is
been
that you stuttering,
immortalised
Bev?
within
Is that me
world-famous
ad-homming
Buster
you? And
song.
Is ask if this is definitely
One
you stuttering
chance,
or
I
not?
think.
Is it you stuttering?
Shout out world-famous Buster.
Non sequitur fallacy, maybe, from the stupid shit your minions repeated. You're not going to address that at all. Total non sequitur away from that fact that you rumpused for about 5 minutes. Brian Leakey and SC Montreal parroted verbatim your stupid shit. It's just poetry, though, right? Speak to them. Brian, me, you can clip it out afterwards, Bev. I'm trying to help you with your minions that you embarrassed. Tell them it's poetry and rewrite the history that they parroted verbatim now, Bev. Not through me. Now I've asked you for it. Not go and get your tea for 45 seconds. You embarrass these people who parroted you verbatim with stupid shit that you're now trying to rewrite history with, Bev. You appeal to them. Off you go. Let's see what you got to say to SE.
Shout out SE. Long time no see. Might have something to do with Nathan.
The why? Oh, is he already fucked off?
Nathan T.
Good on him. Is he already buggered off and left the fold?
He's free to do whatever he wants.
He's free to come back. Has he left the fold?
He can do whatever he wants.
I don't blame him. What with him parroting stupid shit you say that you rewrite history about?
I think SE's his own man.
I'm not surprised SE Montreal's left the fold there, Bev. You're a lying scumbag. So should everybody.
Right, yeah, well done.
What about Leak?
Yeah.
What about Leak?
I
Is he
kinda
part?
feel
Hold
bad
on.
that I
Hold
went
on.
to
I
Just
don't know,
small
I've
the
not
other
heard
day.
from
What about
Brian for a
Leaky?
bit, I don't think.
What?
I don't know.
You haven't heard from Brian either? Oh, man, they're dropping left and right, aren't they?
Well, never really. Brian Leakey's the man, always been a man on his own.
Decided to rewrite history and call poetry, have both left the fold. Interesting, that, isn't it, Bev? Any more people leaving the fold you should know about?
Most people.
All right. Well, I'll just appeal to my audience. If you happen to be a subscriber of Bev, follow in the footsteps of those that have left the fold already after they parroted his stupid shit and were humiliated with it.
People can do whatever
Just
they
leave him,
want, Nathan.
like Brian Leake and SC Montreal and all the other people that are walking away from his stupid nonsense that they've repeated and been humiliated with. Did you tell him it was poetry? Is that why they left?
Are you feeling the pressure yet?
There's a Douglas
Nathan
Adams
Leake
phrase,
feeling
isn't
the
there, probably
pressure?
for it?
Not at all.
No.
Oh, talking to you, Bev.
What pressure?
Maybe you could project the pressure back onto me, Bev. Maybe the fact that these people that you humiliated with shit you said and they repeated have left your fold. Maybe that's pressure on me. No. No, your projection's a total failure there, Bev.
People are
Total
free
failure.
to do
and clear
and do
to even the
whatever
most
they
dumbest
want.
of audience members that it is
Anytime,
pure
Nathan.
projection.
I don't know what you're
There's
trying
no
to say.
pressure on me when I point out the dumb shit you've said and how people who've repeated it have walked away from you. Those are all facts. Was I feeling the pressure? No. What about you? When I talk about the
Well, I
people
was
who've
just
left your fold
wondering
after
who
they
Nathan-
repeated
who,
your dumb shit.
Arwen
Maybe
was
that would
talking to.
require an interruption.
Well,
That would
so-
require an interruption as I ask you if
Oh,
you're
so
feeling the
Arwen
pressure.
was
You just
interrupting
claimed
to
I was
ask me
feeling
a
pressure,
question.
Ben. I'm asking if you're feeling the pressure of those who have left you after they repeated your stupid shit.
Can I?
You feel the pressure.
Can I address Arwen then?
You ask me if I felt the pressure. I answered. Now I'm asking
No,
you
I
the
was
same
asking-
question. You scared of your own? Are you scared of your own
Arwen,
question?
who he was talking to.
Are you scared of your own question,
But you
Bev?
seem to answer for him.
Are you scared of your own question? You asked if I was feeling the pressure. No. Are you, based on the people who've left, based on parroting your stupid nonsense? Yes or no?
People
pressure,
haven't
Bev?
left because of parroting stupid nonsense, though, Nathan.
No, I said they have parroted stupid nonsense that you've said, and they have left.
They've used the same
That's what I said.
words. Oh no!
Facts. They've both parroted
Oh,
nonsense
no.
you said, and they both have left.
They
your
used
fold
words that
according
I
to you.
used.
Those are facts.
Wow.
I want to deny those facts.
Who'd have thunk it? People using the same words.
And being shown to be incredibly stupid by using your words.
Well, no, just you going in a rant.
You
at
can do
them,
F all with an
perhaps.
angle. Should we play out the little clip, Bev? I did earlier when you were off getting your tea. Did you hear it?
Well, I said it. There's nothing wrong with
Maybe
it.
you could stutter and change the subject.
I'm not
You feel the
stuttering,
pressure
Nathan.
from these numpties who've
Do
left
you
your
keep
fold.
hearing stutters?
Left your fold, and they have parroted your nonsense, Bev. Facts.
Only you think it's nonsense, Nathan.
So do you. I want to hear you clarifying how nonsensical it is, Bev. Would you like to hear that?
That with one angle, you can do nothing geometrically.
So is this you rewriting history? Should we see if that's what you said?
The sentiment
Sorry,
behind
no!
the statement.
Sorry, you rewrite.
Nathan.
Am I interrupting you rewriting
I
history?
know,
Bev?
you're
I'm sorry to
upset,
interrupt you
Nathan.
rewriting history.
Yes.
I was about to play what you actually said.
Yeah, well,
Do you
go
want to
on then.
rewrite
Off
history
you
before I
go.
play it?
You play it, Nathan.
No,
play it away.
Before you've written the history again, because you speak about straight lines in relation to others now. It's not what you actually said, though, Bev. You're a liar. I was about to play it.
About
Is it
the geometric statement. Off you go then, Nathan. Go on.
Qualified the actual quoted statement that I'm going to play with your poetry. Go on, Bev. This is your opportunity.
Were you
to change
stuttering then,
history.
Nathan?
Go on.
I think I heard a stutter.
No, I'm giving you an opportunity to change history, Bev. On you go.
Bev, don't mistake stuttering for laughing. Difference.
Yeah, Bev, don't mistake my laughter for your stupidity when I'm about to play exactly what you said with the history that you are just about to rewrite. Off you go, Mike's all yours.
When I say you can do fuck all with an angle, it means that geometrically, having one angle, you cannot determine any geometric facts about anything else. One angle is a third of a triangle. And because you can't complete the triangle, you've not got much else to do with it. So that's what the statement. So please play it away now, Nathan. I've done the introduction. Please play the clip, Nathan.
That's not what you said, Bev. You've just rewritten history. You didn't say that. You said.
I'd like to address that. With an angle, two straight lines.
Play the clip, Nathan.
At the angle. Well,
Bev, Bev. Stop a second, Adam. You've made a claim now. I can put quotes around that which you have just said. Adam's responding to that which you have just said. I'll just qualify because there's no need to play it. We already know you did not say that. You have just said it now. And Adam's going to respond to that which you just said. I appreciate, maybe we could clarify in advance, Adam, just before you go on. Was that which you have just said poetry, or can we take it as read that you stand by that position? Difficult choices, huh? Poetry or actual fact that you'll stand by later, Bev? No answer. Fuck, is this going to be poetry? Am I going to be wrong? Should I say I'm going to stand by it? Do I mean what I say? Is this a lie? He doesn't know. He needs a bit of time to think about it. Not just a statement of fact we can stand by then, Bev. You're not going to qualify this as just an immediate, yes, of course that's true. That which I've just said. I'm not going to get it qualified, Adam. Might be poetry later, we never know.
I'm sorting my tea out, Nathan. You might have to wait a bit. All right.
That microwave pizza being a bit troublesome, is it, Bev?
Yeah. We need to know if this is poetry or not. Pizza's on. Am I feeling the pressure? No, Bev. So, can we just take as read that statement which you made in respect to not being able to acquire anything when we measure an angle? Doesn't do anything useful geometrically, you said. Can we stand by that and then take it to the woodshed? Can we do that? Or will you say it's poetry later? Will you just rewrite history? This isn't what you said last time. We debated with it then. It isn't what you said. You're saying it now. So can we stand by it? Or will you lie when some other numpty who leaves you parrots it and define it as poetry, Bev? Do you understand the question, Bev? Are you there, Bev? Is this pressure? It's not your constant interruption through the top of me anymore, Bev. It's just me repeating the question over and over again, Bev, until you respond, Bev. Got to bear with you, getting a pizza on, getting the tea done. Whatever, Bev. Adam, make the example in absence, because later he can say he wasn't here.
Maybe the best person actually to say it is Bev himself. And he tells us about an elevation angle to Polaris. What you could do with that, what you could acquire with that. This is the sad thing, isn't it? Street poetry. It often enforces a level of dementia in the poet. Very sad, Bev.
It's just disingenuous.
Can you establish a horizontal plane of reference when you measure an angle by utilization of the horizon, Ed?
Yeah, you could.
So we can prove Earth's flat with just an angle then? Just measuring it.
Oh, yeah, I can do that and use the horizon and just that and the knowledge of the dip to establish a plane. There's lots I can. You know what I could do with an angle? Just an angle. I could just cut a cake and take a slice. I could take 45 degrees of cake. There's lots of things. It's a very, quite witty, it's an asinine statement.
Yeah, asinine. Good word. Asinine statement that was wrong, that people parroted. Why? Well, because we were putting forth how you could establish Earth as a horizontal plane of reference by utilising the horizon with a tool called the sextant, by way of something we define as an elevation angle. You know, the object in the sky like the sun and your angle to it with respect to the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, as per the definition of a horizontal plane measurement called an elevation angle. I mean, that's what we were pointing out. And the response we got was, you can do fuck all with an angle. Stupid shit, asinine nonsense from an idiot. Well, Bev, that's what we got in response. Of course, no, we didn't get that. We had a requalification that you can't do anything geometrically when you've only got one angle that you've only measured. Right, Bev? After Bev.
The angle of pizza. How many angles each slice of pizza, Bev?
Yeah. As you say, Adam, I mean, the very best thing we can use when we're establishing Earth as a horizontal plane of reference out at sea with a mariner's sextant, the best tool to use would be the horizon for that, wouldn't it? Very best tool, says Dave Rackett. Measuring an angle, though, right? Just pointing an angle measuring tool at the horizon and pointing the other one at the sun for the sake of argument. That's just an angle, isn't it? It's just measuring an angle, right?
Yeah, you won't be able to do anything with it, would you?
What, like save your life at sea?
Know the time, know your location, things like that.
Couldn't do anything like that with an angle. Just an angle. You can do F all with just an angle if you believe a complete idiot deceiving and lying to people and rewriting history about the stupid shit that other people parrot that he says. I mean, if you're to believe that stupid nonsense, you can't do anything with that, even though it's the basis of navigation and the basis of mapping. I mean, you can do with that basis of mapping and navigation, really, that angle? Nothing. Right, Adam?
Well, you're happy to be lost at sea. You're better off just accepting that fact that those angles, the angle you measure, which might help you, you probably couldn't do anything with. Somebody take a photo.
Yeah, on reflection, though, Adam, I'm pretty sure you can prove Earth's flat with this just an angle measurement.
There is the simple fact that if you take the elevation angle, Polaris, you're demonstrating it's flat, and you're also providing yourself with some kind of information as to where you are on this flat plane. I don't. When I said the word asinine, yeah, I didn't know. It's not witsy. It is because it is. The definition is extremely stupid or foolish. For somebody in this arena, For somebody that professes to know about geometry or say it, make that statement.
On the front of his YouTube channel, it says Socratic geometer. Socratic? Like as in the Socratic method defining words? If you're a liar, it says on the front of your channel, Socratic geometer. Do you know what Socratic means, Bev? You're just a bullshitter, aren't you? What's the Socratic method? Words and their definitions agreed upon by two parties. Definitions. Something that we asked Bev for multiple times and he didn't give us once, yet he's got the word Socratic on his front page.
Yeah, but that's just poetry, Nathan.
When he says Socratic, it doesn't mean coming to the agreement about words and their meanings based on definitions or anything. It's just a poetic word that Bev puts on his front page. What the hell? Socratic, Bev? Yeah, I'd like to see him define that. When I say Socratic geometry, it's just poetry. Doesn't mean that I'm going to agree with definitions and come to conclusions between discussions about those words and their meanings. No, it doesn't mean what it means. I don't think I know what it means. It just sounded great on my front page. When he gets back, we'll see if we can put this Socratic word on his front page to use. We'll see how Socratic Bev is.
He's also geometrically illiterate, so we'll have to deal with the second word on his page too.
Do you know where I'm coming from? I'll put the word Socratic on your front page and then refuse to define anything. You've got to be joking.
Paradox.
Again?
It's a paradox.
Yeah. Saying you've got Socratic anything and then refusing to define words. What the hell? He doesn't know what the word means. There's no way he knows what Socratic means.
I've got a funny feeling that maybe geometry is not going to be relating to the Earth either.
Yeah.
In the most Socratic of ways, Bev, obviously.
Gone off again.
Yeah, we got to the point where he was going to be. I was pointing out the same as you were. You're not defining fallacy. Or furthermore, I asked him what his reaction was when people who've parroted his narrative were proven wrong. Do they know it's poetry also? No response. And he's getting his tea.
Not just poetry, street poetry, by the way.
Yeah. Let's not besmirch poetry. Understand that in the Socratic method, we have to use the term street poetry. What that actually turned out to mean is just blatant lying. We're trying to undo the previous statements that they don't mean exactly what they meant for others to go out and use and give meaning to and repeat to others to look stupid. They don't mean that. Street poetry.
I'm getting a bit tired of this nonsense, to be honest with you.
You hear that? Street poetry, Nathan. That might be a good title for a show. I'm just spitballing.
I agree.
That'll be the name of this show.
Yes.
Ev's Street Poetry.
Yes.
Exactly. Kind of feel bad that I attacked Essie Montreal the other day. I didn't know he left the cult.
No, it's his own stupid fault for believing that shit in the first place, Neil. Anybody who's that dumb, yeah, deserves that level of retort, mate. These people, this is, what are they here for? What are they here for? Challenge Bev earlier on today. Look at his behavior this afternoon. Why is he here? It's not for anything positive.
Muddying the waters, rumpusing over people, being statements and not actually clarifying, muddying the waters.
No, that's not why he's here for. Listen to Adam.
Whose side's he on? I'm asking you. Yeah, I know which side he pretends he's on, but who's he doing the best work for?
All Earth.
No, not quite. Almost. Anti-flat earthers.
Anti-flat earthers, yeah.
Challenging us, our statements of fact. That's what he's doing. With abject nonsense and stupid bullshit chanted through the top of us as we make our examples sound and whole. They're not allowed to be made sound and whole because he's chanting through the top of them. He's brought
And
along his little rumpus muppet to do the same.
Was he admitted to his lack of intellect as he's got cut out points and his mouth has to keep moving? He's demonstrated to us that this street poetry, he has mugged other people off. Other people have become embarrassed, been made to look stupid as they repeated his asinine arguments, yeah, and they've left him. That's actually what the information that he shared with us this afternoon. Ultimately, I say, whilst I may berate them for believing it in the first place, even they're not that daft to keep believing it.
Exactly. As much as I hate to say it, if after the fact you converted Bev and then come back, like you're going to get a quarter for the nonsense that you put to us. You still put it to us. And as for, oh yeah, well that was Bev and his stupid nonsense. No, did you not hear me earlier? You have to take ownership of this. Back in the Bev days when you were on his server listening to his stupid shit, he would train you to blame the person who had the argument in the first place if it failed. Like they did today. Shocking, isn't it? You can't do that, unfortunately. You put Bev's argument to us, now it's yours. Your failure. You can't blame Bev. It's you parroting Bev. But that's not his fault that you parroted him. It was just street poetry, as we found out. Therefore, it's your fault, isn't it? You didn't clarify it with him. You didn't check with Bev if he was just bullshitting you with poetry and magical words that didn't mean what he actually said, just merely poetic. If you'd have known that before, parroting that stupid shit that made you look stupid, maybe you wouldn't have. Bev didn't tell you, did he? Why? Because he's a scumbag and he's more than happy to say stupid shit that doesn't mean what he actually says, because he can rewrite history at a later date. Don't matter if you've fallen victim to it and parroted it verbatim. Who cares? Your fault. Right? Take ownership. Unlike Bev, who can't take ownership of anything he gets wrong, he's a coward. Blame the person who he got the argument from. Did it about 4 times. Wasn't this fun?
To get a bit of housekeeping done in the new year. What do you mean to go on?
Cleaning out the trash.
Badly, yeah, isn't it? Certainly cleaning the dirt out.
It's longer than you
Right,
think,
just
doesn't it?
use Bev as a sponge to scrub it all clean.
Go on, whoever that was from Discord. Want to add something? Maybe not. Any last words? I'm going to round out, if not.
I think it's all been said, hasn't it? I mean,
Do some street poetry.
With that. Go on.
I
Yeah,
just-
last word. Them.
For me, that to round out would be to summarise. We've realised that people aren't being fooled by Bev anymore, as is admitted. And the only way to kind of, in a half-assed manner, admit that he was wrong is to recategorise his lies and deceit that other people have stupidly used as street poetry. Kind of admission. Well, thank you for that, Bev. Because I think most of the listeners, like I said, have got a higher intellect than you. They're able to read the room and realise what a deceitful lie you are. Will even hang his mates out to dry. Blame them after they've repeated his nonsense. Shame on you, you're a disingenuous bastard. Realise it.
With that, I'll say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for you smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
And breathe. 5 hours. Woohoo.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
That wasn't that exciting.
Yeah, wasn't that a good start to the year? And to think, I only came to help him out with his measuring the earth flat. Weird. He's got something wrong with the logic. Don't worry about it, though. It's been nice, guys. Just know that you can't really speak up if you want to challenge them. That's the lesson we should get from this. Stay strong, guys.
Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level.